Evening. I would like to hereby call the Palm Springs regular City Council meeting for November 10, 2022 to order. First order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance, and we are privileged to once again be joined by our local Cub Scout troop for the Pledge of Allegiance. I invite everyone to stand.
Color guard, prepare to advance. Color guard, advance. Color guard, prepare to post colors. If the audience please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. All those in uniform salute, all those in civilian clothes, right hand over heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
2. Color guard, post colors. Color guard, salute. 2. Color guard, regroup. Color guard, dismissed.
Good evening. Just a note for everyone, when we do get to public testimony, because of the number of speakers that we have, we are going to make some modifications to our normal process for receiving public comment. We will first, in public comment on agenda items, hear public comment for anyone who is speaking on something other than agenda item 3A. Once that is completed, we will move to public comments on agenda item 3A. We will first hear in a 5-minute presentation from representatives of those who are generally opposed to the recommendations that are before us this evening. We will then hear a 5-minute presentation from representatives of those who are generally in favor of the recommendations. We recognize very few people will be 100% in favor or 100% opposed. Following that, we will hear public comment from everyone who is in chambers who wishes to make a public comment. Those public comments will be limited to 1 minute. Everyone is encouraged, if what you have intended to say has already been said, that you do not necessarily need to say it again, but you certainly have every right to say, to make your public comment. Following all of the public comments from individuals in chambers, we will make contact with all of those who have requested to make public comment by phone. At last I heard there are at least 36 who have requested public comment by phone. Again, those will be limited to 1 minute. Following that, we will then move into the balance of our agenda. Thank you. With that, roll call, please.
Councilmember Hostich, Councilmember Coors.
Here.
Councilmember Woods.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Here.
Mayor Middleton.
Present, and
Four members.
For the record, Councilmember Holstage was excused. With that, I'd like to turn it over to our interim city manager for an introduction.
Thank you, Mayor, council members, members of the audience, and viewers. I'd like to introduce you to our new Public Works Director. He started with us this Monday. Please join me in welcoming David Maccabee. David comes to us from the city of Chino, where he was for 21 years, the Public Works Services Manager, overseeing 57 employees, 34 different public works programs, an annual budget of $34 million. David, we're so glad you're here.
Very much. Thank you for the opportunity to address you. Good evening, Mayor and members of council. Excuse me. I'm happy to become part of the team. As she mentioned, my past almost 22 years with the city of Chino, I oversaw citywide maintenance along with many different projects. I look forward to using my skills to help provide a high level of service for our community and for all those my department serves, and I really am thankful and appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
David, welcome.
Thank you.
All right. We do not have any presentations this evening. The next item on the agenda is acceptance of the agenda. City Council will discuss the order of the agenda, may amend the order, add urgency items, note abstentions or no votes on the consent calendar items, or request consent calendar items to be removed for a separate discussion. I would like to entertain a motion for the acceptance of the agenda. Are there any items staff or a council member would like removed from the consent calendar for separate discussion or vote? Councilmember Woods, yes.
Could I remove one N and one O?
One N and one O. Any other items to be removed? All right. At this time, I invite City Attorney Ballinger to provide a report of the closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, members of the public, the City Council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss the items that are listed on tonight's agenda. There was no reportable action.
All right, thank you. Next item on the agenda is public testimony. This is public testimony for non-public hearing agenda items only. As mentioned earlier, we will first begin with a 5-minute presentation, and I will ask Mr. Hoban to begin with that first presentation. We will then have a second 5-minute presentation that will be started by Mr. Plant. Following that, comments will be at 1 minute each. Before you come up, Mr. Feltman, Mr. Hoban, City Clerk, do we have any comments on items other than 3A?
Yes, we do.
Okay, then let's get that out of the way first.
There's others than 3A going.
First speaker would be Paul Kowek.
Yes.
Okay. Hello, thanks for hearing me. How do you start this timer? I'm going to do that. Okay, there we go. I come here as a citizen of Palm Springs, but also as a co-owner of Training and Discipline, which is a health club on Tocowitz. We are more interested in the nudity portion of the item, which is 3E, I believe it is, than we are the sex clubs, because we're not a sex club. But we would really like the nudity rules to be relaxed. We have members who like to work out in relatively scant clothing, including down to a jockstrap in some cases. We also have requests for naked yoga sessions, and naked yoga sessions by their nature are naked. We have big windows looking over Tocowitz, but we do have blinds over them, and so I think that wouldn't be an issue. But it would be very helpful. And also the time restriction change to 6 a.m. would be helpful to us because we open at 6 in the morning and there might be naked yoga in the early morning. So as a business person, that's my take. As a private citizen, I welcome the expansion of sex clubs in this town. I don't understand why we do not have any. I've been to ones in various cities that I visited. They are not a blight on the territory. They don't need to be hidden in industrial zones. They are quite comfortable in business areas with parking. Generally, they even have their own private parking lots, and I do support relaxing and allowing those things that we can locally. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Joseph Pitkins.
A reminder to everyone that in council, applause and booing is not encouraged.
This is for everything on the agenda. My name is Michael Joseph Pitkin. I am a political prisoner of religious conscience per the U.S. and UN laws, the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907, and the Geneva Protocol. Robert's Rules and Brown Act, the public may address on any matter not listed on the agenda. California Code Section 54954.2. The council may, one, briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by the public. 2, ask a question for clarification. 3, make a brief report on his or her own activities. 4, provide a reference to staff or other resources for factual information. 5, request staff to report back at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter raised by the public. Or 6, direct staff to place a matter of business on a future agenda. You know, every city is unique and should not be cookie-cuttered identical to other cities. Thank you.
Mayor, we have 5 online that's speaking on.
I'm sorry?
We have 5 online
All right.
that's speaking on none.
On
3A
other items?
Yes.
Okay, then let's take those.
First speaker is Robert Cole. Robert Cole?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I own a bar here in town, the Tool Shed, and we are not a sex club. We have very specific rights and actions that are allowed by the Bureau of Alcohol and Beverage Control, but we do have an underwear night. And what concerns me is if our customers may be leaving the bar and they're wearing a jock strap, or they're changing in their car as opposed to using clothes check. They're walking through the parking lot wearing a jock strap. So I don't want them to be able to be arrested. I think the gay community has fought hard for rights historically. We spent a lot of time and a lot of effort allowing ourselves to have a lot of rights and I worry that the rights may be taken away as a result of not having the municipal code 5.77 changed. So I support.
I think they're giving them 1 minute online. The next speaker is Stephen Alexander. Stephen Alexander?
Hello, how are you? So I guess this is in regards to the TPE minor modification. You know, we're not opposed to it. We just want to make sure that, you know, we're worried about the statistics of, you know, potential crime in the area and the relative proximity. As long as everything's managed appropriately and, you know, everything's handled in compliant fashion, because, you know, we know our neighbors and everything seems very smooth so far. And we just want to make sure that everything's handled appropriately, and we're open to the friendly neighborhood competition.
Next speaker is Timothy Hadorn. Timothy?
Yes, good evening. My name is Tim Hadorn, and I would like to recommend approval of item 3E regarding adult businesses and public nudity as a step toward making our municipal code more a reflection of our community standards. At Pride last weekend, I handed out 2,000 Say Gay fans and asked each person, how do you say gay? The most common word, love. How does Palm Springs code say gay? Buggery, sapphism, pederasty, necrophilia. These aren't the words our community uses to define itself. We use love. The legal changes go a long way toward improving code, but I understand there are objections to striking the public nudity section. Given this is already addressed by state law, it must be removed to prevent selective, subjective enforcement, and everyone on the council knows what I mean by that. Lastly, I can't overstate the benefits to our community and state of creating safe, healthy spaces in Palm Springs for people to come together and share community without fear and oppression. Safe, healthy spaces are needed now more than ever, given the rising tide of anti-LGBTQ+ hate and violence sweeping our nation. Therefore, I strongly recommend the council immediately adopt the code changes as proposed in item 3E. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michelle Horn. Michelle Horn.
Madam Clerk, she may be having issues with the audio piece. She is in the room.
Okay, we'll come back. The next speaker is Jackie Lopez. Jackie Lopez.
One moment, Madam Clerk. She is not present in the room, Madam Clerk.
And that ends our online non-agenda item speakers.
I believe it's Michael Horn, not Michelle Horn, so maybe try that.
Michael?
Yeah, there's
Horn?
a Michael Horn who I've gotten an email from on this issue, so.
Is Michael Horn in the waiting room?
One moment.
Hello?
This Michael Horn?
It is? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Good evening, Madam Mayor Middleton and council members. My name is MJ Horn. I'm a Palm Springs resident, and I'm calling to express my support for the proposed changes on Municipal Code 5.77 pertaining to the adult-oriented businesses. I currently own and operate a successful adult-oriented men's club in Los Angeles. I own property in Palm Springs at 531 East Industrial Place. This property is currently zoned CM and meets allowed to operate per ordinance. The Tockwitz Creek wash runs several feet behind my business. Currently, it separates my property from new residential homes under construction less than 500 feet. I respectfully request you consider adding a waiver process to this ordinance due to the unique characteristics of the city industrial area. In addition, not all adult use ordinances are equally the same. I operate a private membership club and request the use be under spas and clothing optional hotels, not as sex clubs. This is a private membership experience without the rooms and pools. I offer privacy just like the hotels and spas. Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council, for your consideration.
That ends our non-3A members.
All right, then, thank you. And Mr. Feltman, Mr. Hoban, Mr. Flannery, thank you for your patience. My apology for bringing you up before we heard those comments. You will have 5 minutes.
Good evening, Council. I'm Bruce Hoban, co-founder of Vacation Rental Owners and Neighbors of Palm Springs, better known as VRON PS, and I defer my 5 minutes to my other co-founder, David Feltman, and one of my board members, Michael Flannery.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you. we were asked, are we pro or con? I didn't know how to answer that question, so I'm just going to say that we are pro Palm Springs. We represent vacation rental owners, about 1,400 of those in 18 agencies. We are ambassadors and goodwill people for the city. We welcome people into the city every day. I had the pleasure of greeting a group from Chicago and New Zealand yesterday at my house. It was a wonderful experience. I had the privilege of having a Black men's prayer group from Los Angeles this year. Happy to diversify my very white, Deepwell neighborhood for a weekend. I asked them not to sing their hymns outside. I don't know if that was appropriate. We're here to engage, and we've been engaged with our government and our city council and in our enforcement office for the last 4 years while this ordinance was developed and implemented. And we recognize that there will be change. Things happen, things develop, but overall, everybody has agreed that the ordinance has worked. The number of citations and the number of calls has continued to decline. In fact, when the working group was asked whether they wanted to engage on the question of fewer contracts, they declined to do so, as far as I understand. That said, some people want to look at the contracts. Fine, everything's on the table. That happens in government, and so we engaged. Our biggest concern was the cliff, 2 years keeping contracts at the same level, and then dropping off precipitously by, I think, 30 some odd or 40%. So we have engaged and we've presented some numbers that would be a graduated decline in contracts. We didn't stick our heads in the sand and say, we won't talk, we won't think, we won't get creative. So we've presented something that would go from 36 contracts to 28 over the course of 5 years. Very graduated, very modulated. We'll give the density limits that seem inevitable a chance to work and to understand what implications they have for real estate values, for vacation rentals, et cetera. So we would just ask that you be moderate in your actions on the number of contracts that you may opt to reduce. We support the new permit at a level of 8. We've looked at the data, and it seems that most fall in that 5 to 8, closer to 8 category than 6. On the density limits, we have endorsed density limits. We believe that 20% is the right number. You've all seen the data we've presented. Essentially, going down to 10% will mean 786 homes eventually will transfer around the city in some way. And we, again, at 20%, it's much more modulated. It's 167 homes and only 7 NORGs, very graduated sort of transitional change rather than something that's much more radical. Let's be moderate. And finally, on the residency requirements, I feel that it's frankly a poison pill. It will create chaos at the level that it's set at in the draft at 90 days, 30 days at 5 years, sticking with that 5-year time frame that we suggested for the contract progression or degression, whatever the right word would be there. So if for whatever reason the council feels compelled to do a residency requirement, we would suggest that it be 30 days at 5 years. But I would really urge the council to really think this through, whether that's necessary at all. Honestly, I feel like it's peeping in people's bedrooms to some extent. I think there's a lot of substance in the rest of what you're doing tonight or in the next period of weeks. And I would just urge you to think about that particular requirement with additional care. I know you've thought about it with care already. I think that is the essence of our presentation. Is that under 5 minutes? Close to? Just under. So I am going to say thank you and good night.
Mr. Plant? And Mr. Gazan? And again, 5 minutes total.
Hello again. 50 of my closest friends. Thank you for taking this on. I know it's not easy. I know there's a lot of pressure on you. Just a couple of quick thoughts. I'm not going to take very much time. I'm going to share my time with Jim. Jim and I were both members of the STR work group, as was Mike, who was just here, and Bruce, and I enjoyed working with both of them very much. In my opinion, the neighborhood caps are the most important part of what you're talking about tonight. A 20% cap doesn't solve the problem of oversaturation, in my experience. I live in a neighborhood that is 17% STRs right now. The result is that the block behind me is at 50%. So if you set a neighborhood cap of 20%, that block's going to go to 55%, 60%. That's the problem with it. A 15% cap would make a difference, a small difference, but it would make a difference. And I think that it would take a lot of pressure off this issue and let some steam out. Our STR group, as you know, recommended 10%, which I think is very generous myself. So that's my main concern. I think it's a good plan. I will say one last thing, and that is I am sure that the vacation rental industry in La Quinta would love to have your plan on the table tonight compared to what their future looks like. They would grab this in a minute, and any vacation rental group of the 70 cities in California that have banned vacation rentals, any of the formerly active vacation rental organizations in those towns would grab this plan in a minute that you're proposing. Thanks.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I'm Jim Gazan. I'm a resident. I live in a neighborhood, and I also served on the STR Study Committee. Moderation. That's what's the focus of our committee. Finding a moderate solution so that short-term rentals would not take over entire blocks in our neighborhoods. We all agreed on an ordinance that would limit the quantity of rentals. The majority vote settled on 10%, on a 10% cap, and we would have had some industry support upping it to 15%. I will note that the loudest voices that are expressing their viewpoints here tonight, I will let them know the sky is not falling if we limit STRs. This council is not looking to outlaw. They are considering a moderate solution to density. Several years ago, at 1,800 rentals, our local economy was just fine. The industry was flourishing and downtown was booming with new businesses as well as the new downtown. By the time any ordinance is in place, we will have an excess of 2,800 STRs in our city. Again, I think the industry will be doing quite fine. And if you are concerned about losing your home because you cannot obtain a rental permit, well, you might have a bigger problem. And there's also such a thing as a monthly or a seasonal or a long-term rental to cover your cost. And it's proven to be a successful option financially. And if I had more time and a whiteboard, I would Katie Porter out the benefits of long-term rental over short-term in most cases. Back to moderation. I want to thank this council for being thoughtful on this issue and exploring all options and reaching out to all stakeholders and taking your time. This action is better than the alternative of an indefinite moratorium, a ban, or doing nothing, resulting in a potential Measure A, as we just witnessed, in a neighboring community. I will leave you with this thought. Residents also produce tourism. We have guests that stay in our homes, they go out and they spend money. The residents are also responsible for keeping our businesses alive in the summer and especially during COVID. Let's not confuse this issue that this is simply about noise or nuisance, but at the heart, it's about preserving community. Thank you.
With respect to everyone in the audience, the City Council is going to listen to absolutely every comment with respect and we ask you to do so as well. Next speaker, please. Madam Clerk.
In person first. Our first speaker is Hank Platt.
Hank's already spoken.
Oh, that's Hank. Chad, is it Chad? Chad Inkleman. You have 1 minute.
Plenty of time. All right. So thank you for this evening. I'm against short-term rentals. They run counter to everything that I grew up with, understanding what a neighborhood and a home was. Community, stability, a place where average folks could actually build some wealth and what would be the biggest asset they purchased during their lifetime. As you go through your discussions and deliberations, I'd like you to take into account who's actually making arguments for and against. For these things, investors, I don't think they live here. I don't think they care about the city. I think they're here to make a quick buck and monetize what makes the city special and draws people here for the short-term gain. I think the folks you're going to find that are against them are residents, like myself, voters, your constituents. One could say they've already voted for this, and that is true back in 2018, but folks in this town are pragmatic, they're open-minded, they're willing to give things a chance. I don't think the folks who voted for that anticipated it would end up like this. Ultimately, I think you should be concerned about the voters and the folks that live in the city. They are the folks who make the city what it is, and they should be your concern, not investors. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Nicholas Churchian.
Good evening. Hello, my name is Nicholas Churchian. I'm a current vacation rental homeowner in the beautiful city of Palm Springs that I love. I know I wrote 2 minutes, but not 1, so I'm gonna speak a little fast. I'm going to cut straight to the point as to why putting a cap on the amount of rental permits given and a 90-day residence at the home for permit holders will be detrimental to both the city and to us. House prices in the past 3 years have skyrocketed from the median selling price of $450,000 to now being minimum $900,000. That being said, property taxes have doubled from $5,000 to $10,000 a year, which is beneficial to the city. By putting a cap on the amount of permits given and the 90-day residency, you are taking away the income that goes into the city. In the fiscal year of 2016 to 2017, vacation rentals generated $7.5 million in TOT revenue, which goes directly to the city's general fund. That was more than 25% of the total TOT, which was $29 million collected from all forms of transient lodging in Palm Springs. When renters come, give me like 30 seconds, please. When renters come, not only does the city get tax benefits, local small businesses get customers as well, because when renters come, they do shopping in bulk, which inevitably keeps businesses and jobs up and running. We're already capped.
Time is up, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Jim Franklin, followed by Brian Yocklich.
They should give a little more warning, because I had to get up out of my seat and come up here. But don't start the clock yet. I want to read something to you. We did a survey, a poll, American Strategies, the National Association of Realtors says this, and you've all heard this. Number 1, homeless, crime, infrastructure, housing affordability, government incompetence, okay, well, no offense to anybody here, education, economy, jobs, traffic, inflation, monkeypox. Did I once mention vacation rentals? So why in the, I almost said a swear word, why are we sitting here talking about something that is not an issue? Nobody, I mean, if you have a problem, if I have a problem with my neighbor, you know what I do? I had a problem, and right there's my new neighbor. I call him up and say, hey, can you turn the music off? Can you do this? Can you do that? I mean, come on, guys. This is just such a waste of time. I'm sorry.
Time is expired.
I don't care really what you vote on tonight. I'm going to go home, but it's just, It's just nuts.
Next speaker is Brian Yaklich, followed by Gerald Caton and David Rios.
I think the earlier thank you, council, for taking the time. The earlier speaker referencing homelessness, affordability, of diversity and community, it's all a partial reflection of the problem that is created when we have all of our homes being sucked away from us. It is a problem. Look around this room. You have individuals who are threatening you and putting you at risk with their taunts, with their cheers, with their offensive behavior, and they're all white. And some of them are gay, and some of them are not. And when you look at the people that flood into our community, they are white and not reflective of what we want our community to be. We want our community to be welcoming and encouraging. Neighbors are intimidated by these yahoos. That's why they're not here today. These people are excluding and not inclusive of our community, representing outsiders who are making big monies, and we're not.
Thank you. Next speaker is Gerald Caton, followed by David Rios.
I'm not white, but I'm gay. I'd like to just make a recommendation to check and review the time for the 5 minutes that everybody was allowed in the beginning on both sides, and strike anything at 5 minutes and 1 second. And after that, because it went over the time, if we're only allowed a minute, that's fair. 1 minute. How is the city planning to make up for the gap in the funds to the city? What services will be cut because of those funds? Has the city taken into consideration the business failures that may occur for the businesses, that are running these vacation rentals? I have one. I manage it myself, and it's just fine. But those others sign leases, and they have this. Who's going to make up for the deficit there? I don't think the city will. The vote should not take place as the current group is on their way out, respectfully. It really should wait until there's a whole new community coming in and a whole new leadership and council members. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Next speaker is David Rios, followed by Frank Hurtley and Mark Hewitt.
Good evening, Council. I'm David Rios, and I just want to thank you guys for the opportunity and all the hard work that you guys have all done. I think you guys have executed an amazing plan, and it has worked so far. And with the no citations and the money that we've generated, why not keep allowing that money to generate affordable housing? Right now, the finance industry, they take a portion of what you can do. I know it's a short number that you guys are reducing, but that number makes a big difference when people are trying to refinance their properties. And that's my only concern, is the refinance market. People come here, they're putting down 25 to 50% down payment. Addition to that, they're staging their property and they're adding more amenities. They want a chance to pay back their credit cards and other things in that nature. The Latino community, the gardeners, the housekeepers, the people that put their sweat and tears into our city, that's thousands of times that they're not going to be able to work. We got to implement, they're saving money and filing taxes to be able to buy property here. We have 500 listings. We haven't had that since 2009. I've lost a home here in 2008. I know what this is doing. It's going to drop down our market. Thank you guys for this opportunity. Please rethink the numbers.
Thank you. The next speaker is Frank Hurtley, followed by Mark Hewitt and Josh Moran.
Evening, Council. My name is Frank Hundley, and a couple of years ago, I achieved a decades-long dream and became the proud owner of an Alexander home in the neighborhood of Little Beverly Hills. And I'm here to ask you not to do this reduction. Having relocated here from a state that's very hostile to LGBTQ people, being a part of this community is really meaningful for me, and I've endeavored to give back by, among other things, serving my neighborhood organization on the board. The reason that I'm able to live this literal dream life is because I'm able to rent my home out 36 times per year. With 12 months in a year, that's 3 weekends a month, which means I get all the weekdays and 1 weekend a month. And during that time, I've played by the rules, never received a citation, and contributed to the city's coffers. So this reduction would hurt me, and it's hard to understand why you would want to do that. And it's important to me that you hear that. However, for those that have predetermined that all of us VR hosts are the bad guys and can't be moved to care about any of us, I'd urge you to consider that this would not only reduce my income by a third, but my cleaning crews as well. This reduction will hurt people,
Your time is
harm
up.
no one, and solve nothing. Please don't do this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Mark Hewitt, followed by Josh Moran and Jim Wilkinson.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing us to speak on this issue. You've been very thoughtful in considering everything. I work for a small property management and vacation rental company here in Palm Springs. We have 3 housekeeping vendors that were able to really expand their business at the end of COVID when we saw a big influx of business into the city. My concerns are they will lose half of their business. For every stay, there is going to be 1 house cleaning that's going to be done. That is up to 3 to 4 people that will be cleaning that house. They have very few hours to get in there because they got to move on to the next house. They will have to reduce their staffs. They will have to reduce the hours of the staffs that they do keep. And one of the things that we have prided ourselves as a company is that we require all of our vendors to pay a living wage. By reducing these numbers, they will then effectively not be able to pay a living wage. They will still need the numbers to keep up with the cleans that will happen, but they will have to reduce the amount of money they're paying to their vendors, to their employees. So I ask that you be more moderate and consider the number of stays that you want to reduce.
Thank you. Your time is up. Josh Moran, followed by Jim Wilkinson and Jared Shearer.
Josh Moran, thank you for getting it right. Josh Moran, former mayor of the city of Sierra Madre. I've been on your side of the dais, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Corse. You guys have handled this issue very well. I watched the last 2 meetings on it. But for those of you who think that investors are these evil corporations, a lot of investors are like me. I've got my wife and I bought a place. We've got 3 boys, and we bought the place knowing that we would need short-term rentals to offset the costs. A 1/3 drop in the number of short-term rentals will keep us from being able to manage that fiscally well, and we'll have to reconsider whether or not this is going to suit what we need. But furthermore, it'll keep tens of thousands of visitors to this city who eat and shop in the downtown areas, who luxuriate in the beautiful architecture that we have here. And it's something that we should be encouraging more people to come, not putting limits on that. As to the 90-day rule, we've got kids, they're in school. That's the way I appreciate the sentiment. Maybe 30 days would be more appropriate for people who work on site in Los Angeles and have these.
Thank you. Jim Wilkinson, followed by Jared Shearer and Brent Diem.
Hello. Since I'm cut down to a minute, I'm going to toss this and just tell you something personal. I'm 74 and I have cancer, and I wanted to move to the East Coast to be with my son for my last chapter. I put my house on the market a little over 3 months ago. It's in Sunrise Park. My agent said the house is worth $2 million back at the height of it. I started out at 1.5, dropped the price 3 times to 1.250, and no one wanted to look at the house, and it's a great house. The reason we were hearing, besides the economy and the interest rates, of course, was all this going on with the moratorium and that, and it's killed my house sale, and it's going to kill the prices. I spent 40 years in Seattle as an agent. I'm not one here now. But you need to rethink this, because this is very personal for a lot of people. And what are they going to do when all these people wake up one day and their houses are all worth $500,000 or less?
Thank you. Jared Shearer, followed by Brent Diem and Ron Willison.
Thank you so much. I'm a homeowner and taxpayer here in Palm Springs, and I've been closely following this discussion, and I'm surprised that this legislation is being introduced tonight as worded. The City Council asked thoughtful and excellent questions during the Vacation Rental Working Group presentation on September 29th and made some very specific requests from the working group for more information on things like how neighborhood densities will impact neighborhood property values and how the net negative tourist dollars will impact our city, specifically local businesses. It's difficult to imagine a vote tonight without that crucial data. Here's a myth. Short-term rentals have made housing less affordable in Palm Springs, and that this furthers the argument to cap and limit short-term rentals in our city. This is a red herring argument and is simply not true. I ask you, as my city representatives, what problem are you trying to solve with these proposed changes?
Next speaker is Jared Schreier, followed by Brent Diem.
That was Jared Shearer.
Brent? Okay,
Yeah.
Brent, sorry.
Good evening, I'm Brent Dime. Thank you for this time and this opportunity to speak in front of you tonight. I'm a relatively new homeowner in the movie Colony East. I purchased my home in 2020, and I'm proud to host guests fulfilling their fantasies of leisure and luxury. We have a great treasure in Palm Springs, not only just in terms of architecture and geolocation, but it's a special place, and I'm super proud to be part of it. Most of my points have already been made tonight, but I just want to say that I think the density map is a really bad idea. We have a history of creating lines in our city grids, and I just think it's a really terrible idea to try and do something like that. For a lot of reasons, not just for improving living conditions in the neighborhood, but we just already have enough lines in our neighborhood, and I just think it's a terrible idea. Also, tinkering with the contract limits is just creating unpredictability, and it makes it not just untenable for me over the lifetime of my ownership, but it just becomes unpredictable, and I would just ask that you be more thoughtful about this over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron Willison, followed by Stacy Munfor.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for allowing me to speak. And just while I'm up here, I'd just like to throw my support behind the sex club thing, too. Great idea. So I'm actually speaking specifically on the events restrictions that you've placed into the staff report for limiting events at event houses. I don't know if you're familiar that we already have a very strict event permit process in place that requires 60 days prior approval, floor plans, everything that Splash House does. My events at such properties as the Frank Sinatra Twin Palms, all required to submit that with security, with a full presence on site the entire time, which is usually me or a staff member. We do these things very strictly. I'm proud of the designations I have in the event industry of being a certified meeting planner and a CMM. Those are the highest designations you can get in that industry. I also worked for DAP Health before this. I understand what the nonprofit aspects of holding these events are. We generate over $2 million in donated charitable events through things like the Boys and Girls Club, working with Modernism Week, and even the Reach.
Your time has expired.
We work heavily with our community to make sure these things are done professionally. If you want to put together a committee.
Your time has expired. Stacy Munfor, followed by Ryan Fisher.
Hi, good evening. I'm here with my wife, Maureen, and my wife and I purchased our Palm Springs home in September in good faith with the idea that we would be able to supplement our mortgage with short-term rental income. We are very much caught in the middle of this and feel like it's not fair that the rules are changing on us after the fact. We had known about the proposed changes. Had we had known about the proposed changes, we would not have purchased our home here. Occupancy requirements. An occupancy requirement of any length would be a significant hardship for our family since we live in Ventura County with our 2 children. Also, we purchased our home with a 1031 exchange, taking our life savings out of our former home near Seattle and putting it into this house. The IRS has stipulated that any homes purchased with a 1031 exchange cannot be used for personal use more than 14 days or 10% of the days we rent the home per year. And any more of this would put a significant risk on with us and the IRS. We just hope that you take this occupancy requirement out.
Ryan Fisher, followed by Roger Hamel.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Sunrise Park neighborhood. I just wanted to say that please don't enact any of these restrictions. If it's not broke, please don't fix it. You have a very successful ordinance. It's worked. The people in Palm Springs voted overwhelmingly in favor of vacation rentals. The people of Palm Springs want vacation rentals. So please do not make any changes in that regard. I think it's fine the way it is. Also, in respect to the TOT tax, if anyone can tell me that it's a good idea to reduce tax coming into the city, I would sure love to hear what that good idea is. So I just have not found anyone that can tell me what is the advantage of reducing TOT tax. You're going to have to cut police, fire, even city employees that do these inspections. Why would anyone want to do that? It just does not make any sense. Second, with the residency requirement, please don't go down that road. You're going to open up to frivolous lawsuits. You're going to waste the city's money. You can't restrict where people live, where they go, how long they stay. So I would just say, please don't even go down that road. You're just going to waste money. There's no one else that has that restriction. Thank you.
Next speaker is Roger Crothhamel.
My name's Roger Crownhelm. I was born and raised in Riverside County. I'm 74 years old. I've been entertaining a presence here all my life. My business partner and I purchased property in Palm Springs 13 years ago. We have 84 two-bedroom bath apartment and 2-bath apartments, which we rent out to moderate income people. We also got a vacation home about 8 years ago in Movie Colony East. I take great pleasure in the way that it's fixed up, the reception it gets, how many times it gets rented, which is around 35 to 36 times a year. I personally check people in. I check people in from San Antonio today. We're a couple here, never been to Palm Springs. They looked at the surroundings. They're here for a family wedding. They looked at the neighborhood. They looked at the house. They were very, very pleased with it. I get a kick out of doing what I'm doing, whether it's a long-term rental in apartments to regular people who work and live in Palm Springs, or whether it's really super visitors who come here to enjoy the Palm Springs experience, and experience it that I provide them in a way that you cannot get without a vacation house.
Your time is up.
What's wrong with that?
Thank you. John Geranius and David Meyer, followed by Heather Lyon.
I just wanted to briefly comment on the process that was undertaken. It seemed to start off well. Every ordinance may need to be revisited at some point in time. So when the working group was charged with density, it seemed like they focused on density. And then all of these other external forces, recommendations came in that were in search of a problem. There were solutions in search of a problem that didn't exist. So looking at the implications of what those solutions are, what facts and data, what are the impacts of those statements or those changes on the various stakeholder groups are critical. So not against everything in the ordinance, but a more thoughtful and deliberative process, making it fact-based, making it research-based, and based on study, rather than failing to understand the impact of the recommendations. Thank you.
Next speaker is Davis Meyer, followed by Heather Lyon and J.P. Caldrion.
Good evening, Davis Meyer with Visit Greater Palm Springs. And I was just at a conference a couple weeks ago in Minneapolis for Destinations International's Advocacy Summit with destinations from all across the country talking about different issues, vacation rentals being one of them. And the city of Palm Springs is well known for its regulations and enforcement of vacation rentals and the balance that has brought to the community, the residents, the businesses, and visitation. So it's exciting to be from a community that has been so forward-thinking on this topic. We've tracked occupancy and visitation in the Valley for the past 10 years, and we know that the majority of the growth in visitation in that time has come from vacation rental visitors. They made up 23% of our overnight visitors in 2021. They support the incredible events, restaurants, and activities that we have, the vibrant downtown in Palm Springs. So any reduction to this important visitor base obviously would have a big impact on those businesses.
Thank you. Heather Lyon, followed by J.P. Caldrion and Sean Tomlin.
I'm here as a mom and as a taxpayer who firmly opposes any changes to our current short-term rental ordinance. TOT dollars are naturally going to dwindle as our economy continues to contract. And what pressing problem will these changes actually solve? Less TOT dollars, what problem will that solve? No data has been presented on how this will affect job security for law enforcement, fire response, EMT workers. Will there be big layoffs when the TOT dollars start to dry up? No research has been introduced on how this will affect our local small business owners, tradespeople. In fact, no data has been presented. Let's do the research. No studies have been introduced. So how will this affect local jobs and local workers? What will the impact to home values be? The city proposes that we simply hope for the best.
Your time is up.
More data to back up the financial impact on
Your
our
time is up.
community. This is a no vote.
JP Caldrion, followed by Sean Tomlin and Oscar Flink.
Hey there. Hi, thank you so much for having us. As you can tell, there's an overwhelming amount of people here who are opposed to any of these ordinances. Maybe just a couple of people that are for. One of them called us a bunch of yahoos. So I think the real threat is not us. I just have to really ask you to please oppose anything, any ordinance that you have. Like we said, what's not broken, please don't fix. The 36 to 24 rental contracts, I personally cannot sustain my home on that, on anything less than 36 contracts. I am also a resident here as well. And then the other thing that kind of gets me is the junior category for anyone. You guys proposed that, which was weird because in the last meeting it wasn't in there, and now it's in there now. Of people who rent less than 7 get put in a junior category. What happens if I have to move into my house for whatever reason? We just had COVID, people have to pivot, there's financial hardship, and I have to move into my house for a year. And then all of a sudden I get back on my feet and I go get back to my game plan of trying to work hard, have my vacation rental, trying to plan for retirement, hopefully and retire here in Palm Springs.
Your time is up.
Now that's up because you guys have made an extra rule of the junior things.
Thank you. Sean Tomlin, followed by Oscar Flink and Julian Haney.
I'm here tonight to share how the pandemic has turned my world upside down and how my ability to rent my home part-time has become my only lifeline. While some were lucky enough to rebound with government loans and no job loss, many of us didn't receive those benefits and are still suffering the impact of COVID. Prior to the vaccines, I contracted a severe case and was hospitalized at Desert Regional for 10 days, costing $127,000, some of which insurance covered and much not. The pandemic also put an end to my small business. Sadly, around the same time, my mom suffered a massive stroke, leaving her paralyzed. I am now shouldered with the financial responsibilities for her care. This cascade of misfortunes has turned my ability to responsibly rent my home into a matter of survival. Council, please give thoughtful consideration tonight. Please be compassionate as you decide the best outcome for all, an outcome that doesn't leave homeowners or the workers who support them without a lifeline.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oscar Flink, followed by Julian Haney.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilmen. My wife and I own a boutique rental agency here in Palm Springs. The ordinance would not only impact us directly, but also our housekeepers, gardeners, pool guys, etc. The very same people who this ordinance claims to protect from high housing costs will be the first affected. They might lose their jobs or have to find a second job to make ends meet. If there are less hotline complaints, less permit suspensions, if property values are up, taxes are up, what data is this draft ordinance based on? Why not draft an ordinance allowing for more contracts per year instead of less? With 9,000 secondary homes that are not vacation rentals in this city, I struggle to understand that utopic sense of community that several residents mentioned they didn't feel anymore. It's only now for the past 2 or 3 weeks that I see most of my neighbors, and they're only here for a month or two before I see them again in November of next year. It seems counterproductive to pass these new regulations as we're heading towards a recession and suffering from very high inflation. We ask you to please reconsider the 24 contracts as it represents 33% less revenue for everyone, not just the homeowners. Thank you.
Next speaker is Julian Haney, followed by Kevin Dickerson and Ahmad Haffa.
Hi, I'm a full-time resident homeowner and firmly oppose any changes to the current ordinance. How can you make any changes to the ordinance without any economic financial impact studies for the city regarding tourism, jobs, property values, and vacation rentals? There will be fallout if there's a reduction in contracts from 36 to 24. 36 is the moderation from unlimited contracts. The property market is already feeling the effects of interest rates and a pending recession, 58% increase in active listings on the market, and 20% decrease in price of properties sold from April to October already this year. Any drastic change couldn't be made at a more worse time, especially with no data to support a change. Why should vacation rentals pay the 1% tax to help grow tourism when you're reducing the amount of contracts? Are we looking to grow tourism or reduce it? Guests that enjoy vacation rentals in the city will look to spend their tourism dollars elsewhere. We currently live in our vacation rental due to COVID and keep renewing the $1,200 permit. The proposed forcing into the junior category if we rent less than 7 times a year is very upsetting. We pay for the full permit, whether we use it or not. Please let supply and demand regulate the market.
Thank you. Kevin Dickerson, followed by Imad Haifa. Drew Fenton.
Lots have been said this evening. I'm Kevin Dickerson, resident of Palm Springs. Unique experience. That's what I think is the number one focus. It was a unique experience when my partner and I decided to buy our vacation rental in 2018. It was a unique experience when we put over $250,000 into that home with the labor costs to improve it, to beautify it, which in turn beautified our neighborhoods. We're one of many that are doing our part to beautify this city through our vacation rentals. All we ask is that fair share, those 36 rentals a year. Having us move from one home to the other in the same city for 90 days seems a little ridiculous. I literally am going to have to pack up the home we live in just to meet the requirements and move 3 blocks away. It just doesn't seem like a realistic system. So I hope you all can make those thoughtful decisions, and we do appreciate the decisions you make.
Next speaker is Imad Haifa, followed by Drew Fenton and Keith Ruoff.
Good evening. My name is Imad. Me and my wife, we own a small cleaning company. We employed about 10 people. All of them women, most of them single moms that they depend on this job to support their family. And if everybody votes yes on it, it will be very bad by almost 33% less income for everyone. It will take a big hit for everybody's pocket. Not only business, housekeepers, a handyman, everyone, it will take a big hit. And I think short-term rentals is the main reason that maintains a lot of properties. The owners are pushed to maintain their properties in good shape, and it's better because it makes the city look better.
Drew Fenton, followed by Keith Ruoff and Patrick Jordan.
Hi, Drew Fenton. I guess my main point would be why decrease the number of contracts for people that already have certificates? You could easily grandfather in the current certificate holders permanently. And the number of certificates would, with time, decrease by attrition from people moving, selling their homes, etc. To change from 36 to 24 contracts is changing the rules in the middle of the game for me. I would have trouble meeting expenses and paying back loans. I might have to sell my home. This loss of income would have a profound impact on my 2 children as well. Thank you.
Keith Ruoff, followed by Patrick Jordan and Keith Markowitz.
Hello. I oppose any changes to the current short-term rental ordinance. The current ordinance is working. There's no need to change it. There are no urgent issues that are being addressed or solved. The changes are not based on factual data, and no impact studies have been done. We're heading into a recession, and now is not the time to make any changes that threaten the revenue to our city. As well, the proposed changes will result in job losses and layoffs throughout the city. We provide house cleaning jobs for many local single moms. These jobs allow them to get the kids off to school, work during the day, and then be home in the afternoon when the kids come home. We provide some of the only type of local work that allows them to do this. These moms will lose jobs and income if these changes are enacted. And often, these people are the most financially vulnerable in our city. Many local businesses will also suffer if these changes are enacted. The proposed changes are wrong for the city and wrong for our community. It will have a negative impact on revenue and will result in job losses heading into a recession. I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Patrick Jordan, followed by Keith Markowitz and Linda Boggs.
Hi, Patrick Jordan. I've been selling real estate in the desert since 2006. Most of what I was going to say has actually already been said, but I can 100% tell you from my business, I have had canceled showings. I've had canceled buyers. From the, first of all, the ambiguity of what's going on right now, that's number one. And number two, people saying, hey, you know, I just don't know what's going on. I'm out of Palm Springs. This is the wrong message to send, and it's certainly the wrong message right now, as everybody keeps alluding to. The financial impact, first of all, to the real estate market and to everybody else will be pretty profound. And then lastly, I don't understand the beating of the drum. Who started the beating of this drum? Where did it come from? Because to me, it looks like it's working great. This is a model for the rest of the country. Why are we doing this? And then really the last thing, if you are going to do it, let's put it to a vote. The people of this city voted for this ordinance. If you're going to make a significant change, then let's vote on it.
Thank you. Keith Markowitz, followed by Linda Boggs and Chris Bell.
Mayor, Council, thanks for allowing me to speak. I'm also in real estate, and I know a lot of people that oppose always say, oh, well, realtors, this is how they make money. The truth is half of the top producers in this valley work in areas where there's no short-term rentals. The people that are going to be impacted the most by this are all the service workers and businesses. I mean, I can tell you, I've been here since 2000. The only thing I hear residents talk about right now are homelessness and the economy. That's it. I have not heard one person bring up this short-term rental thing. And I got to tell you, in 2018, some of us remember what this was like. This place was packed to the gills, and it was 50-50. And this city went through a whole lot of stuff together over it. And guess what? The city voted, and 73%, if I remember correctly, voted to keep this. You all created this amazing ordinance. I don't hear people complaining anymore. So on one hand, people are going to complain they can't go to their neighbor for sugar. On the other hand, people are going to lose jobs and security. That's a fact. And, you know, in terms of restaurants being busy, I didn't have to make reservations in this city until the pandemic started. That's real. And I remember the other Palm Springs. I like this one better. So remember, again, this was packed both sides in 2018. Tonight you have 3 people speaking for this ordinance.
Thank you.
So,
Your time's
thank
up.
you for thank you.
Thank you. Linda Boggs, followed by Chris Bell and Kim Orellana.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I purchased a home here in 2018, and it's just been a real joy to our family. I'm here to talk about the number of rentals will really impact me, as well as the fact that I need to work. It's wonderful to have my vacation rental. I love it. I love working with all the people associated, all my vendors. I know them by first name, but I need to work to help pay for this vacation rental. I'm not, you know, someone, the people that have means, they don't have to have their homes in vacation rental programs to make their ends meet. I mean, it's very important to us that have put our life savings into having hopes, with the hope someday we can retire here, but it's a place safer until that day. So I just hope that you take a measure to...
Thank you. Chris Bell, followed by Kim Orellana and Shannon Metcalf.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City staff. I'm Chris Bale, born here. I've lived here for the last 11 years. I've worked here full-time for the last 11 years. I'm a realtor, like a lot of the others who've spoken. I'm going to give another anecdote. I've got clients who personally are in the middle of trying to sell their house so they can move closer to their kids and their grandkids. They are in the Racket Club neighborhood. If 20% by neighborhood is enacted, they will be hurt immensely and not probably able to sell their house for what they hope to sell it for. If you are going to do some sort of limitation, by that I implore you to do it citywide, because you are going to hurt certain neighborhoods and you're going to create some sort of a gold rush in other neighborhoods. I really don't think you want that. Last time I spoke, which was via phone, I mentioned that there needs to be some sort of a real-time system for us to know what the percentages are in the neighborhoods? Has anybody talked about that within the group that's trying to change this? That's super important. And
Your time's up.
my time's up?
Yep.
All right, that's enough. You're right, then.
Kim Orellana, followed by Shannon Metcalf and Lynn Ballantyne.
Good evening. I am here as a small cleaning. I'm own a small cleaning business, and I have seen the city change a lot after the home rentals. And I went to school here, and I see the positive changes in the city. And this will not only affect me, but my employers too. So I would really like you to consider it. And this is not gonna affect just anybody, but everybody. And this city, it's a vacation city. So I would really like you to consider it. And a lot of people are going to be affected. Businesses, restaurants, a lot of restaurants have gained a lot of from the vacation homes. So please, consider it.
Shannon Metcalf and Lynn Ballantyne.
Hi. Many people have spoken about the things I wanted to talk about, but something I wanted to emphasize is I run a short-term rental business here in Palm Springs, and many of my clients with plans to retire in Palm Springs have school-age children, and even coming out to their homes for every single school holiday, they can't meet the 90-day requirement. This requirement would be an even further burden as travel expenses become cost prohibitive, especially as whispers of a recession are upon us. The 90-day requirement is a setup so only those wealthy enough to be able to take 90 days off of work or are retired and have the money and travel to travel regularly or stay long-term for their primary home will be able to afford to own a second home in Palm Springs. Overall, these changes feel punitive, and I do not understand why they are being recommended. The current ordinance has been hugely successful, weeded out bad actors, and is the gold standard for well-managed vacation rentals across the country. What is the problem these ordinance changes are looking to resolve? And where is the data to show how these changes will affect tourism and local businesses?
Thank you. Lynn Ballantyne and Robert Meitner, Leo Lucas.
Hello. I'm very new at this vacation rental, just under 2 years. I love this crowd. I mean, they're passionate. They sound like they take care of their homes and what they're doing. A lot of valid points that I agree with. I could not wrap my head around the 90-day residency. To me, it's very unrealistic. Do the right thing.
Robert Meitner and Leo Lucas, followed by Jenny Hahn.
Hi, my question is why? Why change an ordinance that has made millions of dollars for the city, created thousands of jobs, gentrified neighborhoods, and turned thousands of ordinary Palm Springs homeowners into enthusiastic ambassadors of this city, all while showcasing Palm Springs to the world and producing new residents? Good governance is both an art and a science, but both of those disciplines seem to be absent from the proposed changes to the ordinance, particularly the data science. What is the data on the impact to our stores, restaurants, events, attractions, and tourism as a whole? Where is the data on how this will affect the housing market, property taxes, and jobs? It's unclear what the council is trying to solve, and without proper data inputs, you're playing with too many variables in the equation that is our local economy. Change for the sake of change doesn't equal progress. Please do not fix what is not broken. I politely request you to keep the current ordinance in place without changes. Thank you.
Leo Lucas, Jenny Hahn.
Good evening. I just want to thank members of the community that have spoken today. This evening, I appreciate their thoughtfulness, and I agree with their rationale why this ordinance should not be adopted and why 1918 needs to be modified at all. I must say that my wife and I are retired full-time residents of Palm Springs. We've owned a vacation rental that we live 2 miles from for 5 years. We've made a small profit once out of 1 year out of those 5 because we put all of our money back into it. It was abandoned when we got it. We've really made it nice. So that's my personal stake. I realize there may be some density issues in some neighborhoods, and there are reasons why things have to be tweaked. But I really, really want you to know that the impact, if it's changed, to me, it's more like, looking for a problem to solve. There is no problem. So,
Thank you. Jenny Hahn, followed by Charles Elliott and Chester Day.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. As many others here, I'm kind of confused of why we're doing this all over again. It's a very successful program that is working. But I'm a 44-year homeowner and 36-year vacation rental business owner. I've raised my family here in Palm Springs. My company's very small, with only 13 homes, all under my management, and all in Palm Springs. My wonderful, loyal staff and I give personal care and attention to our homeowners, all who occupy their homes here frequently from wherever they live around the world, and who are all like family to me after so many decades of working with them. We do long and short-term rentals to visitors from around the world, many who are repeat guests from the 80s, and who support local businesses and philanthropies. If rentals contracts are cut, it will be very painful to my staff since I'm such a small my homeowners.
Your time is up. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Charles Elliott, Chester Day.
Good evening. My name is Charles Elliott, and I own and reside in the neighborhood of Little Beverly Hills. I'm here tonight in opposition of any changes to the VR ordinance. I ask this council a question. What are you trying to do? What issue are you hoping to solve, and for whom? How do the plans you are considering tonight help achieve these goals? I've yet to find any facts or data that would support the actions you're considering here tonight. I ask that you kindly and carefully evaluate real facts and data before you make a decision that has the potential to devastate this beautiful city. Finally, I ask that you lift the emergency moratorium on new permits. You can easily continue to study these issues without needlessly tying anybody up. Thank you.
Chester Day.
Good evening, council members. I am a private citizen and Palm Springs voter and taxpayer. I moved into the movie colony in 2019 at the beginning of the pandemic. And I honestly didn't realize until recently that the short-term rental rules were broken. I think short-term rentals are an important factor for supporting tourism, property values, and new homeowners who come from a diverse range of backgrounds and circumstances. My neighbors in Las Palmas asked me to come today to also represent them. They are not currently renters, but their immigration status and work situation may soon require them to both live abroad for months. So short-term rental potential is important to them, as well to keep their home and their property values. Palm Springs is a world-class city that needs to support all of the members of the community, and I personally believe the existing rules actually benefit and revitalize the city. So based on the discussion today, with all due respect to those who put forward the changes, please reject 3A and its density and occupancy limits. Thank you.
Next speaker is Ruth Gray, followed by Warren Graw, Brian Sullivan.
Good evening. My name's Ruth Grau, and I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer in Palm Springs. I basically disagree with most of everything that everybody else has said, but I just did want to point out a few things. You know, obviously, I just don't understand what's trying to be fixed, and I just think that the new rules are not going to help anybody at all. Our daughter owns a home here in Palm Springs, and we manage it for her as a short-term vacation rental. She's in college. She would never be able to make the 90-day residency here. And I already think the point is that homeowners, that the reason we do short-term rentals and not long-term rentals is because we want to spend as much time as we personally can in our homes. So I don't think there's a problem with that. Also, there is the cap of one property per person. So I think you've already, if the whole corporate thing is what you're trying to avoid, then obviously that's already covered with the one rental.
Your time, thanks. Warren Graw, followed by Brian Sullivan and Jeff O'Kyle.
Good evening, thank you. My name is Warren Grau, and I'm a homeowner here, and I work at the Palm Springs International Airport. I wanted to quote from a report named The Economic Impact and Visitors in the Greater Palm Springs 2021. It was commissioned by the Visit Greater Palm Springs. The travel sector is an integral part of the Greater Palm Springs economy. Direct visitor spending generated a total economic impact of $6.8 billion. This sustained more than 37,250 jobs and generated $644 million in state and local revenues. The study highlighted 5 pillars that are the framework for economic impact on tourism in the city, those being retail, entertainment, food and beverage, transportation, and lodging. Reducing the number of rental contracts from 36 to 24 reduces the amount of lodging available in the city. I don't understand why we'd make that decision. Transportation is one of those 5 pillars, and I know the importance of the airport to some of this, and some of the stress.
Your time is up.
Infrastructure.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Brian Sullivan.
Hi, I'm a taxpayer in Palm Springs. I wrote a bunch of things down that I was going to say, but as I was told that if it's been said once, why say it again? But what comes back to me every time over and over again is data. Making a decision on facts, and where the data is doesn't seem to be any at this point. I know that, like what I do for a living, if I walked in and presented something to somebody and there was no data, I don't think I'd get the contract. So I'm just trying to understand where these decisions are being made and why they're being made without due diligence to understand the facts and the numbers that support it. And it doesn't seem to be the case. Lastly, myself personally, my family, we've had a house here for about 5 years. And the impact would be, this is where we were planning on retiring. And that's going to be an uncertainty to us with the impact if these changes are made. So I'm not just an investor, although I am an investor in Palm Springs as far as the city itself.
Thank you. Jeff O'Kyle, followed by Justin Lindsay and Patrick Conham.
I'm a full-time Palm Springs resident with a UCLA degree in economics. We're in a recession. Home sales and inventory and days on the market have doubled. 25% of the homes for sale have price reductions. You're considering negative changes, which your constituents do not want. Look at the crowd here. We have canceled escrows, price reductions, distressed financials for buyers, and a third quarter drop in TOT, and next year we'll have a TOT and sales tax revenue drop. How will this be made up? An investor can only have one STR. We don't have investors flooding into the city. Remember when Palm Springs had a fleeing of people leaving to other parts of the valley. Now Palm Springs is thriving. Please pause and study this further.
Justin Lindsay, followed by Patrick Conham.
Hi, I'm an educator, community builder, artist, and LGBTQ activist. I just bought my first home here in Palm Springs with my family in June. We purchased here because we knew we could short-term rent to help sustain the many costs associated with mid-century home ownership. We submitted a vacation rental permit on July 17th, exactly 90 days to the day before the moratorium on October 17th. The proposed changes may leave me underwater or worse, unable to keep my home. We've spent tens of thousands of dollars preparing for short-term rental, and we're now in moratorium limbo. Please help ensure existing permittees are able to move forward with existing vacation rental permits. The the limit on vacation rentals by neighborhood is really an equity issue, and we don't really know how that all plays out. But it's an issue we need to look into further. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Patrick Canage, thank you. Followed by Megan Rodriguez.
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity. My name is Patrick Canage. I've been a Palm Springs taxpayer since 2000. I've owned my home here since 2000. And I am not obviously I'm not the only one who uses short-term rentals to supplement my mortgage. And forcing owners like me to live in the home for 90 days will be a hardship for me because I cannot realize my career goals here in Palm Springs. I'm a tech worker and I work up in the Bay Area. In the midst of this economic uncertainty, the negative impact on housekeepers, and everyone said it before, so I'm not going to bother going through the whole spiel because everyone's already kind of done that for me. Thank you very much. I would ask you to really deeply consider the impact you'll have on the town, on the community, and the people who love this city. Thank you.
Next speaker, Megan Rodriguez, followed by Eric Mann and Patrick Weiss.
First and foremost, happy Marine Corps birthday and Veterans Day tomorrow. I'm speaking tonight on equity. My clients are not just white upper class, but are a diverse group. They are not just retirees, but are students, the disabled, single mothers, me, myself, a disabled veteran, and more. B&B platforms allow minority groups and vulnerable groups to have access to passive income, a privilege that only the wealthy were able to benefit from. My clients also include the working crews that are the backbone of STVRs, the cleaning crew, the repair guy, the maintenance crew, most of which are led and managed by minorities. Take a look around. They are not here, they're still working. I think they too should have a voice tonight. I ask that you partner with niche businesses like myself that are centered on responsible, well-rounded STVRs.
Your time is up, thank you. Eric Mann, followed by Patrick Weiss and Puya Gandia. Eric Mann. Patrick Weiss.
Hello, City Council. I am for a yes vote from the City Council, and unlike most of you here today, I am a renter in an apartment complex, which the rents have been skyrocketing and going up to where many people are being forced to move out, and there's actually a waiting list to get in. Many of the people who live there have been service workers, and they have to move to Coachella or Indio to find cheaper rent to afford to work in Palm Springs. The issue here is not money per se, or your private business, which I consider the vacation rentals in a neighborhood, but supply and demand of affordable housing and the cost of apartments that the workers can live in to clean your houses and your gardens, to, have you keep your vacation.
Your time is up.
One thing I just want to wind up saying is that if you can't live in the house, then at least have a landlord or someone who's responsible for the property live in there for you, and then they can rent out the rest of the property for you.
Thank you.
Someone responsible there all the time.
The next speaker is Puya Gandia.
Good evening, and Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Puya Gandian, and I purchased a home and invested a significant amount of my life saving over the past year in this beautiful city of Palm Springs. I have relocated my entire life. I run multiple businesses and now operate fully from the city. And I turned my home into a dream home with the thought that I can subsidize the amount that I put into it with the opportunities of the vacation rental. I submitted and paid the application fee back in July with an understanding of the ordinance as is, and waited the 90 days. Now we're nearly 5 months later. Not once during that time did anybody say that those pending applications would be applied to new ordinances. I have several vacation rentals that live within my neighborhood, backyard, catty corner, on the other side of my neighborhood. The vacation rentals tend to be the prettiest houses in the entire neighborhood, being well kept, being maintained. My ask is that you lift the temporary moratorium and apply the existing rules to the applications that are in place, or grandfather the ones that are in there. I strongly oppose any changes to the ordinance, but if there were some to be changed, that's what I would ask. At times in the past, people would tell me, why are you
Time
in
is
Palm
up.
Springs? And I wouldn't have an answer. Today, people come and they want to stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all in person. We can go online now. Our first online speaker is Thomas McGlone.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, we live on the East Coast and we bought our house in 2019. We had been looking at houses for a few years prior to the referendum and decided to hold off to see how the referendum turned out, just because we weren't going to be able to spend the whole year there. And as a result, we waited until after the referendum, feeling that things were pretty good, that the rules and everything had been adhered to. We actually own a vacation rental company in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, so we're very knowledgeable about vacation rentals. Our home is professionally managed, and I would just say to the council, God bless the people that are trying to professionally manage houses with all the changes and things that are happening in Palm Springs. We really appreciate everything that people are doing, because I can't imagine trying to manage through that. And just quickly, on the East Coast, as people have been talking about,
Next speaker is David Gallo.
Regarding the 90-day requirement, I live in San Diego and I own a second home in Palm Springs. It's not rented that often, but vacation rental prevents it from becoming a derelict property when I'm not there. It serves no purpose to require that I live in Palm Springs for 90 days a year. How would that work? Would I have to keep a log book? I'm going to be 68 years old in 2028. What if I have medical needs? Would I have to have a doctor in both cities? I'm asking that the 90-day requirement apply at most only to people who buy their homes after the date of any new ordinance. When I bought my home, I had the assurance of knowing that 70% voted against Measure C. Speaking of Measure C, at the time, there was an expert impact report showing the disastrous effects passage would have had. You have no such report before you today. You should consider commissioning a similar report before you vote on this. Please do not impose a residency requirement upon current property owners, because this would impose a hardship upon many of us.
The next speaker is Abe Shamai. You have 1 minute.
I'm a millennial and I'm a taxpayer in Palm Springs. I bought in 2019 for 2 reasons. I love Palm Springs and I've always wanted to own here, and the rental market made that possible. I bought as a first-time homeowner with 10% down. That was all I could afford. That means my costs are high, and I rely on the ability to maximize my available rentals. The proposed changes would mean I lose a third of my rental availability and income, and it's unlikely that I'd be able to continue to afford my home. And that's the reality for buying a home for my generation. It's out of reach for most people. I want to get to a point where I can afford my home without needing to rent it out, but that time isn't anywhere near in the near future. Most, if not all, of my profit goes into paying for repairs and improving my property, all of which supports local Palm Springs businesses. I agree that something needs to be done about market saturation, but I don't see how the proposed changes will do anything to solve that, and it's not clear to me that any studies have been done on the impact they'll have on tourism, businesses, values of homes, tax collection, etc. I hope that you just don't penalize current license holders and you work with VRON to align the best path forward here.
The next speaker is Marcus Davis. You have 1 minute.
Good afternoon. I would like to offer a concrete example of what can go wrong when these ordinances are heavy-handed and implemented hastily. In 2019, the New Orleans City Council voted to restrict vacation rentals in the French Quarter in response to the issues cited by many of those in favor of this ordinance. Many owners were forced to sell. This may sound like a desirable outcome to the council. However, the market was flooded, property values plunged, property sales went down, homes went into disrepair, and property owners, both full-time and part-time, were left with their home values underwater, not to mention the devastating impact on the tourism and retail sectors. This year, the council voted to reverse this course, instead embracing vacation rentals as a tool for more affordable housing and as a vital part of the tourism industry. I ask that the council conduct a full economic impact study and end the moratorium until this data can be assessed. Lastly, I believe the neighborhood limits are unrealistic. People want to rent mid-century homes.
The next speaker is Laura Dansbury. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I'm opposed to the severe restrictions proposed. I love Palm Springs. Based on my positive experiences renting homes, I became a rental owner to prepare for retirement in Palm Springs. I helped create the Palm Springs Sunshine Sisters Club, which unites hundreds of Palm Springs full and part-time residents. I still have to work for at least 5 years before retiring. The proposed changes, particularly the 90-day residency, will eliminate all incentive to help Palm Springs grow and prosper. And they're prejudiced against contributions of part-time residents like me who can't live there yet. Thank you.
Next speaker is Josh Levine. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Josh Levine, and I live part-time in Racket Club Estates and part-time in Los Angeles. I love Palm Springs. I love living there. I'm very concerned about the impact to police and fire. I walked out of my house and was talking to a police officer on the street. And I said, well, how many police cops are actually on the street right now? And he said, guess. I said, 40. He said, 7. Because of the swing shift, because people are sick, there are 7 patrol officers on the streets in the city of Palm Springs. And I'm worried about the ripple effect across all our services. And I'm just simply asking, please, just do a financial impact study. Let's take a look at that and let's make data-driven decisions. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, Rick Ingram. You have 1 minute. Rick Ingram.
Madam Clerk, he's here. Go ahead, Rick.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, I'm a Palm Springs taxpayer and homeowner. I urge you not to impose any residency requirements, which in my opinion are profoundly unfair and unworkable. For example, not that long ago, my elderly mother, who lived 1,500 miles away from Palm Springs, suffered declining health. That required me to spend every possible moment with her prior to her passing. There was no way I would have left her side for 3 months during the last year of her life. Should someone really lose their short-term rental license under those circumstances? Or what if an STR owner has the temporary opportunity to work abroad or in another state for an extended period, or who's called to active military service? Why should they be penalized because they can't spend a quarter of the year in Palm Springs? Or what if, God forbid, there's another or renewed pandemic that shuts down travel, and especially for those who may be immunocompromised for several months, and it keeps them away from their home in Palm Springs because they can't travel? Are they to either risk their health by traveling to Palm Springs or lose their license? There are many reasons to oppose these changes, but these are just a few, and I urge the council to vote against these changes and conduct a significant further study on the economics of them. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Mueller-Lely. You have 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Michael Mueller-Lely. I'm a taxpayer in Palm Springs and have owned my home since 2013. I'm against any changes to the current ordinance. Many have discussed the impacts on housekeepers and pool persons. Ours will each have 12 less opportunities to make money. Both of my housekeeper and my pool person, I asked if they were aware of the proposed restrictions, and both of them told me they had no idea what I was talking about. Many other homeowners just learned of these changes were being contemplated this week. The city has a list of all VR permit holders. Why they do not send a notice out to every one of them or call them like they do if you call the vacation rental hotline and contact them, let them all have input on this matter. It's specifically our housekeepers, our pool maintenance, and other service providers that are going to lose a third of their income. Thank you.
Next speaker is Eric Redder.
Hi, I'm a full-time homeowner of Racket Club Estates, and I do not own a short-term rental. My street has quite a few vacation rentals, and I love it. The renters are far more respectful and law-abiding than many of the full-time owners. Here is a short list of some permanent owners in my immediate vicinity. The owner on Spencer piles trash in her driveway, raided for drug dealing and sued for dog attacks. The direct neighbor who has an RV 2 feet from my lot line and has a person illegally living in it. The owner a few doors down on Miraleste, who is on Megan's list and charged with lewd acts. The illegal squatters on Star Road who continue to try and do a for sale by owner. The owner on Glen Circle, prostituting, dealing drugs, and burnt down her garage, then abandoned the house. This is just to name a few. My point is, no neighborhood is perfect, but you're targeting the best part of our neighborhood of Racket Club Estates. I urge the council to please wait before voting on this redraft.
The next speaker is Leah Trembla.
Hi, thank you so much for the opportunity to express comments over the phone here. I really appreciate that. That's a tough act to follow. I think individuals who've brought up points that I would have also brought up, but I think Eric's point is particularly poignant because he's a homeowner there in Racket Club, which is also where I own. I'm concerned about the opportunity that vacation rental owners will have to continue to maintain their properties with these restrictions in place. And I think that additional studies would be very beneficial before any changes are enacted to the ordinance. So I just implore the council to vote against 3A and do more studies before any changes are made.
Next speaker is Olga Masara. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, council members, Mayor Pro Tem, and Mayor for hearing me out. I'm Olga Mizrahi, Palm Springs property owner, taxpayer, and a business owner. Please vote against 3A. Do not leave a legacy as job killers. Even though it seems 3A did not take into account data on tourism loss, TOT loss, resulting in police, fire, EMT, and city cuts, I'd like to give direct evidence on how reducing contracts reduces income and job loss. Of course, you've heard about the cleaners and the handymen, landscapers, house managers, but even our one vacation rental also hires chefs, masseuses, designers, manicurists. They all live here. Their income would be gone, and maybe they would even need to leave the area. And that's just my one home. Is this the legacy that we want to leave? Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Aharon.
Dear City Council, Madam Mayor, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. In your last meeting, I heard you recognize that a lot of the research is still pending, and the mayor suggested that the ordinance be revisited in 2 years when there's more data. If that's the case, why rush these changes now and not wait 2 years until we have time to do the proper research? This revised ordinance seems rushed. One of the proposed changes has been to discriminate between couples that are married and couples that are not married. As far as I can tell, this question has not been properly researched, or I haven't even heard it discussed in the council, or of course received proper public comment. These changes, including the residency and the contracts, would have dramatic impact on my life, just as the others, more than I can even describe in words, and I ask that you hold off until further research has been done. If you do enact them now, I'd ask that you grandparent existing permit holders in so that the rules of the game aren't changed while things are happening, or at least provide a 10-year transition period so people can make the proper financial arrangements.
Next speaker, Edward Bobbitt. You have 1 minute.
Good morning. Good evening, City Council. Everything's been pretty much said, so I just wanted to express my opposition to 3A. My family has owned in Palm Springs for 25 years, and I recently bought a condo as well, just as our family grows. So I live in Riverside County and have always tried to take care of our short-term rentals in the best way possible. And just as everyone said, I can see the impact on values decreasing, housekeepers being impacted, as well as just general local businesses being impacted. So I would just ask that more be done before anything's changed. But otherwise, I would oppose the current changes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dawn Radu. You have 1 minute.
I'm a tax-paying homeowner here in Palm Springs, and I've read the proposed ordinance changes, and like many are left wondering what's the goal. I don't own a home in Deep Well. I own a home in Desert Park Estates, which, like many proposed neighborhoods, is well over the limit. I have seen many people come in, buy derelict homes, put a lot of money into them, and use them personally while frequently vacation rent them, just as I do. I thank these people. They have increased my property value and made the overall neighborhood better for everyone. If fewer contracts were allowed, I would choose not to rent my home in the summer in order to maximize my earnings the rest of the year. How many other homeowners do you think would think the same way? What will this do to tax revenue for the city? Do you want to go back to a time when there was no businesses downtown in the summer? The truth is, none of us know. Clear goals and objectives have not been presented. These goals need to be presented with qualitative research projecting intended or unintended consequences for the city. Without that, it appears this council is just throwing spaghetti at the wall. I please ask that you take time to really consider the outcomes for the entire city.
Next speaker is Pearl Fang. You have 1 minute.
Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Pearl Fong, and I'm a taxpayer and a proud homeowner of a house in Sunrise Park that I purchased in 2021. I'd like to echo all the excellent and thoughtful points that were already made. I just wanted to add a different perspective in terms of what had been defined as an investor. Yes, I am an investor, but I also add diversity and meaningful contributions to the city as well. Not only am I a single mom, but I'm a woman of color and a woman in science. And although I cannot live in Palm Springs full time, and I purchased this house to become my retirement home and supplement that through renting with short-term rentals, but I also am involved in the community. I contribute to the Alzheimer's Association, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, as well as the Palm Springs Animal Shelter. So contrary to those that may believe that investors are here just
Next speaker is Louise Martinez. You have 1 minute.
I don't think he's in here, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Next speaker is Martin Atencio. Martin?
Hi, we are property owners and have been for over 20 years. We turned our property into a vacation rental in 2019, and I fully oppose all of 3A and the moratorium. It's definitely a design for an economic disaster. And regarding the 90-day residency requirement, I'd like to remind everyone about the bundle of rights, which is the most important part of owning property in our country. The bundle of rights is deposition, enjoyment, exclusion, possession, and the one I want to focus on is control. Control is the right to legally use the property by the owner how they see fit. When tenant requirements are set like no music outside, I get it. But requiring owners to occupy for 90 days is overstepping and would even question the legality of such a proposal. I hope that more focus would be more on approving and building more multi-family housing if the idea is to control affordability, but all these changes would be an economic disaster.
We'll try Louise Martinez again. Our next speaker is Mary Lou Aranguren. Mary Lou?
Good evening. I urge the council to make no changes to the existing ordinance, or at least to postpone action and allow for more analysis of the very significant impacts citywide and economic impacts that have already been mentioned by so many, and I echo those. I, like so many who have spoken, am not a big investor sucking profits out of Palm Springs. I'm a second homeowner who rents out my home when I'm not using it, and I will be negatively impacted by these ordinance changes. For many years, I vacationed in Palm Springs and stayed in short-term rentals myself. I would not have come here to stay in hotels. We fell in love with the area and bought a second home here. My son got married here and later moved here. Having our second home is part of our retirement plan, and we hope to stay there more permanently in the future. I may need to sell my home if annual contracts are reduced, or if there's a 90-day requirement to stay in the home, and I need the flexibility to rent out my home a lot 1 year unless another year without being pushed into a junior permit. So again, I really ask you to reconsider these drastic and unnecessary changes. Vacation rentals can.
Next speaker is Robert Aronoff. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I purchased my home in Vista Las Palmas in 2015. Last year, I contributed over $100,000 in TOT tax to the budget. I don't understand what the problem is that you're trying to address with these changes. There don't seem to be problems with the ordinance. And I also don't know what studies support those ordinances. This is done without even input from the study group that you put together. It is totally unnecessary. I cannot understand why this is being done. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Next speaker is Richie Hollian. You have 1 minute.
All right. Well, just to echo many of the sentiments that have already been communicated tonight, I'm in opposition of the STR regulations. I feel like this is just extremely lacking transparent data on the fiscal impacts of tourism, maintenance, wedding, recreation, shopping, and entertainment sectors. I've always thought Palm Springs to be a safe and diverse community that has welcomed many. These STRs have enhanced neighborhoods and enriched the community, again, with diversity. These regulations foster an inequity in the privilege that allows many to enjoy passive income through short-term rentals. And I feel that the implied system and regulations do need additional insight as it pertains to said density claims. I feel that these proposed regulations are baseless, lack definition, as well as statistical backing. And I'm just curious what happens to the 30,000 direct jobs that are sustained through the tourism industry throughout Palm Springs. Who will take care of those people? And I'm, again, just want to hit home on the fact that there's already a.
Next speaker is Michael Braun. You have 1 minute. Michael, you have 1 minute.
I don't see a Michael Brown in here, Madam Clerk.
Donna Manasala, you have 1 minute.
Hello?
Hello, you have 1 minute, Donna.
Oh. Currently, the 32 guests per year work perfectly fine. Please don't change it. Also, please note we are starting to see changes in the demand for booking. Although we have 5-star rating, we were charging fair rate per night. We did not get a reservation during the Gay Pride weekend. Changing 32 to 24 days, we will have to extend the days from 4 to 7 days. If we are experiencing difficulties in renting it out for 4 days, I can imagine the challenges that we are going to experience once we extend it to 7 days. 7 days will make it more challenging or even impossible to get the reservation. Please don't change it.
Next speaker is Rosanna Rocker. You have 1 minute. Rosanna Rocker, you have 1
Palm
minute.
Springs, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Oh, shoot.
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute.
Hold on. Shoot. Hi, oh, can you hear me, Palm Springs?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute. Rosanna?
Hi, Palm Springs, can you hear me?
Yes,
Palm
we can.
Springs, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute. She can't hear
Shoot.
me. Rosanna, can you hear me?
Oh, here, there you are. Hi, I'm here. Palm Springs, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute.
Okay, I'm there. Okay, Palm Springs, here I go. Show me the money. Show me the money. I just read on Google that 2021, we got $6.8 billion from our visitor spending. Another woman who came on said that 23% of that, or 23% in 2021, was vacation rentals. That's $1.56 billion. That's with the B. That's how much, that's even almost as much as that last lotto was, right? Okay, why are we even trying to change this at all? I don't understand this. We have one small, tiny little vacation rental in Palm Springs, and we also live in Palm Springs on Indian Canyon's golf course. We were actually one of the homes on Modernism. We have vacation rental people across our golf course, which we encourage with open arms. It brings so much revenue, but our little tiny one is really what makes my heart sing, because these are the people that come in and they are so happy to be in a.
Next speaker, William Magnum. You have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, William is not in the room.
Okay. Gerald Moreland. Gerard Moreland. You have 1 minute. Gerard.
1 moment, Madam
Okay.
Clerk. I do not see Gerard in the room.
Next speaker is Bertha Alarcon. Bertha Alarcon.
Yes.
You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I am Berta Larcon. I'm a homeowner and a taxpayer in Palm Springs. As leaders in our city, this proposal is fiscally irresponsible, especially because in such an iffy economy on the verge of recession, as we have never seen before. There has not been any scientific-based studies that provide us with the impact on city services that this will bring upon us. It is a fact that during COVID, most families prefer to stay at homes. And even now, after COVID, there's an uptick of families requesting homes rather than hotels. We're still at the tail of the COVID pandemic that took a disproportionately higher number of lives in communities of color. This is the same vulnerable people that will not be able to work if we are cut the number of permits. The same people that were not able to work remotely during COVID because they were involved in housekeeping, food service, hospitals, and picking our fruits and vegetables.
Next speaker is Danielle McDonald. You have 1 minute.
Good evening and thank you. My name is Danielle and I'm a vacation rental homeowner here in Palm Springs. My husband and I have decided on Palm Springs to invest to preserve a historic property built in 1958. We purchased our home in August after careful consideration of the existing vacation rental regulations to enact a lifelong dream of ours. The proposed changes hurt our family who are collateral damage for being in the wrong place at the wrong time. One of the first things that we did as new homeowners was introduce ourselves to our neighbors. Expecting to be met with some degree of contempt for planning to continue renting an existing vacation rental in their neighborhood, We were instead met with open arms and a kindness that has gone above and beyond neighborly. We've been offered to help watch over our home when we were not there, even given referrals for future guests. The neighborhood welcomed us and our future guests with open arms in true Palm Springs fashion. This showed me that your existing vacation rental ordinance has been successful with flying colors. We hope you can distinguish that most of us are owners who truly care for the city and take immense pride in sharing it with visitors. Thank you.
Next speaker, Alan Billingsley. You have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, Alan Billingsley is not in the room.
Lucy Jarrett. Lucy, you have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, she is a phone-in caller. She may be having difficulty connecting via the phone.
Okay, we'll go on to the next. We'll come back. Jonathan Deason, you have 1 minute.
Hi, my name is Jonathan Deason. I'm a homeowner in Palm Springs. I just am curious to know more background with regards to all of these proposed changes. I haven't really seen the studies that were, I guess, suggested in the past meetings, but I think we need to have more information before we can make such a drastic cut of, 30% on rentals here. So I know that all of my friends enjoy going to Palm Springs to visit and stay at houses and build community and be with their families. And this would dramatically impact that. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Andrew Rudman. You have 1 minute. Andrew, you have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, it doesn't appear that Andrew is in the room.
Okay. Bland Spady, you have 1 minute.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to call in. My wife and I and our 2 young children came out during COVID and actually stayed in Palm Springs at a STR and kind of fell in love and wound up buying a place with the idea of having it a long time and a possible retirement. And the 90-day requirement to live in Palm Springs kind of discriminates against that possibility. With jobs and kids in school, it would basically be impossible to come out there and stay 90 days. And, the income, I think we're still running in the red out there for sure, but it does help offset costs as we're moving towards retirement. So I would definitely oppose any changes to 3A.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Louise Martinez. Louise Martinez.
Madam Clerk, he is in the room, but doesn't appear to have audio still.
Okay. The next speaker is Maura Romano. Maura, you have 1 minute.
Hi, Council, please vote no to any changes to short-term rental ordinances, especially in these uncertain economic times. Neighborhoods and the city of Palm Springs have thrived under the current short-term rental program. Proof is visible in the huge city revenue and the many visitors who rely on this infrastructure, and in increased home values, city beautification, and safety. Since 2018, I'm a proud owner and taxpayer in Vistas Las Palmas. I'm a mother of 5 and grandmother. We and our guests love the property and Palm Springs. We have done much needed improvements to this mid-century modern gem with the help of rental income. The income is essential. I personally regularly employ 16 people for our property because of the short-term rental requirements. Our guests and employees are like family. We cannot occupy the property for 90 days a year. Communities need people, and our vacation rental guests bring joy to our home when we are away. Short-term vacation rental owners are collectively major employers of.
Next speaker is Nick Bode. You have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, Nick Bode is not in the room.
Okay. The next speaker is Aftab Dada.
Aftab is not in the room either.
Tara Dubs. Tara, you have 1 minute.
I'm Tara Dubs, and my partner and I recently bought a house in Racket Club Estates that we live in full time. Before moving, we rented STRs here for years. We would have never discovered our passion for Palm Springs had short-term rentals not been available. Even as current owners, we still rent our neighbors' homes. Our house is small. When we celebrated my partner's 50th birthday, we rented a house down the street so each of our guests could continue to have a bedroom. It was so special to share our life down here with our closest friends and family. Please continue to allow short-term rentals. As homeowners and lovers of the history of the city, we cannot stress how important it is to continue to welcome people here for brief stays. We do not want this magical place to be reserved for the wealthy and privileged. Thank you.
Next speaker, Octavia Fernandez.
Madam Clerk, Octavia is not in the room.
Next speaker is Hardy Moat. You have 1 minute, Hardy Moat.
I was muted. Okay, hi. I am against all changes to the current ordinance. I have owned my home since 2016. Reducing the contracts allowed from 36 to 24 contracts will have a substantial negative impact on my ability to keep our home that my family of 6 have loved and visited frequently over the last 7 years. I will seriously have to consider selling my house if this occurs. I don't live in Palm Springs permanently, but I feel like a part of the community as I know all of my neighbors, whether short-term renter or permanent residents, and I visit frequently and interact with all of them. The city currently has very stringent laws in place to handle short-term rentals right now, and they are working in good order. I spoke with my gardener, pool guy, handyman, greeter, housekeeper, and local restaurant servers, and they had no idea about these proposals or how these proposals would affect them. Please consider how this decision is going to significantly affect in a negative manner many of our most at-risk workers and residents, and during a recession when they can least afford it. City Council must consider the lasting impact that these decisions will have on our average citizen and consider solid facts in their decision-making.
Next speaker, Francine McDougall. You have 1 minute.
Hi, I've been a Palm Springs taxpayer and homeowner for 11 years. With all due respect to each one of you, I am honestly shocked that this council, one whose members so often say they need to see the data before making an informed decision, is proposing major changes to the vacation rental ordinance without any economic impact studies being done whatsoever. I don't understand how any council member could vote for lowering the number of annual contracts allowed without knowing how this might negatively impact not just the Palm Springs tourism industry, but all businesses and services in Palm Springs. I ask that you please postpone your vote on contract summaries at this time until the data has been gathered so you can all make an informed decision. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Bornstein. You have 1 minute.
Palm Springs, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just wanted to bring that back. Not to reiterate any other points, but I'm a former renter of a short-term and now an owner as well. So I now contribute more to the community as a taxpayer from that perspective. So it's mildly offensive for people to ascertain that owners who might not live there permanently don't contribute to the community. So that's, just a poorly thought out argument. But also to bring up one point, and then I'll give back my time, that no one else has brought up with this economic study, is what is the potential effect of people who are not able either to sell their home for what they paid for it if the economy does take a downturn, but what if they start operating illegally and start giving out more contracts than they're legally allowed at that point? Now the city is actually missing out on revenue as well. So I think just so many things have not been thoroughly thought out in this process, and thank you for your consideration.
Next speaker is Jenny Fote. You have 1 minute. Jenny, you have 1 minute.
Madam Clerk, Ginny is in the room. Oh, here she goes. Here she comes.
Yes. Hi, I have so many problems with this ordinance, but this ordinance seems to be the result of one squeaky wheel getting the oil. Many of you do not remember the 2010 time when people lost their homes. The vacation rental industry came in, people came into this town and improved the look of our city. They made the homes beautiful. There's so many problems with the ordinance, but the 90-day residency is unbelievable. Are we forming the residency police? How would we enforce that? This is the loss of jobs, the loss of revenue, the cuts in the city budget. Don't make a decision without the information. And vacation rentals being accused of being responsible for has nothing to do with affordable housing. That's a false flag. So I urge you not to vote on this tonight, to go back and get more information.
Next speaker is Dale Quinn. You have 1 minute. Dale Quinn, you have 1 minute.
Good evening, Council. I would like to say that all rental prices are increasing everywhere, not just in Palm Springs. In my daily reading of the Sun, I do not read that there are great numbers of problems and complaints, and those are strongly enforced by a good department. Council has kept the city of Palm Springs budget strong with the existing ordinance, and it would be a failure to have that position change. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. The next speaker is Corinne Janamina.
Hi, this is, Karine Ganinian. I'm a single mom, I'm an educator, and I'm a sole provider. My home in Palm Springs is my only home, and it's the reason that I can, as a teacher, realistically, pay rent and live in California. And for so many people, our short-term rentals are a home away from home. During COVID, we supported the economy. When basically hotels were not an option and people didn't feel safe, they felt safe coming to Palm Springs, a place they wanted to visit so much, and they were able to stay at our homes. I don't believe that the city of Palm Springs, which is known for being open-minded, progressive, and really basically pro-us and all people, is trying to punish small business owners like us and homeowners like us and take away from the funds of the city and put the city in a delicate spot before a recession. And I'd like to request that you reconsider, because the changes will be detrimental to all, directly and indirectly, which you guys know. So please take that into consideration when making your decision. Thank you.
Next speaker, Dr. Parth Shah. You have 1 minute.
Dr. Parth Shah is not in the room.
Okay. Next speaker is Scott Howlett.
Good evening. We bought our home in the Mesa as a place to retire as soon as possible. We care about our neighbors and we welcome rule compliant and diverse guests who spend money in the community and support businesses and jobs. When I saw our housekeeper last night and told her about the possibility of a potential reduction in stays, she was shocked, and she was also really upset about the potential 1/3 impact on her livelihood. And our house manager is also deeply concerned. The reduction of stays will also reduce the number of visitors during the summer. We currently have no problem hosting over the 4 extra summer stays because we have enough allowed stays for the year. However, this will impact businesses in the summer and those who work in them. And I think you'll also see, as another speaker said, a reduction in the availability of 3 and 4 day rentals due to the same reason. Lastly, I understand that the residential requirement probably came about to ensure hosts are involved in the community like we are, but I think it's impossible to police. However, I do think the existing limit of 1 permit per person currently in place solves this by preventing group investors and companies. Thank you very much for your time.
Next speaker is Mariana Budia. You have 1 minute. Mariana?
Madam Clerk, Mariana Badia is a phone in, so she may be having issues connecting via the phone.
Next speaker is Jordan Hawley. You have 1 minute.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My wife and I own a short-term rental property. You can't see us, but we do not have devil horns growing out of our heads. We love spending time here. We restored a derelict property, but we can only afford to keep it if we rent our house under the current rules. We're here tonight because we genuinely do not, like a lot of people, understand what clear and concrete benefits this ordinance is going to provide the people of Palm Springs, especially when weighed against the downside to the ordinance, which is very clear. Losses in income to the city, property owners, and everyday working people. I think at the very least, we respectfully urge the council to consider not passing this ordinance right now. Let's see how our economy survives the coming downturn, and let's use the intervening time to get some data on the effects of this proposal and familiarize everyone, not just business and property owners and city leaders, with this ordinance.
Our next speaker is Bram Heidinger. You have 1 minute. Bram?
Hi there. Thank you. I am a Palm Springs taxpayer. I oppose 3A in the moratorium. I adore Palm Springs. I've been visiting for decades. I'm in my mid-40s and I hope to retire there. But in order to do that, I will need to rent out the condo I purchased this July as a short-term rental until I can retire. So foremost, I ask that you please release the permits to the people who applied for and paid the fees months prior to this moratorium. I should have been a few days from receiving my permit when the moratorium was enacted. I had already spent tens of thousands of dollars renovating a previously uncared for condo into mid-century beautiful that I hope reflects the Palm Springs community. I did my due diligence, followed the rules, paid all the fees, and made financial plans accordingly. Holding these permits that should have already been dispersed is negatively affecting the livelihood of people who made informed choices based on the documentation found on the City Council website at the time they applied. So please honor those agreements, release those permits. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Michael Loader. You have 1 minute.
Hello, I'm Mike Lauder. I oppose the proposed changes, including the 90-day residency requirement. I'm a taxpayer in Palm Springs where I plan to retire to the vacation condo I own. I have been vacationing in Palm Springs for years. It was a stretch for me to afford my condo, but I bought it to prepare for retirement. I anticipated visiting 1 weekend a month and at other times renting the unit out as a vacation rental to make it so I could afford it. Your proposed ordinance requiring owners to reside for 90 days is unworkable. I am still employed full-time out of state. For me to spend 90 days a year in Palm Springs, I would have to fly there 45 out of the 52 weekends of the year, spend 2 days and fly back. 90 flights to and from Palm Springs each year just to comply with this requirement. Your goal of wanting owners who are connected to Palm Springs is admirable. However, this requirement is not a reasonable solution. It will only work for wealthy and retired people. Please do not implement any such requirement. Not only is it unworkable and unreasonable, it will result in the city big brothering homeowners checking to see where I am every single weekend of the year. Thank you.
Next speaker is Daryl Gonzalez. You have 1 minute.
Palm Springs is a major vacation destination. We are entering into a recession. Like it or not, the viability of our Palm Springs economy, all of our home prices, and basic ability to be a thriving city is tied to where vacationers choose to travel. Make it easy and attractive for travelers to visit our homes in a respectful, predictable way, which we have already established with current ordinance, and we are more likely to succeed as a city. Short-term rentals in Palm Springs have offered groups of friends and multi-generational families an affordable and special place to come together. These groups bring money in so many complex ways. Blocking access will severely impact Palm Springs' economy and infrastructure. My family loves Palm Springs. We have one home here that we personally use and rent for 32 contracts per year. We want Palm Springs to continue to be a destination for generations to come. Restrictive ordinance on short-term rentals will crush our community financially and impact all that we love about Palm Springs. I respect the members of the City Council and trust that they will understand that draconian measures will hurt our community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Desiree Sherrod. You have 1 minute.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Francesco Sher, speaking on behalf of Desiree. I do not want to repeat many of the excellent points that have been made tonight on why these rules shouldn't pass. What I will say is that at the end of the day, the property owners in this room and in the community are small business owners. And it's not going to be hard to figure out that 24 rentals is just not going to cut it. That's going to cause a lot of people to sell their homes, and that's going to have a negative impact on the real estate market in Palm Springs. Now, I fully understand that's part of the reason is to get more homes out there and lower prices, but this problem is already being solved right now. We're in a recession, interest rates are high, we're not in the same market we were in last year. So why would we add fuel to this fire? And why are we fixing something that's not broken? Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Heather Carson. You have 1 minute. Heather Carson.
Madam Clerk, she is in the room. She may not be at her computer, but
Okay.
she is here.
Next speaker is Alan Chan. You have 1 minute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute.
Okay, perfect. I am against 3A, and I'm not going to make the same point everyone have made already. Just want to let everyone know that we are semi-retired. We love Palm Springs. We moved here because we love the area. We love the growth. We love the people. We love what the area offers, including tennis, everything that goes along with the property. I think it's a good point in terms of like, what's the problem we're trying to solve without data? Who's behind the opposition? Because everyone tonight was spoken practically. It's against 3A. So I don't hear anyone who is for 3A. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker, Brent Vanderveen. You have 1 minute, Brent.
Madam Clerk, I did not see Brent Vanderveen in the room.
Okay. Gino Delacali. You have 1 minute.
One moment, please.
Okay.
I did not see Gino in the room either.
Next speaker is Michael Strauss. You have 1 minute.
Hi, this is Mike Strauss. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. My wife and I are owners of a second home in Racket Club Estates who use it 4 times a year and eventually hope to be full-time residents as we retire. I'm disturbed that City Council seems to be arbitrarily and capriciously rushing to enact new rental restrictions on owners of second homes in Palm Springs right before a new slate of council members are sworn in and without adequate studies on TOT, on job creation, and on the impact on tourism. While we appear to be fine since we are grandfathered in for at least a bit according to the rules and plan to use our house as an eventual home, the cold reality is that City Council is playing God with prices in Palm Springs and Racket Club Estates. Certain council members claim to not want to set limits on short-term rentals, but because of the arbitrary limits set on short-term rentals in selected neighborhoods, our property values already have and will continue to be adversely affected. This probably won't hurt us, except we won't be able to improve our property any more than we already have. And if anything should financially adversely go against us in the near term, we will definitely be impacted. Thank you very much for your time.
Our next speaker is Tom Emrich. You have 1 minute.
Hi there. Thanks for your time today. I'm a new property owner and homeowner in Palm Springs, and I oppose all changes to the ordinance. I echo a lot of the concerns from the previous speakers before. I fell in love with Palm Springs with my fiance 4 years ago. We did so by visiting Palm Springs through short-term rentals and got to know the neighborhood and fall in love with the neighborhood and felt part of the community. And that was what led us to be able to realize our dream by being able to purchase our first place in Palm Springs. But in order to keep that, we really need to be able to rent that out in order to realize our dream of being able to retire there eventually. So I just echo what my fellow homeowners have said against all changes to the ordinance and just wish to lend my voice as such. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Heather Carson. You have 1 minute, Heather.
Hi there. Hi, thank you. I'm a visual artist in LA, and I bought a year ago, and the 36 bookings were carefully calculated into my being able to purchase it all. What's brilliant about how you crafted the ordinance and limiting the bookings is how it discouraged pure investors and encouraged owners who would be present. I'm here every chance I get. If you're going to reduce the number of bookings allowed, I ask that you grandfather in current hosts. Ironically, by floating these changes, we've had an immediate 10% increase in permit applications, which is after a 26% increase in the past year. I don't have a problem with the cap or the neighborhood density, as I do think balance is important. I've poured any income I've made into preserving this architectural Wexler gem, which anyone knows preserving a 60-year-old house is not for the faint of heart. I'm also helping my gardener and cleaners learn about investment loans so that they can rise up to be owners and not just servicers. Thank you.
That's our last public speaker, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you, and thank you to everyone who has come out in person and all who've called in. It is 8:05. We are going to take a 10-minute break, and then we will resume with the agenda. Thank you.
Confirming PSC TV.
Thank you all. We will resume the meeting. The next item is the consent calendar. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent calendar without items 1N as in Nancy, 1O as in Opal, which were removed for separate discussion. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have Councilmember Woodson?
Yes, I'm
Yes,
here.
okay, good. Okay.
All right.
We can't see you, so.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hostich, Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 noes, motion passes.
All right, we will now move on to item 1N as in Nancy. Councilmember Woods, you raised this. Do you want a staff report, questions, comments, or?
Well, a quick staff report would be great, and if we can do them together, actually, that would be fantastic. It's just about the purchase of 2 pieces of art. So, Jay, if you wanted to say something?
Sounds good. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. The Public Arts Commission had requested the approval for purchase of 2 art pieces, which are the WOW art piece and the Popsicles art piece. Those were both on loan from the artist to the city for display at their respective locations. The Popsicles art piece was priced at approximately $10,000 plus the installation and repair costs of its current site. It's and for those, the pricing was based on some of the former art pieces that the artist had prepared and sold, and those art pieces were actually came in at higher prices than what the city is, what the Arts Commission is proposing for the Popsicles art piece. The WOW sculpture was priced based on the Marsh Gallery in Los Angeles, which listed it for sale in 2019 and 2020. So those prices are consistent with those. If the purchase is approved, Popsicles would remain at its current site on Sunny Dunes Road, and with the approval of the owner's already consented to doing so. And the WOW sculpture is proposed would be moved to where one of the Squiggles pieces currently resides. At a couple council meetings ago, council, you approved moving the Squiggles all to Demuth Park. So to backfill the one Squiggle in front of Ernest Coffee, the WOW sculpture is being proposed for that location. And if there's questions, I'm happy to address them.
Great. Can I, Madam Mayor, am I possible to ask questions?
Yes, please proceed.
Thanks, Jay. You know, I'm a huge proponent of the arts, but I do have a couple of questions. What does our code require to get an appraisal for artwork before we buy it?
The code requires an appraisal or other evidence of value.
Okay. And did we not direct the Arts Commission and city staff to get an appraisal on all of our art in the city? And have we done that yet?
I don't recall that specific direction, Councilman, but the Arts Commission did recommend an arts appraiser. I think it was in April of last year. Unfortunately, that appraiser dropped out of that contract. They did not want to pursue in entering that contract with the city. So we're back to square one. We can identify other arts appraisers. We believe there's a few good ones in the community that we can use to do so.
Right. And then, great. We also asked for an inventory, and we started an inventory. Was that completed, an inventory of all of our art in the city, or not?
It's ongoing. We recently approved a maintenance contract that we're using to identify many of the art pieces through that require cleaning, and that builds up the inventory for what we ultimately will have as that collection. We're also planning on identifying exactly the location of those other art pieces using a GIS service so that we can, we'll know their location based on a GIS location.
And will that be available to the public
Yes.
that comes to visit us? Okay. Okay, 'cause I don't think, is it currently on our website?
No, it is not. The plan is to revamp the entire website, actually, make sure it's under city control, and then we can add the other features such as the GIS, the tour, mapping features, and along with the other typical commission information such as meeting agendas, et cetera.
And do we have a time frame for that?
Well, it's difficult. We'd probably have to bring on a consultant. We really don't have any in-house staff to work on that other than the GIS items.
And are we working on an RFP for that, or where are we at?
For the art tracking and mapping, we're actually going to be discussing that at the next Arts Commission meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, good. All right, so, thank you, Jay, very much. And whenever we're ready for comments, I'm happy to comment.
Are there any other questions? No other questions? Shall we go to comments?
Certainly, I can start. The artist for the popsicles, as whimsical and fun as it is basically a muralist who has put some of his murals on cardboard, or not cardboard, on plywood, or another. And the artist himself has stated that the artwork will last 7 to maybe 10 years before it needs to be refurbished, and we've already had it, I think, for 2 years. So its life expectancy is not real long. The WOW obviously will have a much longer life expectancy because I believe it is made out of a metal material that's probably powder coated. But I do think my recommendation is we do need to get a formal appraisal on not only this artwork before we buy it to make sure we're paying the correct price, but on all of our artwork. And lastly, I want to repeat something that I mentioned during the boards and commissions meetings about the direction of art in the city of Palm Springs. And before we go to a couple of slides, I just really want to say that, Chicago has the Bean, each city seems to have a piece. And privately, we brought in Marilyn Monroe, not through the Arts Commission, and it was very controversial, but it seems to be fantastic for tourists that come here. It's a place to go and see. And I would like to see more of that art, that type of art. We've done a lot of painting of benches. We've done a lot of painting of walls. We've done a lot of painting of traffic controller boxes. We've even painted private windows and private walls that are now gone, that they're no longer in existence. So I'd like to see something that's just more, and if we could cue up a couple of slides just for 2 minutes. So this is an example of public art that is actually a swing. This is midday. I was there midday, and it was completely utilized by everyone just smiling and having fun. Next slide, please. This is those same swings with no one in them. And it is a gazebo with just swings in it. And it's interactive art that's fun, that people can enjoy. They can enjoy it on the street. It's got a shade structure. It's something I think we could use here in Palm Springs. Next slide. Above on the left is a wall, and we have Lot G downtown. This is a fence. I don't see any reason why until we decide what we're doing with Lot G downtown next to the parking structure, why we can't have a piece of art surrounding it, such as this fence, versus a cyclone fence with fencing over it. The lower right is a great piece of homoerotic art of kind of yesteryears of cruising for gay men. A great piece of public art as well that I think would suit our community incredibly so. Next slide. This is a piece of art as well. It's just a wrinkled solo box that everyone is using. This particular woman was taking photos of herself, maybe for her wedding or some other special occasion. You can also see people sitting on top of it. Another great interactive piece of art that is not painting walls or traffic control boxes. Next slide. These two pieces I'm showing, the upper right is actually an awning, as is the lower left. This is perfect for Palm Springs. Not only does it provide art, the one on the left is blue glass, and the one on the right is circular glass, a little more expensive, but it provides shade in our desert environment. So not only do you get art, but you get shade. And if on the left or on both of them, look at the patterning of the sun on the lower level as well. Next slide. This is another view of that shade structure we just saw, a beautiful piece of art that people can interact with. Next slide. That's that same piece that I took just with people underneath it selling ice cream. Next slide. This is a parking structure. And what is interesting about this is our Arts Commission proposed just painting our parking structure. I think we need to up our game and do something more like this, more interesting. This may not be the concept, but it's just more robust in its art performance. Next piece, next slide. Here's a piece, it's just simple lighting. Again, something we could do very easily here. And during our boards and commission, I asked them to do something for Pride that would be interesting, our gay Pride, since we have such a large population here. Next slide. And that's it. So I don't think that I want to buy this piece of art for $14,000. We've had it for 2 years. It's ephemeral art anyway. It's not going to last. I would like to purchase the WOW piece to replace on Palm Canyon Boulevard, but I think it's time to try something new. We've done the popsicles. They're great, but I'd like to see us move up to something a little more advanced that people can interact with in the ways that I just demonstrated. So I would ask for an appraisal on both pieces of art before we move forward. Thank you.
If I could, Jay, Public Arts Commission, what was their recommendation on, let's start with the popsicle artwork?
That was to purchase the artwork, Madam Mayor.
And it was based on the appraisal that they've received?
It was not an appraisal, it was an invoice from the artist.
An invoice. And do we have any comparable invoices to make a comparison to?
Well, we do now. That same artist had submitted additional information on other art pieces that were similar that had been sold, and those ranged in value from $12,000 to $18,000 or $19,000.
$12,000 to $19,000.
Right.
So how many of those pieces of art were there?
Five other pieces of art, I believe.
I'm sorry?
I believe there were five others.
5 others, and all sold between $12,000 and $19,000.
Those were the ones between $12,000 and $19,000, those 5. Right.
Councilmember Coors.
I think Councilmember Wood said, and I don't know if those were the pieces, were painted on plywood and stuff. So were these similar size, sort of sculptural like this? What were the 5 pieces that they used as a comparison? Or is it just invoice for some kind of art?
No, he showed pictures. I did not bring them. I'm sorry.
Do you recall sort of what they were?
Yes, I do. I mean, it was like a giant goat. They were all larger than popsicles, but popsicles is more pieces. A giant sports car and Elvis, all were larger than this than the popsicles. But again, the popsicles, there's multiple pieces in the popsicles.
I think the goat with the popsicles could be really interesting to watch. Yes. But anyway, thank you. Okay. That's helpful. Thank you, Jay.
Jay, what would an appraisal cost? And how would you go about doing it?
Well, we'd have to bring an appraiser on. I don't know the cost. It'd probably be good to get an appraiser on board, just on call. That might be helpful. But for individual pieces, it's hard to tell what that might cost.
I appreciate the impermanence of this particular art exhibit, but at $14,000 and with unanimous support of our Public Arts Commission, I'm struggling to justify not agreeing with the Public Arts Commission on this piece. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I cannot remember who told me this, but I recently learned that that's our most popular art piece in Palm Springs, that it's the most Instagrammed. I think it was someone on the Arts Commission, but it slips my mind who it was. But I think $14,000 for the most Instagrammable piece in Palm Springs is well worth it.
Council Member Course.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm good with that, but I also agree with Councilmember Woods. We should, moving forward, really get an appraisal. And if we're going to have comparisons like that, it would be great to have them in the staff report so we and the public can see them. I think that'll save time here as well. But I think the point is well taken, how we need to do this moving forward, that Councilmember Woods has raised.
And I think there are some excellent examples of public art that Councilmember Woods brought forth. All of us want to see the arts be a critical part of our community. So is there Councilmember Woods, any?
No, I'm going to vote no on the popsicles because I think we've done it and that's what it's meant to be, ephemeral, and I think that's great. Ephemeral art is good, and I'll vote yes for the wow. Okay. But I agree that we should get an appraiser on board for future purchases, and that's it. And then you guys may vote differently, but
okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Is there a motion to approve?
I'll motion to approve.
Second?
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
No on one N, yes on one O.
Okay. Mayor Middleton.
Aye. So we'll now move on to item 1O, which is the second piece of art. I think we have discussed it, but we do need to vote on this. So is there a motion to approve 1O?
I move to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner.
Yes.
Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
3 ayes, 1 no. Motion carries.
Madam Clerk, I think he voted aye.
Yeah, that one was 4-0.
Yeah, he did say yes, but then he said no. Okay.
No.
4 ayes, 0 no. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you. The next item is 2A, a public hearing to consider general plan amendment and a zoning text amendment to modify residential density standards for CBD land use designation and to revise legal nonconforming criteria to allow conversion of certain hotel uses to multifamily residential apartment uses. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. This item proposes amendments to the general plan and zoning code aimed at removing barriers to housing production and facilitating more affordable housing typologies, particularly in historic apartments and in the downtown core. I will talk about these changes in more detail, but for the general plan, we are essentially proposing two. The first would apply to legally operating hotels and timeshares that were originally constructed as apartments and would allow them to convert back to apartment uses at the same density as originally constructed. The second would apply within the general plan's CBD, or Central Business District, downtown, and would provide certain exceptions from the underlying density requirements to ensure that mixed-use development can accommodate residential and active ground floor commercial uses. For the zone text amendment, we are proposing to effectuate the general plan amendment on hotel to apartment conversions by establishing a new conditional use permit. and associated findings for those conversions. I will provide more detail on this later in the presentation. For context, staff initiated this process at the request of the Planning Commission in 2021, and in response to inquiries we were receiving about potential hotel conversions and mixed-use development that were running into obstacles under current regulation. Staff were directed to study the issue and return with proposed amendments to eliminate these barriers to housing production, and tonight's recommendations are the result of that work. Getting back into more detail and starting with the hotel to apartment conversions, what we are seeing is that changes to the general plan and zoning code that were made over the years have placed more restriction on residential development than was typically in effect at the time of the original construction of the apartments, specifically regulations that establish maximum permitted density in our residential districts. In one example, an approximately 50-room hotel that was originally constructed as an apartment was looking to potentially convert back to an apartment use as originally constructed, but would only have been able to provide 25 or so apartments under current regulation, reducing over half of the residential unit potential in that development. Historically, these were often studio or one-bedroom units that today could provide a more affordable housing typology to meet our current need. However, current rules would preclude their conversion or even encourage that they be combined to larger, more expensive units while providing less housing. To remedy this issue, we are proposing to add additional language to the general plan that would essentially indicate that legally operating hotel or motel uses may revert back to their original apartment use at the original density if a conditional use permit is granted. To ensure consistency in the general plan, we also need to clean up other language, indicating primarily to delete a policy that today states that hotel conversions are strongly discouraged. Considering the city's current housing goals and stated need, we are proposing to replace the text with a more affirmative statement supporting the conversion of small hotels to housing units when appropriate. To further codify this process, we are proposing a new section be added to the zoning code in Chapter 94.05 to regulate these conversions and the associated conditional use permit process. As I said, the amendment would establish that the density for such conversions may be the same as the original apartment use, and also establishes zoning tools available to address parking requirements should there be a deficiency. For example, a specific parking plan can be sought from the Planning Commission, or exemptions may be available for certain Class 1 historic buildings, which is the case today, and it would be determined on a case-by-case basis depending on the development. The specific findings, let me go back. The specific findings relative to the conditional use permit are abbreviated here, but are intended to ensure that the conversion is contributing positively to the city's overall housing stock, that it will not have adverse impacts on the city's public services or public safety, that it is harmonious with the surrounding community and meets applicable property standards, that there are no adverse traffic or circulation impacts, and that sufficient measures are in place regarding the ongoing property management and security. Under the CUP process, the Planning Commission would review each of these applications on a case-by-case basis to ensure their appropriateness and that the use is appropriately conditioned to minimize any land use conflicts. We believe that these changes will establish a clear process for the conversion of these small hotels into apartment uses that will remove barriers to housing production while also ensuring an appropriate level of oversight. So the second item is related to density in the CBD. And it's a little bit simpler. Again, changes to regulations that have been made over the years have established higher density requirements in the CBD and our downtown area to encourage more business and residents in our downtown. Our commitment to that has not changed. However, we believe that there may have been some unintended consequences of those changes that have occurred that actually may be a barrier to housing production in some instances. More specifically, the general plan establishes a minimum density of 21 units per acre within the CBD area. This minimum often cannot be met in some of the historic smaller building stock that exists in the downtown, where you can think it may have a second story that may have been a commercial use, it may be vacant today, and where you may be able to get 2 to 3 apartments in it, but you would not be able to meet that 21 units per acre that is established in the general plan. Similarly, for new mixed-use developments, we are seeing smaller lot conditions or some of the other development standards that exist in the zoning code may prevent barriers where if that development is proposing a substantial amount of commercial use along our major thoroughfares at the ground level, which we want to encourage to promote active uses along the ground floor, that they may also have trouble meeting the minimum density standards when they're providing residential above. So So that, those limitations are really at odds with our desire for more housing and active streetscapes in our downtown when it's essentially encouraging some of those mixed-use developments to forgo commercial uses at the ground level. So the solution that we are proposing here is additional language within the central business district designation and within the land use element of the general plan that would add the underlined text shown here that would essentially provide 2 exemptions from the CBD district density requirements. The first, for those smaller existing buildings that I mentioned, where there may be 2nd or 3rd stories that could accommodate apartments, we would indicate that no minimum density would apply. Again, the idea there is there's active ground floor use and they're repurposing a space that's above it for the purposes of housing. The second would be for those new mixed-use developments that I'm talking about that are proposing substantial ground floor commercial uses along a major thoroughfare, where we would allow an exception from the 21 units per acre down to 10 units per acre, where 75% of the ground floor along a major thoroughfare is provided for active, publicly accessible commercial use. So the major thoroughfares in the downtown include Indian and Palm Canyon, of course, but they also include Ramon, Tuckwitz Canyon, and there's a couple others, Amato, and I said Ramon. We believe this amendment would provide additional flexibility that may encourage additional residential uses, and in particular may encourage more affordable housing types in the downtown core and smaller rental apartments. And finally, the Planning Commission reviewed these amendments at their meeting of October 12th, 2022, and voted unanimously to recommend approval to the City Council. And so we are recommending approval to you. And with that, I conclude my presentation and I can take any questions. Thank you.
Chris, thank you. Are there questions for staff? Councilmember Corrs.
Great. So when we talk about sort of those downtown streets that you're going through, to sort of the side streets, Arenas, et cetera, that are business between Indian and Bellardo, would those count as well?
So nothing would prevent you from having the ground floor commercial there, and we would certainly encourage it in conversation with applicants. But I think to reduce the density from the 21 units per acre target that we have in the general plan today down to the 10, we're really focused on making sure that 75% of the frontage along the major thoroughfares, so those are the roads that I mentioned, contain that active ground floor commercial use. So the roads that are not major arterials, the ones that you're mentioning, you're not required to have the ground floor commercial, and it wouldn't allow you to reduce the density target. You would have to comply.
And how far north does it go on Palm Canyon, for example?
So so the CBD district goes up to, I believe, Alejo.
Was there thought about it going further? That was one of my concerns is we're starting to see some residential applications in Uptown, for example, that are basically walls on Palm Canyon, where we're going to have gaps now between activating the street, something Councilmember Woods has taught me a lot about over the last 3 years, the importance of activating those streets. And so I'm a little concerned about those. So was there any discussion? Because when you have those big gaps that aren't activating a street like Palm Canyon, it, I think, negatively impacts those commercial residents and the experience.
Right.
And businesses.
Not as part of this conversation. This was really focused on looking at the existing CBD designation that exists. We are in the middle of the general plan update. I would have to go back and look at what proposed changes were made to the land use element to see if we considered extending that designation further north. I do know from other projects that we are working on in the area that you're talking about, we also run into some zoning conflicts where there are sometimes split zones, or some of the parcels that you're referring to don't have a commercial zone on them. And so we will be undertaking a zoning code update following the general plan update, and that is something that we could look at there as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions for staff? Councilmember Woods.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher. Great. Question, I thought that one of the potential properties we were looking at was just south of Racket Club and 111 on the east side of the street, directly across from the Cole Hotel, which is out of the zone we're talking about, or am I missing the point?
Are you talking about the art colony site at Racket Club and between Palm and Indian Canyon?
Yeah, it's further south. It's It's a little like closer to Escuela. It's currently, I believe, there was confusion if it's a timeshare, if it's a hotel, what it is. And I thought this was one of the reasons we were changing this.
If it's, so there's sort of two conversations going on here. There's the CBD conversation where we would make an exception to the 21 units per acre if you're within the CBD designation. The hotel conversion back to apartment uses would be applicable citywide.
Okay, all right, great. That's what I thought.
If the project you're talking, so that would apply to that first category.
All right, thank you. No more questions, Madam Mayor, thank you.
All right. Chris, one question. Does this apply to all current hotels, or is it limited to those that were originally designed as apartments and now are seeking to be reconverted back to being an apartment?
Right, so the way that the ordinance has been written, it is specific to structures that were originally built as apartments, converted at some point historically, and now want to convert back.
Right. So I can appreciate doing that, and I don't want to complicate this process, but are we also considering a conversion process that would ease the ability of existing apartments that were, or excuse me, hotels that were not originally designed as apartments to be converted?
I don't believe that we have been considering that. I'm going to look to the assistant city manager, but that is certainly something we can continue to look at if council so wishes.
So without taking too much time, let me encourage that we do take that process on. We have a number of hotels that are either not currently being used or are underutilized that potentially could be conversion projects. Are there any other questions for staff? All right. If there are no other questions, then next we will open the public hearing. The public is invited to speak on this public hearing for up to 2 minutes. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No public comments, Madam Mayor.
Then public hearing is now closed. Is there any additional discussion, questions from council, or a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
All right. Any other discussion? Then roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner. Yes. Councilmember Coors.
Yes.
Councilmember Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 no, motion carries.
The next item is item 3A, discussion and introduction of an ordinance amending and restating Chapter 5.25 regarding vacation rentals, potential action regarding existing moratorium practices, and the issue of vacation rentals certificates. May we have a staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Mayor and members of the City Council, at the March 29th, September 29th, and October 17th City Council meetings, the City Council heard information and considered whether additional regulation of vacation rental uses within the city would be appropriate. At the October 17th Council meeting, the City Council adopted an urgency ordinance establishing a temporary pause on the processing and issuance of vacation rental permits within the city, pending a study of potential new or additional regulations. This item provides the City Council with the opportunity to consider an ordinance modifying the current vacation rental regulations, as well as potentially providing further direction to city staff and the city attorney with regard to any further regulations. This agenda item also is teed up as a potential opportunity for the council to consider modifying or ending the moratorium that was adopted at the October 17th council meeting. There are approximately 9 items that the City Council directed the city staff and city attorney's office to come back with in this ordinance. I'll highlight those first and then go through each of them in turn. The first was neighborhood-based caps on vacation rentals. The second was requirements for owner occupation of vacation rental properties. The third was an additional category of vacation rental permits for those owners who wish to rent the homes for fewer than 36 times per year, sometimes known as or referred to here as junior permits. a provision providing for grandfathering or grandparenting in each of these, some of these new regulations, interplay of vacation rentals and event houses, clarification of consequences for failure to pay transient occupancy tax associated with vacation rentals, further defining the incidental use of residences as vacation rental uses, and then finally, a regular review of vacation rental regulations. So with regard to the first issue, neighborhood-based caps, the draft ordinance before you establishes a cap on the number of vacation rental certificates that can be issued based on the percentage of those certificates that are issued in a particular neighborhood under our city's neighborhood program. It should be noted that in this item, with regard to neighborhood-based caps, as well as some of the other issues that we'll be discussing, the numbers that are in here are really just kind of placeholders based on the discussion that was had at the October meeting. So those numbers can be changed based on the City Council's policy direction. As such, the proposed ordinance proposes a cap of 20% of the residential dwelling units. Again, that 20% cap can be adjusted based on the Council's policy direction. The cap as proposed would exclude residential apartments as well as condominiums. However, as proposed, the ordinance would provide that any dwelling unit, whether a single-family residence or a condominium that's still regulated by the original HOA developer, would be included for the purpose of calculating the percentage. It should be noted, and this might not be entirely clear from the ordinance, but I think the intent was for this cap to not apply to the junior permits, but only the traditional regular permits. But it would be good to get clarification from the council should the council wish to move forward with this ordinance as to that assumed intent. In addition, the city staff has received from our consultant yesterday some preliminary data on the number of condominiums and apartments in relation to single-family residences within each neighborhood. City staff is still reviewing those to kind of verify and true them up, but we do have some at least preliminary information on that. And in that regard, it should be noted that the proposed ordinance would allow the percentage to be changed by City Council resolution from time to time. So should the council wish to move forward with the ordinance as proposed, there'd be some flexibility built into it for future use. The second issue is owner occupation of vacation rental properties, and this arose from the City Council's concern that we wanted to again make sure that vacation rental use of the properties is really secondary and incidental. So the proposed ordinance requires new permittees to reside at the property at least 90 days per calendar year, and in order to monitor this and enforce it, new permittees would be required to certify under penalty of perjury that the owner intends to occupy the property for that time period. And then on each annual renewal, they would also have to certify under penalty of perjury that they actually have resided at the property for that 90-day period. Again, as with other numbers, that 90 days is a placeholder, and the City Council is free to modify that in its discretion. With regard to the junior permits issue, the City Council asked that we provide for some flexibility for those property owners who may not want to rent their property on a short-term basis a full 36 times per year. And so the draft ordinance proposes this junior permit category. Under the draft ordinance, the junior permit would be for those property owners who wish to rent their properties for 6 or fewer times per year. Again, that number 6 could be adjusted by the City Council should it wish to do so. The ordinance also provides for a reduced registration fee for these junior permits on the basis that they would require less oversight and monitoring by city staff. Again, those fees would be adopted by resolution in the future. The ordinance provides that if a property owner does not use or submit that number of 7 or more contracts per year, then they would be automatically moved down into a junior permit category. So it's sort of a use it or lose it system as proposed under this ordinance. As I mentioned, the council asked for us to bring back a grandfathering or grandparenting provision And so the ordinance provides for kind of an existing permittee category as well as a new permittee category. As drafted, an existing permittee would be a property for which a vacation rental permit has been issued or for which a complete application has been filed with the city on or before October 17th, 2022. New permittees, by contrast, would be those for which a complete application for a vacation rental permit was filed with the city after October 17th, 2022. That date can be changed should the council wish to do so. The two categories that would be grandfathered or grandparented would be the contracts, the number of contracts. So the proposed ordinance caps existing permittees at 32 plus 4 for a total of 36 for 2 years. In other words, until December 31st, 2024, and thereafter, existing permittees would be limited to 24 contracts per calendar year. Again, these numbers can be adjusted by the council. New permittees, on the other hand, I'm sorry, in the second category for grandfathering or grandparenting would be with regard to the residency or occupancy provision. The proposed ordinance would require that new permittees occupy their property at least 90 days per calendar year. And then after 5 years, after January 1st, 2028, all vacation rental owners will be required to occupy their property for 90 days. Again, these numbers are placeholders. The next category is vacation rentals and event houses. The proposed ordinance provides that vacation rentals, including any junior vacation rental, cannot be used as an event house. It's a flat-out ban. In looking at the existing ordinance, it appears to read as though that was the original intent, although this provision as drafted would make it more clear. So the council is welcome to take up that issue and provide direction to staff. The next issue is the failure to pay transient occupancy tax or really to comply with any other provision of our TOT ordinance, and the draft ordinance provides that a violation of the city's TOT ordinance would result in a suspension of a vacation rental registration for 12 months. The next issue is with regard to incidental uses of vacation residential properties. The current vacation rental ordinance provides that a person cannot maintain a financial interest in more than one vacation rental property. And then it goes on to define kind of what that is intended to cover, as including legal and beneficial ownership, as well as any arrangement that provides for receipt in any portion of revenues generated by a vacation rental. During this past year, the city has received at least one request by a married couple to allow 2 residential properties to be registered as vacation rentals. They were literally right next to each other. And in staff's opinion, the ownership and operation of 2 residential properties by a married couple or a couple in a domestic partnership is inconsistent with the concept of incidental uses of those residences. Therefore, the proposed ordinance clarifies the rule by prohibiting any financial interest in more than one vacation rental by declaring that a person will be deemed to have a financial interest in a vacation rental if that rental is owned by his or her spouse or registered domestic partner, regardless of any pre- or post-nuptial agreements to the contrary. And then finally, the proposed ordinance provides that the City Council will review these vacation rental regulations no later than 2 years from now in order to provide some ongoing monitoring of the regulations and their effectiveness. Finally, with regard to the moratorium, at the City Council's October 17th meeting, the Council adopted the temporary pause on the processing of vacation rental applications and rental permits. That moratorium is set to expire on November 30th, 2022. And should the Council determine that moving forward with this ordinance satisfies the Council's purpose of that pause in terms of preventing a rush, this item is teed up for the council to provide direction and either modify or terminate that moratorium. The Special Programs Director, Veronica Goodhart, is available to provide additional information with regard to some of the questions on data that the City Council had previously asked for, and so she's got a PowerPoint presentation that she can provide at this point.
Good evening, Council. This evening we return to you and we have compiled some of the stats that were requested and some information clarification from the last meeting. We do appreciate the moratorium as our staff has worked very diligently in compiling this information for you. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Clifford, who will go through the PowerPoint and explain that information for you.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. We did put together a quick presentation of information that was requested by Council from previous City Council meetings. And at the end, I'll be happy to answer any questions that you might have with that. The first slide here talks about an ownership, and it's important to note with this information here that prior to the Ordinance 1918 in 2017, property owners that did have more than one vacation rental owned or were grandparented in to continue holding those properties until they were disposed of. Staff did put together information reviewing our vacation rental database and found that currently there are 23 permit holders that do have at least 2 properties, one permit holder that has 3, one permit holder that has 4, and one permit holder that currently has 11 vacation rental properties. Additionally, we did look into event homes with relation to vacation rentals. What we did is we worked with our business license team and obtained a list of current business license holders that have a license for an event house. That list did include properties that at least at one time had a business license for an event house, but may not currently have one now. When we took that business license or the event house list and compared it to our vacation rental hotline calls since 2017, we did found that there were 142 calls to properties that today list that have or have had an event house home license. However, we were unable to determine if at that time, at that call, that property actually had an event house license. Currently, there are 21 vacation rentals that do have an event house license, and it was determined that at least a third of those are managed by an agency. Further reviewing those 142 calls to those identified properties, there were 14 citations issued, 3 for too many vehicles, 10 for music, and 1 for multiple violations such as vehicles and music. However, I do want to point out that these were not violations of the event house permit itself and were most likely a violation of the vacation rental ordinance, as those were would be two separate occasions depending on the findings. Further reviewing the 142 calls, we tried to filter out as best as we could if those calls did pertain to an actual home event. There were 16 calls where the code officer mentioned events and were specifically responding to an event house concern. Out of those 16 calls, 2 citations since 2017 were issued for an event violation, and if I recall, they were for noise. Additionally, Council wanted to discuss information regarding to closures and attrition with our vacation rental permit holders since 2017. We took our closure information that we have on file and were able to look into an attrition formula. And from our understanding, just doing research, attrition rate anything over 20% is really considered high. Average comparing from 2017 to 2022 is at 16%. More importantly, though, it seems that our attrition rate is declining, which would mean that we're seeing less properties exchange hands from 2017 to 2022. We did look a little bit more into closures from our vacation rental program. Just kind of like an overview, and we averagely close between 2017 and 2022, 322 properties a year. Average property closes around one time. But we did look at properties that may have closed more than one time, and if they're currently operating or if they're currently not operating. On this table here, you'll see in the middle, that's a review of properties that have closed at one point between 2017 and 2022 and are not currently operating. So for example, we have 1,221 properties that at least between that time period closed one time and they're not currently operating. On the third part of that table there, we reviewed properties that closed at one time and they are currently operating. So for example, we do have 390 properties that have closed at least one time and are currently operating. So one would assume that if they closed, they may have sold and now they're on their second ownership. Additionally, we do, further down, we have two properties that at least closed four times between 2017 and 2022.
We've
are
got a
currently
question on this slide, so
Yeah, of
let's
course.
go ahead and ask this question.
Yeah, well, while we're on this, can you just explain what you mean by they've closed one time, they closed, stopped being a vacation rental, and then opened again? They close, or what is actually happening in this process? Is it changing hands to a new owner? Is it an owner closes it and then next year decides to open it again?
Both. It could be both. We don't have data as far as, did it sell to another owner or if they've decided to close and decided to reopen it.
So when it's four times, it means that this one particular house has been asked to be, they've applied for a vacation rental permit 4 different times. So potentially 4 different owners or the same owner, but applying different times.
Yeah, it could be both situations. So like it shows closed 4 times and they're currently operating. That can either be a 5th owner or it could be the owner the one owner could close their property 4 times and then opened up a 5th time. So it could be either of those situations.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Course?
Thank you. While we're on this subject, if you can just go back one slide.
Yeah.
So obviously attrition is going down a lot. The big increase in attrition in 2018, as I recall, was because we required people in homeowners associations to prove that actually they were allowed to rent short-term, and we had hundreds of those that were not allowed under their HOA bylaws who were renting, so they didn't renew. But the way this looks, even though we have, putting aside the pending ones, we have another, 700-800 more than we had then, the attrition's going down.
Mm-hmm.
So percentage-wise, it's going down considerably. That's why it's going down so much considerably. Okay,
That's correct.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you. We did look further into contract summary. Currently, this was ran a couple weeks ago here in November. Particularly, we wanted to highlight number of contracts 24 did not highlight blue, but 25, 26, and 27 did. What this does show, the whole table shows for years 2019, 2020 through 2022, number of contracts submitted by properties. So for example, if we look at 2022, on the far right side of the table, number of contract 25. That means under 2022, we've had 74 properties submit at least 25 contracts for the year of 2022. And the rest of the table follows suit, where we've had 61 properties submit 26 contracts and 74 properties submit 27 contracts. However, you can see too that both from 2019 all the way to 2022, there is a large number that submit just one contract summaries. For example, 2019 says 190 properties did one, 2020 it was 227 that just showed one, and so forth, all up to 2022 with 230. So we did want to present that and just kind of give a breakdown of by contract from 1 to 36. And this is really from the table just into a graph, just for visual aid. And you do see that there's a big drop off from contracts 1 and 2, 3, all the way down to the average going from 10 on. I believe lastly, we did want to compare contract summaries to transient occupancy tax. We put our contract summaries into a fiscal year format to match how our TOT is reported. And so you could see that not really saying if it's a causation or related, but you know, the contract summary line does kind of follow with the TOT pattern from revenues from TOT to contract summary submissions. And that does end our quick presentation.
Thank you. Some great data.
Madam Mayor, can I interrupt if I can?
Yes.
I've done this in the past, but I want to talk to the city attorney very quick about recusal or non-recusal of my participation in this, just to again put it on the record. I own a home share, which means I rent a room out in my home on a short-term basis. And part of the ordinance 5.078 is home shares, but that part's not being changed. Am I able to participate in this discussion?
Yes, I believe so. This really doesn't impact home shares.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on that question, I believe one of the recommendations that we had called for an elimination of the walk-up curb service for trash when it comes to home shares, and I think that's a fairly modest change in this, but I would not want Councilmember Woods to inadvertently find himself being alleged to have acted on something he's trying very hard not to act on.
There is a brief mention of that as a possible discussion and direction item in the staff report. It's not actually in the text of the proposed ordinance, but if the council gets to those discussion items and starts providing direction or discussing, we'll remember to ask him to recuse from that discussion.
All right, thank you. So we have a number of things to talk about this evening, and I would like to suggest to my colleagues that we begin with our questions that we have of staff, and then open it up for each one of us to make any kind of preliminary statement that we might want to make in broad strokes regarding this. And then at that point, we very rigorously stay focused on the 9 points that the city attorney has raised, and we deal with just those one at a time and stay, again, on agenda, on focus with each one of those. And then at the end, we can come back and each one of us offer any additional comments. And I see a couple of heads shaking. All right, then we will do that. So let us begin with what questions any of us may have for staff. And I'll go ahead and start. And City Attorney, one of the issues that we've raised is the idea that there would be a residency requirement for some period of time during the course of the year, and that there would be an attestation that individuals would make on an annual basis saying that they had met that requirement. Could you describe what we currently have in terms of standards associated with people making statements on public documents, and what the consequences are when there's an allegation that someone has made an untruthful statement?
Sure. So this requirement would really be regulated by means of a requirement that at the time of application and then each time at annual renewal, the property owner provide an attestation under penalty of perjury that they either intend to or that they actually have lived at the property for the requisite time period. That would be our primary means of enforcing this. When you sign under penalty of perjury, if you make a false statement, that is technically a crime. And so the enforcement mechanism would be to rely on people's desire to not commit crimes. And it would probably be enforced mostly based on response method as opposed to proactively going out and monitoring whether individuals are actually residing in a particular property. And we do this with other provisions in our application in terms of requiring the statements to be made under a penalty of perjury. So there are several other statements that property owners, even in the vacation rental context in their applications, are required to sign under penalty of perjury.
So obviously, the issue would emerge when there's an allegation from someone that an individual has been untruthful. And at that point, there would be a follow-up on behalf of staff to determine whether or not there's any evidence to indicate that it was untruthful.
Correct. As I mentioned, it would probably be a reactive response, as most of our code enforcement efforts are. And code enforcement or special programs enforcement folks would go out and find out if there's evidence sufficient to bring an administrative action or refer the item to the district attorney for prosecution.
And then currently, when there are allegations that someone has violated the vacation rental ordinance, it goes to the Administrative Appeals Board for a final determination based on staff reports and investigations that would take statements from all sides. Is that correct?
Correct.
So what we're not talking about is anyone in code enforcement going out and checking whether or not somebody's in residence at any time. All right.
Definitely.
Thank you. Councilmember Course.
Great. I'll limit this to very specific questions, Mayor, at your request. So first is when you went through, you mentioned a sort of a new provision for failing to pay TOT. And I did get some questions and requests that that's more specific. So is it missing the deadline to pay it 1 month and getting a notice? Is it not paying it for 3 months? Is it like that we're giving real specifics about what not paying TOT means? My sense was that it was really meant for, people who are not following the rules, right, and submitting TOT, whether they collect it or not, and also not reporting those contracts. But I think when we get to that issue, just want to think about, I think we need to be much more specific on what that means.
We can.
Yeah.
Right now, the proposed ordinance provides that any violation of our TOT chapter that would involve maybe not even having a TOT certificate or not paying any amount or paying less than the required amount as determined by an audit. As I read this proposed language, that all of that would be included. So if the council wants to make it more narrow, you certainly have that prerogative.
So even if someone was late by 2 days?
Technically, yes.
Okay. That would have gotten me in trouble 10 years ago. But putting that aside, I think we had a fine for once. So just, we'll bring that up. The second was you mentioned the event house thing. So just to clarify that for some folks, as the city attorney said, the vacation rental ordinance says you can't have more than 4 people beyond the 2 per bedroom at any point. Obviously, events have a lot more than that. A different department who gives event permits was giving event permits. At the same time, houses were used by vacation rentals. I think whether that should or shouldn't have happened is irrelevant. I think we should really discuss what we want moving forward. But just to explain what the city attorney was referring to, right? So I just wanted to clarify that as well. Is that a fair representation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Go ahead. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. On your review of contract summaries and TOT review, that slide, you mentioned how there's been 56,702 for that fiscal year. So this is from July to July? Or June?
July to June. If I can pull back up the slide, I can kind of review it one more time.
Okay, and then the last line that you have here, can you just explain that a little bit?
Yeah, so that's going to be fiscal year starting here in July of 2022 and currently up to September is when that's the latest TOT information that we have. And then I mirrored that with contract summaries up to September as well.
I see, so that should say 2022.
Oh, yeah, that last line. Maybe it's trying to say 2022 to 2023. It's just dotted out on the chart of the 2023.
So we're in 2022 right now.
Yeah, fiscal year 2022, 2023.
But you're saying, but this is only for the months of July through September. So it's July through September of 2022.
That's correct. Yes, it is. I mean, the 2023 is misleading. Yes. I mean,
Okay.
if it was
I just want
January
to
there, yeah,
make sure
of
I know
course.
what I'm looking at
Yep.
here. Okay. So this is how much TOT has come in just in those few months.
Yep, to 2,290,492.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Woods, did you have any questions?
Sure, thank you. The first one is to the city attorney. You talked about grandfathering, and the grandfathering is in the staff report, but I was trying to see where it was in the ordinance. Did I miss it, or?
No, it's in there. On page, on page 26, we deal with the issue of the number of contracts per year in subdivision W.
Okay, I'm looking at it now, okay.
And I think we deal with that. Then on page 22, subromanet 3I, we deal also with the number of contracts.
Maybe, no, I was looking at the grandfathering that we talked about, that you talk about in the staff report.
Yeah, those are the sections where we provide that those numbers would change after 2 years and 5 years respectively.
Okay, all right. Give me just a moment. Okay, so it's really the triple I at the very bottom.
Correct.
Okay, great. And for staff, thanks for all of your work. I know you've been under a lot of pressure to get this done, but to make some of these decisions, I think some of the first two meetings, we didn't have a lot of data on like the number of apartments we had, how many condos there were, how many condos allowed vacation rentals, how many did not. And if we're going to be looking at percentages, did we get that data?
It was provided today, and it's very rough figures, so they're not 100% accurate. There are some numbers that you can use as a baseline, but we're still reviewing it ourselves.
So if we were to do something, I think the staff report's recommending a 20%. How do we base that 20% if we don't have the data?
I think, just if I can weigh in, currently the way we've been talking about this for months has been based on the total number of residential units, which includes apartments, condos, and single-family homes, which numbers we do have. The way the ordinance is worded was hoping we might have more neighborhood data to look at, but we don't. So I think what the city attorney had said earlier was we would probably do it based on the way we've been discussing it for the last several months, and later, the council could, when that data is available, change it more per neighborhood specifics. So the working group had recommended a 10% neighborhood cap based on the total number, not based on just the number of single-family homes. So staying with that, the numbers they were looking at, not the 10% necessarily, but the total number of housing units.
Well, total number of housing units versus single-family homes are two different things.
Correct.
So, it really is it 20% of the eligible properties that can have a vacation rental? Or is it, because there's a difference between the total number that can have a vacation rental that are eligible and those that are not. And I don't know if we have that distinguishing number yet.
I think the data we've been looking at throughout this is the total number of housing units, not just the ones that are eligible.
Right.
The ordinance changed that, but that was what we had been discussing previously, was the total number of housing units. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Well, it does. I think
okay.
that I asked and I even called afterwards and we took questions that data to me was very important. And let me ask the next question then. Why is density in a particular neighborhood an issue?
Is that a question for staff?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, the main complaint we received is that there's neighborhoods, there's certain homes that feel that they're surrounded by vacation rentals. So the density is really heavy in some neighborhoods as opposed to others. So that is why it became an issue and that's why it was addressed by the work group.
But that density is based on the total number of housing units, not the total number of eligible vacation rental units.
Correct.
All right. Thank you. In regards to event houses, just so we're all clear on this, this is vacation rentals. This is the ordinance we're looking at. And event houses are through planning and land use. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do they have, when an event house has an event, they need to apply for a permit? Is that correct, through planning?
Yes, that's correct.
And does planning in any way coordinate with your office, Veronica, about those event houses?
No, it's a separate process.
So if an event house is a vacation rental and there's a hotline call, do you apply it sounds like from earlier discussion tonight, you apply the vacation rental criteria?
Yes, that is correct.
Even though they might be under an event permit?
Councilmember, so if there was a special event permit on file for that specific event, we would not enforce the vacation rental ordinance. We would enforce the limitations on the special event permit.
Okay, and when a special event permit call comes in, what department handles that? Is it the police department or is it your department?
Well, if they call the vacation rental hotline and it was a registered vacation rental, our code officers would respond to that because it's listed as a vacation rental. What would happen is the code officer would go to that property, most likely talk to the event manager that's there, and then determine that there was a special event permit on file, and then discuss appropriately what actions are needed next.
And can our vacation rental code enforcement officers issue a citation for an event or no? Or do you have to do that through the police department? What kind of a citation is it?
They can enforce the administrative citation. They're code officers. We've issued noise citations in the past. If there was anything else in violation of the special event permit, they would most likely cite that specific nuisance in that citation.
Great. And under vacation rentals, if you have so many citations, there are consequences to that are outlined in the code. What about event houses? If you have 3 complaints in a year, do we have any regulations that say the event house is closed down for 90 days or a year or 2 years or whatever?
Yeah, I'm not sure about the requirements in the special event permit, but planning is here to help answer that.
Thanks, great.
Thanks for the question. So a registered event house, there is a condition that we can revoke their registration or the permit at any point in time if they're found to be in noncompliance. So I don't know that it's listed in the same way with a sort of number limited to that, but we do have the ability to withdraw that if there are issues.
Thanks, Christopher, but you're only able to withdraw that permit, right? Not future.
Or the overall license for the, so there's two things that happen with an event house. First, an event house has to register and receive a license as an event house in order to host events. Then each individual event also comes in and seeks an event permit. So we can revoke the permit for the event itself, but of course at that point it's already happening, so that's a little more challenging, or we can revoke the license itself.
And in revoking the license itself, do we have criteria on how we revoke, or does it need to go to a hearing, or does it go to, where does it go?
That, unfortunately, I don't know.
That's all right.
I'll go ahead and jump in and respond to that question. So there is specific language in the event house ordinance relative to the basis for revoking a permit. And the process for that is the revocation is approved by the city manager. And so that's the process in the ordinance for revocation of an event house permit.
Thank you, Flynn. That's not just a single event. That would be for the whole permit.
Correct. Yeah, they would have the ability to do that for the entire permit.
So, great. And the criteria is kind of, we don't have direct criteria on that like we do with vacation rentals.
No, it's not as specific as the vacation rental ordinance, but things such as violations of noise, trash, vehicle parking, things like that are a basis for revocation of a permit.
Thanks. And this question is for the city attorney. I sent, and I don't know if you got it. I sent it late in the day. What LA requires for residency to have a vacation rental permit. And I did get a chance to wade through the whole thing. But then we also have case law of not really requiring people to have it as their permanent residence. I think LA requires it to be your permanent residence. Do you want to talk to that just a little bit?
Yeah, and I did look at LA County's ordinance after you sent that to me this afternoon. It's a little bit unclear whether they actually require residency the way New Orleans did in their case, or if they just require you to stay there for a certain number of days. They have two sentences and they're arguably inconsistent or ambiguous. Our ordinance as proposed doesn't require you to, the property owner to maintain the property as their primary residence the way the New Orleans ordinance did, which was struck down in that case. Instead, our ordinance simply says you need to stay there a certain number of days, which is technically under the law different from having it as your primary residence. So I believe that as drafted, as proposed, this ordinance would sustain a legal challenge. I think moving toward what Louisiana did, and depending on how LA County administers and enforces their ordinance, that could be subject to challenge as well. I believe LA County's ordinance was drafted before the New Orleans case, which just came down in August of this year.
Great, thank you. And I think from the mayor's questioning, that is kind of on a sign a declaration process by which we would verify that. We have no other way to verify that.
Correct.
All right. And then on the partner situation of people who are married or in a domestic partnership, right? How do we verify that?
Yes, when one does apply, we do ask for ownership information, both on the application, and they do complete an ownership form to list all applicable owners to that property. And we do compare that list to any other vacation rental applications or current vacation rentals in our database.
So if somebody is married, but they're not telling you they're married, right? We don't have a way to verify it. Is that what I'm understanding?
Usually from staff's perspective, when they review title information, they look up deed information. Sometimes that's listed as in there. I'm trying to think of the terminology as one person and another person as a married couple own own this property or so forth. So they do look at deed information, title information to understand the ownership scenario in each application.
Okay. I just, for me, the reason I ask that is I don't want to put things on the books that we can't enforce, you know, that are, or that encourage people to lie, to get a bit, to do what they want to do. We got rid of this, so that none of this new ordinance, just so that I'm clear, is putting an overall cap of vacation rentals on the city. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. So it's just a potential for a neighborhood percentage cap.
Correct.
Based on, right, okay, 1PS's neighborhoods or the city's neighborhoods. Okay. Thank you for indulging me a little bit. I think there's been a lot of questions. A lot of people have a lot of questions about all of it. I know that there is an issue with reducing the number of contracts you can have a year. And just for everyone's edification, can you tell us how this proposed ordinance wants to step that process in?
So the ordinance as drafted would allow existing permittees to continue having 36 contracts per year until December 31st, 2024. New permittees would be limited to 24 immediately. And then those existing permittees after December 31st, 2024 would be moved down to 24 permit or contracts per year.
Okay. And for staff, have we done any sort of analysis on what that means? And does it get us to the point of what? I mean, what are we trying to achieve by reducing the contracts?
Well, we have reviewed contract summaries as currently as far as how many contracts are being used per property between the 1 and 36 contracts. Reducing it down to the 24, don't know if I could speak about the reason to go down to 24 other than to maybe support more an ancillary use. But from the contract summary data, we've seen from our past council meetings and study sessions is that there's a large population of contract summaries that seem to be more used between the 1 and 12 contract summary submissions compared to the latter part of maybe 36 to 34. So from what we've seen from the submissions from our vacation rental owners is that a large population are between the lower part of the contract summaries between 1 and 12 or so, and forth. So
just can I repeat that? So what you're saying is that most of the contracts we write are between 1 and 12 contracts a year.
From what the data shows, when we put it into tables, it shows a majority of them are in the front end of the, I guess you could say, between 136.
Wait, I'm sorry, the 130.
Between 1 and 36, the primary submissions are between at least 1 and 12 contracts per property a year.
So what you're saying is the majority of contracts, the majority of vacation rentals are renting between 1 and 12 contracts a year?
That's correct. I don't have the presentation that I provided in previous sessions, but from what we see, like from what I presented today during the opening of the session, just to here in 2022, there were 230 properties that submitted just one contract summary, and followed by 8967. So a lot of the contract summaries we see submitted are, between, like I said, 1 and 12. It does start to taper down a little, but as I could say is that I'm looking at number of contracts for 18, so there were 92 properties. So I believe, in the past, the median contract summary that we've seen from the years between 18 and 19 from a summary submitted based off reviewing data from 2021. Looking at that, it seems that most properties are between, from a median standpoint, 18 contracts a year.
And do we know from that data, because they have to submit contract summaries, what's the length of stay? Do we know what the length of stay is for
We do, since we asked for an arrival date and a departure date, when we ran it a couple meetings ago, I believe it was 4 to 5 days average stay.
for all vacation rentals?
For the contract summaries submitted, yeah, it shows an average of the length of stay.
Okay, so if that's the average, right, that we're having, and it doesn't seem to run anywhere near even the one we're proposing in the ordinance, or the one that's been proposed in the ordinance, why are we changing it? Is it a problem?
I believe the goal was to lessen impact to neighborhoods. The lower number of contracts would mean less people coming and going from the homes.
Councilmember Woods, are these questions for staff, or are they commentary that you want to engage in?
Oh, they're for staff. I want to understand completely what we're doing here. And it's obviously it's a very hot issue right now. And, we're just really I'm really trying to understand and making an informed decision what we're doing and why we're doing it and where the problem might exist. And so, we can talk to the council members later, but I wanted to hear from staff's perspective with the numbers, if there's a problem. Or if staff is just taking direction from council members. I don't know what's, I'd like to know what the problem is. That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, the city staff was directed to work with a work group and look at the ordinance and any particular changes that might be recommended to create a balance between the industry and neighborhoods. And I think, as staff has previously stated, that one of the conflicts was that some neighborhoods feel that there's a very high density of vacation rentals that impacts the quality of life in their neighborhoods. So that is why we're having this discussion.
Right, thank you. I totally get that. What I'm trying to get at is the number of contracts from the statistics that just provided to us is not a problem. It sounds like the majority of contracts are nowhere near the caps that we're proposing. But yet, I heard from the testimony, the lengthy testimony, that people didn't want caps. So there's a disconnect that obviously people don't want caps, right? On the number of vacation rentals they can have per year, contracts they can have per year. I don't know why they don't want it if it's not being used. So there's just a real disconnect for me, and I'm trying to understand that disconnect.
Councilmember Coors?
Sure. I think they brought back what we all asked them, although we said we wanted flexibility numbers, all four of us asked them at prior meetings. So I think that's a policy discussion for us to have, and not, staff doesn't make these decisions, we do. So I think that's part of our conversation, Councilmember Woods,
Okay.
not staff's.
Right, but I'm just trying to understand what the numbers say, is what I'm
Right.
trying to understand.
So if you look at the contracts, I think you did the math, in 2019, before COVID, there were 23 homes that rented more than 25 or more times. And during COVID, that increased in 2020, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, to 502 homes did it. 2021, that went up to 781 homes. So you're talking at least about, 30%-ish of the homes were now renting more than that. And then this year, the number's gone down, but we still have 6 weeks left to 515. So we saw a big increase during COVID, as we can see in TOT and what people were charging. So those are the numbers, if that's helpful, based on the chart we have.
And that data is chart 8. And that data is consistent with the data that was given to us on March 29th.
Correct.
I guess what I'll do is I'll save the rest of the questions for later, and maybe we can have discussion between staff, between council members, what's the motivation for all this? Thank you.
Question, Councilmember Corse.
Sure. So one more question. So, two more actually, I think. So one is on marriage, domestic partnership. If you're allowed to have a financial interest in one, and it's supposed to be a secondary use, I think you explained that. If you're married in a domestic partnership and you each have one, then that's not, you have a financial interest in two. As far as proof, sure, we could ask for domestic partnership or marriage certificate. I can tell you the only time I've been asked for that in, counting how many years this has been, 16 years of being in a domestic partnership until we can get married and a marriage. The only time I've ever been asked for it has been when applying for a mortgage, doing the escrow documents. So yet, I think several of us have health insurance through the city, and I wasn't asked for proof that I was married. So I think, people lie in their taxes too. I mean, at some point, you make the rules and you can ask for more documentation if you want, but some people are still not going to be honest. So that's a decision we can make if we want more documentation, because that's an easy documentation for someone to provide, I think, right? From city attorney, I think that that is that. And on event houses, and we're not considering the event house ordinance at the moment, just its interplay with vacation rentals, just so we're clear on that. My understanding is the way this is written, we're talking about events that are for compensation, right? So if someone's lending their house to a friend or a nonprofit for an event, we're talking about for compensation, correct?
Correct, or if somebody's having a birthday party or a holiday party, those do not count as event houses.
Okay, and then for staff, because I had asked this, I know it's not in the presentation, but I think there were 5 houses that applied for event permits in this calendar year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so looking at that list and knowing most of those houses, I know of other houses that are doing events for compensation. And I've had some owners tell me they were told by the manager that as long as they were on site for part of it, they don't need to get an event permit. Is that accurate? If they're getting paid for the house?
If they're getting paid, they should be applying for the event permit from planning. If there's any money changing hands, it should be going through our planning department, regardless of the owners there.
So let me ask the city attorney, is that a should or a must?
The fact that the owner happens to be there doesn't remove it from the requirements of an event house if it otherwise qualifies as an event house. In other words, if compensation is being paid. I think that there might have been some confusion in the sense that oftentimes when the owner is there, that means it's just a birthday party or a holiday party, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's the case, and it doesn't remove it from the definition of an event house if it otherwise qualifies.
No, I know someone shared with me the event house and they were told by the manager that as long as they're on the premises, even if it's a wedding of a stranger, they don't have to do any permit. And so that creates somewhat of a bad name for the people who actually do it the right way and manage it the right way. So I just think maybe there's some education needed there on a separate issue, but I just wanted to make sure that was clear that that is not the case. So, okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? I had one, although my colleagues seem to have already answered it for me, but I would like to go to slide number 8 if we could. Or maybe, well, it says 3A. There we are. That's the slide I'm looking for. So there's a lot of data here, so I'm going to go through it a little bit slowly. The years, is this calendar year or fiscal year?
This would be calendar year.
Calendar year, okay. So when I'm looking at number of contracts, and let's just start right at the very beginning. When it says one contract, and in 2019 it says 190, That means there were 190 properties that only had one contract. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And as we move forward to 2022, that number goes to 230.
That is correct.
So there's some change over the course of those 4 years, but not what I would call significant amount of change, particularly if you take and add contracts 1 and 2 together. Those are relatively even over the course of time. When you get down to 2019 and looking at the number of contracts between 28 and 36, that looks like a very small number of contracts, and somebody else did the math for me. Thank you. 23. As we move to 2020, that number then moves up of 28 to 36 to 502 properties, and by the time we get to 2021, we're at 781 properties. So there does seem to have been a very significant increase in the number of properties that are renting out at 28 to 36. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Yeah. And the 2022 numbers are through how many months?
Year to date, so we round it year to date.
Okay, thank you. So that did start to go down back a little bit. All right. So I don't want to comment now, but I think that does show that there has been, within the last few years, a significant amount of change in the number of properties that have the 28 to 36 contracts. That may be part of the reason that some folks are concerned about the number of contracts. Okay. All right. Are there any other questions from anyone before we start to walk through each one of the proposals? Councilmember Coors?
No, just before we go through each one, I think there may be some sort of broad comments, given some of the comments made and some information I think that we might want to each share before we get into going through each one.
Let me check, since I can't see him. Councilmember Woods, do you have any other questions before we go into broad comments?
No, that's great. Thank you.
Okay. Does anyone want to start with broad comments?
You're looking at me, so sure. Yeah, one thing I want to say, because since we've been in these, from the various meetings since March, from some of the comments tonight, the last couple of meetings, and from many of the emails I received, a lot of people talk about their vacation rentals as a business. And so I just want to the vacation rental ordinance that's been in effect since 2017 starts out, and I just want to read the first paragraph, because I think it is one of the reasons we're having these discussions, right? The primary use of single-family and multifamily dwelling units in the city of Palm Springs is the provision of permanent housing for full-time and part-time residents of the city who live and or work in the city. Vacation rentals are not uses specifically recognized in the city zoning ordinance, or are these uses expressly identified as uses permitted in single-family and multifamily zones. Vacation rentals are similar in character and use as hotels and other commercial short-term uses and can only be permitted in single-family and multifamily homes if such uses are ancillary and secondary to the residential use of the property. This ordinance confirms that vacation rentals are ancillary and secondary uses of residential property in the city. Businesses are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. And I think what has happened, which has led to some of this, especially during COVID, and we heard a lot of people who have reached out who bought houses during COVID, bought them as businesses and are operating them as businesses who don't spend any time in the home. That's not everyone, that's I don't think the most, but that is happening, right? And everyone, including the Realtors Board and Vacation Rental Owners Network, wanted that language in the ordinance because it put it at severe risk of being thrown out. So that's what we promised people in 2017. These were going to be people's part-time or full-time residences that were being used some of the time to, one, provide another opportunity for people who want to come on vacation here, and many of us have done that, and also to help people offset some of their costs who are living here full or part-time. So that's very clear in the ordinance, and that's been that way. That's nothing new. So I just want to put that in context, sort of on the broader sense. The working group looked at a couple issues, and they recommended a cap of 2,500, which is probably about 400 less than when we include the pending permits than we already have, and a 10% neighborhood cap, which would limit vacation rentals significantly. And if you look at, a 7 or 8% attrition rate, we'd have several years where new buyers or people who have a change in life circumstances, as many people talked about, understandably, would not be able to get a permit. That was supported by VRON, which represents more than half the vacation rentals. They wanted 20% on the neighborhood, not 10, but they wanted a total cap. A total cap would also have a dramatic effect on TOT compared to allowing more people to have the same right that everyone else has. And I don't think I didn't get any research from them on what that impact would be. So I just want a little consistency and just some transparency on those issues as we look at this. But the complaints I hear are when people if you're doing 36 rentals, you're renting it out at least 70% of all the weekends. And if you're full-time, especially if you're a part-time homeowner who doesn't have a vacation rental, and you have 2 of those next to you, and instead of 1 or 2 people in a 4-bedroom house, you have 10 or 12, even though they're not violating the noise ordinance, when people are at the pool all day and people come home from the bars at 2 in the morning, go in the hot tub and pool and are talking and drinking outside, that is a more impactful use of that property than when it's a couple. So that is the issue. And so what we're trying to solve is how we don't end up like every other city in the valley over the last couple of years, 4 now, who are banning them entirely, and come up with something that balances the interests of the vacation rental industry and businesses, but also our residents and how they're living their life, And in some neighborhoods, when the houses are close together and you are going to work at 7 or 8 in the morning, you have kids going to school on a Monday, and there are people in the hot tub and pool at 2 in the morning, it has an impact, and it doesn't violate our ordinance. Some cities have done 10 p.m. silence outside of vacation rentals. I don't like that idea. So what we're trying to do is find a balance that achieves what this ordinance says, which is this is a secondary use, and do it in a way that doesn't result in neighborhoods that are now 40% of vacation rentals, because that impacts people. So we'll get into the specifics because I have issues with caps, but I do think to the extent we can, everyone should ultimately have the same rights. Just because you have a permit pre-17 didn't stop it, and a lot of the people, some of the people who testified said when we passed the 17 ordinance, it was going to be the end of the world and the industry would collapse. And we're seeing TOT double from what it was then. So, but that's the issues I feel we're trying to solve. And the last issue I think we're trying to solve is when you add, when you go from 1,700 to 2,900 vacation rental homes, and the contract numbers then go through the roof, we heard a lot of people say that's really increased the value of property here, right? Homes that were, in neighborhoods selling for $500,000 are selling well over $1 million. And a lot of the people we heard concerns about who work here can no longer afford to live here. So that cuts both ways. It's sort of hard to argue both sides of that. I appreciate with house cleaners, if they're doing 36 rentals, and so that's 70 homes, they're cleaning it 36 times instead of, I think most people I know have their house cleaned who don't have vacation rentals, 26 times. But the landscaper and the pool people, they're there an equal number of times if it's a vacation rental or if it's not a vacation rental. If the pool people aren't coming regularly, your pool's gonna bloom in 3 weeks. And so I appreciate provides a lot of jobs, but if we did the 2,500 cap, we'd really be impacting those jobs, I think, more than allowing everyone to do it for fewer contracts. So that's just my overall view that I wanted to share. Thank you.
Anyone else want to share their overall comments? Councilmember Woods?
Certainly. Hold on. Let me turn on my thing here. Thank you, Councilmember Corrs. I agree. I don't disagree with you at all. And I think we want them, I think, out of the gate, when we first started this process, is that it's an ancillary use. And I use the example of a lot of people buying just to rent them out as a business, which turns residential neighborhoods into a commercial district, right? When I was asking my questions, I'm trying to really get at, would what is suggested solve the problems, which we'll get into the details of later. But I would say the overall view, I agree. Quality of life when somebody uses the hot tub at 2 in the morning can be very disconcerting for the type of residents we have. If I was on Fire Island and somebody was using the hot tub in the morning, I'd knock on the door and say, "Can I join you?" But I don't know as we have that kind of clientele or residents here in the city of Palm Springs. So I don't disagree. We'll get in the nitty gritty of how to do it. But I do want, and I was reading the staff report as well as about some of the data, and I'm willing to go through it. So thank you.
Thank you. And let me add a couple of general comments. First, I want to say thank you to everyone who's been involved in this process. All of the folks that were involved in the work group, the staff, for an incredible amount of information and work that you have put together. The individuals that are neighbors of vacation rentals across the city, who many of whom really struggle with the number of homes that are in their neighborhoods that are vacation rentals. And all of the individuals within the vacation rental industry. One of the things that was very evident from the testimony that we received this evening is how many people have come forward in the last number of years and truly put their heart and soul into the homes that they've purchased and the remodeling that they are doing of those homes. And that is very deserving of our appreciation and our thanks. This is hard work. Getting these ordinances correct is something that takes a tremendous amount of time. It matters in our community. We have been a hospitality-oriented community for as long as we have been a community. And there's every reason to believe that we will continue to be so. I am constantly reminded of a question that I was asked when I was running for city council at a meeting of the Palm Springs Realtors. And that question was whether or not Palm Springs was a small city of neighborhoods, or whether or not we were a world-class destination. And my answer then was, we are both if we get the balance right. My answer has not changed 5 years later. We are both, but only if we get the balance right. What we are trying to do here is make sure that we continue to get the balance right. As I listened to some of the comments tonight regarding what we're trying to do, I found myself making a little note that says, what is modest change to some individuals is draconian change to others. Yet we're both frequently describing the same amount of change. So I know perspectives matter. I know that people are looking at this very differently. And I appreciate the economic impact that some of these decisions may have on individuals. I won't single them out and embarrass them, but I really appreciate some of the data that was sent to me over the last couple of weeks regarding the economics of running a vacation rental. And those economics are dramatically different depending on when you purchased your home and what the initial cost of that home is. So, one of the comments that we received this evening quite frequently was there's no data. This report here was produced and distributed as a public record on March 29th. All of the rest of the information I have up here is data. It's a part of the public record and has been given to us by our exemplary staff over the course of the last 6 months. The original request that we made for this data was back in February of this year. We were very clear in March of this year that we wanted to conclude our work regarding vacation rentals during the course of this council. And that is what we are doing. Now, there is, for those of us who are in public administration, you can always ask another question. And another question can always generate another question. But we have a tremendous amount of data, and much of that data has not changed. Sometimes you like the data, sometimes you don't. But this industry, based on the changes that we are contemplating, they are not going to change the fundamentals of revenue coming into the city of Palm Springs. We are approaching a recession, and we are cognizant of that. And the last thing I will say before we move into specifics is consistently through this, we have talked about phasing this in and suggested that for the vast majority of vacation rentals, the changes would not take place for another 24 months. And we haven't even decided if it's going to be 24 months. From the time that we dropped down below 1,800 vacation rentals, we are now approaching, by the time all of the contracts that are in process are completed, over 2,900 vacation rentals. 1,800 to 2,900 is not trying to kill an industry. It's trying to manage an industry. With that, let's move into some of the specifics. And we'll take them in the order that they were done in the staff report, make it a little bit easier to follow. Neighborhood-based caps based on vacation rentals. Well, let me start with that one and go first, because neighborhoods are something I know a little bit about. We've been trying to figure out how to address density since I first started engaging in conversation on vacation rentals almost a decade ago. And I don't know how many different proposals I have heard to address the question of density, all of which have failed to one degree or another, that we should have density limits by number of properties on a block, or the number of properties in 2 or 3 blocks, or the number of density in terms of how many feet from another property. This is as good as I have seen in all of the years, and that's making a limit on the number of vacation rentals by household defined by the neighborhoods that we have through 1PS. Only 55 properties are not in a registered neighborhood out of the over 2,500 that we currently have. People know and live by their neighborhoods, so I think we've got a good approach. The work group suggested 10% based on household. The proposal from those in VRON was that it was 20%. It's not going to surprise some people that I think the more appropriate number is 15% by neighborhood. We have asked the question, what about how many apartments are in a neighborhood, how many HOA associations? That data is going to be very difficult to comply. But at the time that we are able to comply with that information, I would welcome receiving it, looking at it, and coming back and revisiting whether or not the percentage that we finally arrive on is the right percentage for neighborhoods based on the revised data that we have regarding how many properties are eligible. But we don't have that information tonight. I think we still can and we should move forward with a limit based on neighborhoods, and I suggest it be 15. Are there other comments?
Councilmember Woods, do you want to go? We can't see you, unfortunately.
Go ahead. I'm still listening to the mayor processing. But go ahead.
I want to echo sort of the challenge, right? I mean, ultimately the issue for an individual homeowner is when they're clustered nearby. And I think we have heard many ways to try and do that, to try and address that. And I think neighborhoods is probably the best that we can come up with. I think, I'm not a fan of caps in general because I want everyone to have the same rights, which is how we came up with a junior permit idea. So even in those neighborhoods, people, while they're waiting for something to open up, could still rent them out some amount of time, which we will talk about when we get to junior permits. But that was the reason for that. I'm comfortable with a 15%, if that's the majority of council. And I do think it's the best we can do. Trying to say, I know there's one city that was shared with me in Colorado that's, you can't have more than one immediately next to you. So then what happens on the other? I mean, you just can go down a rabbit hole with how that would possibly work and how, we can make that something people know when they're buying a house versus what the concentration is in a neighborhood. And given the way our neighborhood organizations work, I think that's probably the best way we can do it. You can, of course, there are going to be some strange outcomes, right? I live across the street from me is another neighborhood. And I have 3 directly across the street. They happen to be run well. They're not a problem for me. But, it's not perfect is my point, but there is no perfect, right? So what's the best we can do? And I haven't heard another suggestion yet that works better than neighborhoods, but open to hearing it. And with that, it's all you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Sure. So I think one of the things that we do hear a lot from residents is this density issue, and it's specifically from the neighborhoods that have the high percentage. So Racket Club Estates, Sunmore, Twin Palms, El Rancho Vista Estates, El Mirador, Desert Park Estates, all of these have over 20% vacation rentals. And those are the people that I hear from when they're emailing or they're stopping me. That's the neighborhoods that they live in. You don't get those same complaints from folks who live in, for instance, Upper West Side, which is only 4%, about 4%. So that's really what we're trying to adjust here. 15%, I could go to 20%. I really don't think it needs to be 15, but at the same time, everything that we're doing right now is going to take time to actually occur. So the vacation rentals are at 38% in Racket Club Estates, and they're going to stay 38% in Racket Club Estates until people start to stop doing vacation rentals there. We don't know how long that's going to be. It could take 2 years, it could take 5 years, it could take 10 years. How long are those folks going to keep using their vacation rentals and have a permit? We don't know. And I think that's the biggest thing with all of these proposed changes is that they're all being phased in. So I'm okay with, I think I prefer 20, but I could go to 15.
Councilmember Woods?
Yeah, one moment. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. You know, some of the neighborhoods in my district, as the mayor just said, have a high density of vacation rentals, and I think a lot of them are newer. And I would surmise that the reason for that is you could buy a modestly priced house and have a great return on investment versus buying in Vista Las Palmas, which is going to cost you more money. You're going to have to charge more to have the same return on investment. My concern is first of all, to the point of Councilmember Coors of equity, you've just really knocked out anybody in Racquet Club Estates, as an example, from ever being able to enter the market for, it appears, many years. Secondly, I'm just thinking it's going to redistribute this return on investment formula to some of our poor neighborhoods. And I don't want to say poor, but some of the more affordable neighborhoods where your purchase price is going to give you a higher return on investment. And I'm thinking Demuth Park as an example. That might happen too. So if we were to put a cap, I would not go below 20%. I would not be in agreement below 20%. And I would want some sort of matrix to understand if it's actually working. If we're going to come back in 2 years, did the 20% achieve something, and what is the something that it achieved? And I don't know if I have the answer to that. So thank you.
So we have one person pushing 15, one not wanting to go below 20, and two who I think said their first choice was 20, but could live with 15. So what's the will of council on this?
Is no one talking, or did I lose video?
We are.
There's thinking going on up here.
I think your mic is off, Councilman Coors.
My mic was off. My apologies, Councilmember Woods.
That's why you couldn't be heard.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Coors.
Yeah, I think what I was saying was, I think if you look at distribution of the 400 people in process, most of whom were in process before this started, some of the neighborhoods that are now between 15 and 20 are going to be at 20. So it's not my first choice, but I could go there to get a majority to move this forward.
I can go there as well, particularly given what we know is in process. I'd like to see that data, but.
Yeah. And I do agree with you that, when we have eligible houses, that's something that can come back to council on resolution to look at if there are changes. Sunmore is a great example where there are so many apartments in Sunmore, yet there's still, right? When you take out the apartments, their percentage goes probably up to 40+%. And so I think that will be a helpful relook for council and a time to review this and see if the number should be different.
So to summarize, it's a 20% cap per neighborhood. Those neighborhoods that currently exceed that cap will continue to exceed that cap. We're not taking any permits away from anyone. We will ask staff to come forward and provide us with revised neighborhood numbers once they have processed all of the applications that are in process. And at the time that we are able to accurately review HOAs, apartments, and others that are not eligible to become vacation rentals, that data will come back to City Council, and City Council will have an opportunity to revisit whether or not the cap number that we're establishing tonight is the appropriate number. Is that correct, Councilmember Woods?
Yes, the only thing that that I'm concerned about is there are HOAs that actually rent, are eligible to have a short-term vacation rental within their HOA organization. And how are we looking at that? There's many that don't and some that do. I'm sure any real estate agent would know the difference because they're selling property and have to disclose whether you can rent short-term or not. So the data is available. And I'm just thinking that any HOA that allows short-term rentals should be included in the total number of units that the percentage is based upon.
I think that's what we said we would do.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not taking those out or apartments out from the denominator, right? It's 20% of total housing units currently.
So we're talking about 20% of total housing units at this point.
Correct. So all the data we've been working out and that list we've been looking at has been based on total housing units.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Woods?
Well, all it will kind of, and can we flesh that just a little bit? 20% of total housing units in a neighborhood, which it says in the staff report, which can be registered as a vacation rental, period. That's different than what I think Councilmember Kors just said.
Correct. So the numbers we've been working on since March, really, we've been looking at total housing units. Staff is working to get numbers by neighborhood because that's not how we have the numbers. We have them citywide. And which time they have those, then council can bring forward making adjustments based on that new data. So this is keeping with the data we've been working with because we don't have that other data.
Right. I hear that. Okay. Yeah. Right. The data is there. I mean, it's totally available. We just haven't entered it into the formula yet. So that means a district or a neighborhood with a lot of apartments, right, that can't rent, or condominiums that can't rent, will have a huge percentage of single-family homes that are vacation rentals.
There are a couple neighborhoods like that. I have a bunch. I think I have the most apartments right are in District 3. And a lot of those neighborhoods in the middle of the city have no homes, or the ones they do have that are single family are almost all HOAs.
Okay.
Again, when we do have that data by neighborhood, we are saying that that data will come back and council can revisit whether or not the cap by neighborhood needs to be adjusted.
And I think, Councilmember Woods, you and I can come back with some popcorn and make public comment from the other side when that comes back to the new council. And that'll be a fun evening, and then we can go out for drinks.
And do we want to ask staff to come up with some matrix on if the 20% has it achieved anything, and what do we want it to achieve? If it's quality of life, if it, what is it that we're trying to achieve, and do we want to put a matrix to it?
I think at this point what we're trying to achieve is a density cap, and we have suggested that council will need to review this entire ordinance in 2 years, and that that will be a very broad discussion, and I'm reluctant to take and move beyond the cap to a discussion of all of the variables that we want the next council to take and make judgments on.
But I think the data that will come is what is the density per neighborhoods, right? What changes we see into where vacation rentals are, things along those lines.
Are we able to move on, Councilmember Woods?
Madam Mayor, and I don't mean to interrupt it, there was one kind of minor issue with regard to the neighborhood caps that was identified in the staff report, and that is if a neighborhood is either now or in the future, if the number has been exceeded and there are pending applications, how does the council wish those applications to be treated should the number go below the cap? Does the council wish those to be handled first come, first serve, a lottery system?
Is that a question that we need to deal with now or when we talk about how we handle all of those applications that are in process?
Now.
It might be helpful to talk about them now if you can, because it's really largely specific to this issue.
So I think we're jumping ahead a little bit, but my recommendation is that all applications that were received by October 17 of 2022 be considered by the old rules, and we will implement all of those applications. If it causes us to exceed 20% in a neighborhood, everyone gets in who was in line by October 17.
Yeah, agreed. I think the other question, if I'm understanding, is, so let's say it's at 20% plus one, and two people give up their permits. Are we doing a lottery of everyone in the neighborhood who's waiting, or is it first in, first permit? Which seems like it's probably the better route, is first in, first permit.
Is there, can we do a waiting list, though? What I don't want, right, what I don't want to see is people who are able to monitor it very quickly, then getting the first opportunity. So if there's people who are interested, if they can be added to a list and do a first come, first serve that way, or I just think logistically, how is this working? Because are they going to get, everyone's going to get a notification, or they just have to be watching the city's website to see if it changes?
And that's why a first in time, first in right might be more appropriate as opposed to like a lottery or the first person who catches it.
So would it be they'd submit an application, because they'd have to actually own the home and close escrow, et cetera. So for Veronica and Patrick, does keeping that list of applicants per neighborhood work? We want to make this as easy as possible.
You're next online.
For the department, yeah. And you know you're next online, and then you get a call? Yes? Okay. Nodding for people who will be listening to this just on the audio. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that question.
Can I ask a question? Because the staff report is a little different than what has been discussed on the dais. Where in the ordinance, I'm trying to find it very quickly, does it discuss the cap and how it's based? Just so we're clear in the ordinance and to the entire community what is happening.
Sure, that is in the definitions section of the ordinance, which is the definition of VR neighborhood percentage is on page 18, as well as the VR neighborhood percentage cap.
I saw that, but it doesn't say if it's, it's different than what the staff report said.
Well, it's
different than what we discussed on the dais. So I think we need to clarify it so that we're all on the same page. That's my point. Is it the total number of housing units? Is it what the staff report says? Is it what Councilmember Corr says? What is it going to be?
It says what was decided on by the council, which is the total number of residential dwelling units.
Okay. Maybe. So that's not in the ordinance then, on page 18, under definition.
Yeah, yes, that's what I'm referring to.
It just says that the vacation rental neighborhood percentage is set at 20%. But of what? 20% of what is not put in there? I think we need to be clear of what.
So if you look at the definition of VR neighborhood percentage.
Oh, above. So I'm sorry,
Yeah.
right, okay. Okay. Well, this is different than what was discussed in the dais. That was my point, is are we clear on what we're doing here?
We will be taking out the second sentence that references residential apartments, as well as the third sentence that references HOAs. But otherwise, the basic definition is what the council just decided on.
Thank you.
We will move forward to the second item, which is a requirement of owner occupation of vacation rental properties, which was the requirement that individuals reside in the home for a certain number of days. This is something that I brought up back earlier this year. The number 90 days was suggested, and that's what is in the staff report. I've heard a number of commentaries over the last few weeks that 90 days is not practical. The point of this is that we want to be able to have the kinds of folks that spoke up over and over again this evening. They're trying to transition into living full-time in Palm Springs, and they need to be able to do that over a number of years because of work and family situations. I think people having a stake in the community and living in the home is an important element, but I'm ready to drop that requirement down to something that would be more pragmatic in terms of stay and could live with a 30-day residency requirement.
So for me, I'm just concerned about how you actually implement it. Even with 30 days, what I'm most concerned about is that we have people who are upset about vacation rentals, and do we then cause this game of kindergarten tattling on your neighbors, which I really want us to avoid. And the reason I say that is because we have had residents who have written down every single person whose trash can was shown from the street and submitted it to our code enforcement, right? So we do unfortunately have a society where there are some folks who are going to be hyper vigilant about whether or not someone is there for 30 days. And I don't think that's something that our staff needs to be taking on. But I do agree with the sentiment of people being here, actually using it as ancillary use, which is part of what all of this is moving towards. And especially if we were to lower the contract number, that would probably increase the amount of uses of folks. I think it's hard to say that we're requiring something like this without actually being able to enforce it. But I'm interested in what others have to think about how that actually works.
Sure. So, the city attorney, I know you talked about LA. What is their requirement? Do you know? It's a number of days, right?
I think it's 9 months.
9 months?
It's 9 months. It's much longer.
Wow. Okay. So how, do we know how they enforce that?
We don't. We didn't have time this afternoon to look at it.
Okay.
It has two sentences from what I recall. One is it says it's got to be the owner's primary residence, which, you know, is unclear as to whether they're referring to the same residency requirement as New Orleans. But then it also says that the evidence of residency can be established through things like utility bills and other documents, which in my mind don't necessarily equate to a full-time residency. It just means ownership. So I'm not really clear how they enforce it. We could find out certainly between now and second reading if you wish.
Yeah, I was just curious. So I fully agree with the sentiment. I think if someone's here some of the time, they have a sense of the impacts of using the house. They have a chance for their neighbors to meet them. I think we want that. I think 30 days is a much better number than 90. And I appreciate the comments on that. I do think there's an enforcement issue, which is sort of, I think the mayor talked about just an attestation. I think the Mayor Pro Tem's point with some people, who we know call if the garbage, and sometimes as good as Palm Springs disposal is, don't bring the walk-in service cans back in the house. I've had that. So, but we'll get a call. So I get that too. I think 30 days is a reasonable number. The only question I would have is there, what if someone can't be here 30 days for a year because a job change, a family issue, without making it challenging for staff to give waivers, right? I haven't figured out a way. I don't know if staff's thought about this at all. I haven't asked you to ahead of time. So, Councilmember Woods, what do you think on this? I'm moving us along.
I think I've kind of showed my cards, but I completely agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. And Councilmember Corrs is that I love the sentiment of what it's trying to do to make it an ancillary use. I just think it is unmanageable and it leads people to lie. I don't want to put people in that situation, or as Mayor Pro Tem said, tattling on one another and they don't even know. It doesn't say it has to be contiguous. It could be 2 days here, 2 days there, and they could say anytime they didn't rent, they were living there. It just seems a very awkward thing to do and doesn't get us to the point of what we're really trying to achieve, which is this balance between vacation rentals and quality of life. I think, so that's all I'm thinking. But the sentiment is fantastic. I just don't know how we implement it.
Yeah. I mean, I prefer we do it. And if it's not working, take it away than the other way, but obviously it's a majority thing, so.
Well, certainly one of the things that we are talking about here and is that we are going to phase in these requirements. So this would not apply to anyone for, given what we currently have is a phase-in of 2 years. So
For this, I think it was 5 years, actually.
yeah, well, that was one of the suggestions.
For existing ones, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, in the staff report, it's 5 years. It would only apply to new people.
Right.
And maybe we see how it works with new people and see if it works.
We're talking something that would be applicable to only new individuals, and that's going to be a fairly small number.
For some period of time.
For some period of time.
And at least, if it's at least the amount of time before this comes back for new people after October 17th, I think we'd have more information on if it's effective.
I think 30 days is a pretty modest requirement, particularly given that it's being phased in. That's a head shaking.
I think because it's being phased in and it's a minimum, I'm okay with that. I still have a lot of logistical questions. But we have a long time before we're even going to have to address those logistical questions.
Councilmember Woods?
Again, for me, it's a no-go. It's just too problematic on too many levels. I don't think phasing has anything to do with it. It's just problematic. I think if the future council wants to add something and they think it will take care of a problem, great, and staff will have time to consider how it might implement it. But at this point, I don't see it as being easily implemented. And as I said before, it will lead people to not be directly forward just to maintain their vacation rental permit. And I don't think that's what we want, but I'm outvoted, it sounds like, so that's fine.
I think are we 3-1 on this?
What do you think?
I mean, I do lean more towards Dennis, but I'm just trying to figure out how we really get this balance of trying to get this buy-in from folks, but logistically, it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I'm really, I would like to hear other ideas of how we get that buy-in versus doing it this way.
Then we're 2-2.
Yeah.
Next item is an additional category of vacation rental permits for those owners who wish to rent fewer than 36 times a year, also known as the junior permits. And I do have, and I apologize for asking a question at this point, but I do not recall that we gave direction that individuals would be automatically moved to a junior permit if they rented less than 6 times or whatever it is that we ultimately decide. I think that should be a voluntary decision on the part of an individual as to whether or not they want to be moved to a junior permit.
Yeah, I think initially that automatic move was when we were talking about a 2,500 cap, because we didn't want people to hold on to a permit unnecessarily. But since that's not on the table anymore, it wouldn't need to be automatic.
So the first thing I'd say on junior permits, no automatic moving down unless somebody asks for it.
So, making this, but one of the concerns, and there were a couple of concerns on this, is there are some people who, for the cost of for a regular permit, will hold it for years and then not use it. And so in neighborhoods that, at the 20%, I think maybe if they don't use it that many for maybe 2 years or something, because you also, I mean, I know people who will get a permit, if we have neighborhood caps, we'll get a permit so there are no more, they're willing to spend $1,000 so there aren't more vacation rentals in their neighborhood. And so that's what we were trying to avoid. But maybe it's if they don't rent it, more than, one time over, and it's over a period of years because people's life circumstances change, right? If you're remodeling your house, that came up, and you're not renting it that year, do you get forced down? That doesn't seem fair. So that's the conundrum we're in on this one, right?
I certainly appreciate, we do not want anyone holding a permit just to block other people from getting a permit.
I mean, that was just a thinking. I'm not saying that we should do it or not do it.
So I think if we carry that over 2 or 3 years that someone's not, then they should be challenged as to whether or not they continue to hold a full permit.
So question, Madam Mayor, or discussion point I can bring up. Would the junior permit, because it's not clear in the staff report, and I have to look at the resolution again, count towards the percentage or not?
Does not.
Does not. So the idea of the junior permit was for people who are in a neighborhood where they might be waiting, or they're renting it just a few times, to still be able, full-time resident when they're going on vacation to rent it, even if the neighborhood's at that cap number.
So the theory that we're talking about them holding a permit denying other people doesn't really apply because it doesn't account for the overall percentage. It's just another category that people can do, but if it doesn't count towards the percentage, it doesn't knock anyone in or out.
Right. It's more people holding a regular permit for longer.
Right.
And not using it that we wanted. We didn't want people to do that.
Right.
Now, how many will do that? It's probably not that many. So,
well, if it's $1,000 for registration versus, $300, they might consider it. I don't know.
Not if you're renting your house for that much a night.
I don't think it's that likely.
Yeah.
To happen and to make an impact too. I mean, you have to get the entire neighborhood to do that. And
Yes.
and then if the entire neighborhood gets vacation rental permits to block actual vacation rental permits, that's pretty impressive. And that's definitely a sign of what people are looking to do. But I just don't think that's likely.
Right, I'm fine without the force down, but something staff should sort of watch when they see contracts coming in at zero and can report back to the council in 2 years. If they see that happening, maybe the best bet on that. So what you originally said, Mayor.
All right. We've had, are we at six permits maximum, or is there another number that folks would like to suggest for maximum number of permits that a junior permit would have? Yeah, the big demarcation is between those who have it just one permit a year. If we use last year as an example, there are 75 properties that had 7 and another 76 that had 8. But a significant number of properties are going to qualify for the junior permit at either 6, 7, or 8.
Preference?
I still think the 6 permits was an appropriate number. And again, this is something that experience gained over the next couple of years can cause council to come back and revisit.
I'm fine with that.
Councilmember Woods?
I'm fine with it. I just, rethinking what I'm hearing from the dais and what's in the staff report about the use it or lose it. If you don't use it, if you're not using it, why would we want to keep it on the books? It seems like it might be a good thing. Just curious.
Well, we don't have any data of that would indicate that people had permits and did not rent at all. We do have some concern that with the imposition of neighborhood caps, that there might be a desire on the part of some individuals to take and get a permit to block someone else. We have no evidence of that happening. So I think I'd like to see how this plays out before we impose a rule based on a hypothetical.
And I think if we can ask, maybe staff can monitor if we see very few rentals or 0 rentals from people who have the larger permit and report back, if that is coming up, and council can then consider that. I agree with you, Councilmember Woods. That's the concern, but we don't know if that's going to happen yet. Yeah.
I guess my other point to this, which we haven't discussed, is it's use it or lose it means, you're not going to rent and not report it. So and that you're going to report it. It's easy not to report stuff or file the contract ahead of time. So if you have this permit and you're not using it, I don't know why do we have to keep it in place? Because we want to get an incentive that they're reporting and using it versus not using it. And it doesn't count towards the cap. So I don't know, just a little more discussion on that if we can between you guys.
At this point, unless I'm missing something, we do not have any evidence that there is anyone who has a permit that they are not using at all. But we are asking staff to monitor to see if there does emerge any evidence of that and to report back to council so that council could respond to the actual evidence of that occurring.
But I thought this was a point of like, if you have a permit, of a full, let's call it a full permit. If you have a full permit and you're not using it and you're not bumping it down to a junior permit, you're eating up the percentage, is what you're doing. And if other people want to get into the market, or you're not filing your reports, one of the two is happening. Either you're not using it, thus should you have a permit, or you're not filing your reports and paying your proper TOT. One of the two is happening.
No, one of the two is not happening that we know of. There is no evidence that has come before this council that there is anyone who has taken out a permit and is not using it other than to block someone else from getting a permit. Now, there may turn out to be that hypothetical proven true at some point in time, and we're asking staff to monitor to see if that happens. But unless you've got evidence that I've not seen, it ain't happened yet.
I think you're taking my question completely wrong. Mike, that is not, there is evidence that people are renting in the amount of times that they're renting. So if they're renting less, if they're renting 6 times or more, they would not be a junior permit, but there are people renting 6 times or less. Is that correct?
Yes.
We do have that evidence.
Those are folks that would be eligible for a junior permit.
Right, I understand. So the question we have is the automatic bump down to them. If they're not using a full permit, which would be if we land on 6, if they're not using the full permit of 6, should we bump them down? That's the question I'm asking.
Right.
And
So
if we do, it opens up more people to do the full permit, is I guess what I'm saying, especially in those neighborhoods where there's a high concentration already.
right. So it's going to take time before this even comes about because we're allowing everyone to maintain their vacation rentals until this naturally occurs. So there's that. But also the other point about automatically bumping them is that say, you usually rent your place 10 times a year, which is why you have a full permit, and then the next year things happen, you rent it for only 6. The idea is that we're not wanting to automatically bump them just because they had a dip for personal reasons, whatever that may be. Instead, giving them an opportunity to get back up to it. Now, if they were consistently renting 6 times or less for 2 years maybe, then the question is, hey, do you need to bump down? But I think there are reasons why someone could rent less or more, and that's why it wouldn't be just automatic. It's giving people the benefit of the doubt.
Are we able to move forward? All right. So the next issue is grandfathering or grandparenting of some of these regulations, and the proposal, as I understood it originally, and I think there was some differences in the staff report, was that we would delay the implementation of these new rules for anyone who currently has contract until December 31st of 2024.
For the number of caps, yes. For the occupancy requirement, which is now gone, that was going to be 5 years, but so it's 2024 for the number.
Is the 2-year deferral or grandfathering something that everyone is comfortable with, or is there another time frame that folks would like to suggest?
I think 2 years is reasonable. I don't think we've had any. I think this is the hard part of it. I haven't seen comments that say a different time frame would be better.
Councilmember Coors?
Today at the Hospitality Association, Peach just shared a request that they be bumped down over 5 years.
Over 5 years. Okay.
To get everyone to sort of the number. So starting 32 for 2 years, then going down 2, 2, and 2 to get to 26 in 5 years. So that was VRON's request.
One thing on this is when we're looking at the number of contracts, we're seeing, and Veronica, maybe you can address this better. We are seeing a decline in the number of contracts compared to last year, right? For this year. So there's already fewer contracts this year than there was last year. And we do see for the fiscal year of 2020, 2021 to the next fiscal year of 2021, 2022, there were 16,110 fewer vacation rentals, but our TOT went up by 2.9 million just because of pricing, right? So that's interesting and obviously could be different every year depending on what the market says. This is all part of why we're in this situation, is because housing isn't a human right and the market dictates everything. Anyway, now I'm losing my train of thought because I'm thinking about housing justice. Okay.
So maybe a question for staff, which is, if we step it down for existing folks over more than 2 years, does that create any administrative problems for you? If it's for a calendar year, maybe come up to the mic just.
Just sorry to add on to this we might just see this naturally occurring because of the market. And that's kind of the thing is 2 years enough? Does 5 years even matter? We don't know. We don't really know. We could say 5 years, but then the market could just naturally show less contracts.
Because there are so many more houses.
Because there's more housing, or more vacation rentals, excuse me.
Right.
Yeah, there definitely would have to be an administrative review. We'd have to, on our, our database list at least, which property has which, well, all the current, close to 2,500 rentals right now would have to make a note that they have, this year 36, and if we start stepping it down, know what year, how many they have, and then have to go back and review the contract summary submissions for that year to make sure that they didn't go over. So there definitely would be an administrative process that we'd have to do for each property.
But we'd have that if we did 2 years, or if we did it over 5 years, right?
Yeah.
Sort of, there would be an A for the existing, B for anyone new after the 17th.
Yeah, we just maintain a list and just have to evaluate it.
Councilmember Woods, do you want to comment on this?
I think he went into a disco ball.
We may have lost
Did
him.
we lose Councilmember Woods? Something very funky happened on the screen.
If we could follow up, I don't want to
Yeah.
lose someone in the conversation. Where this is going to be particularly critical is when we get to the conversation regarding the number of contracts that are going to be allowed. And I think it is very reasonable that those are currently operating with an opportunity to go to 36, be allowed to continue at that level for a period of time. And it's what's the appropriate period of time. We are also identifying, and I think we've already done this, that the rules that that are in place for those who currently have a contract will be the rules that would be applicable for anyone who was in line as of October 17 of this year. One comment I would make is we're asking City Council to take another look at this in 2 years, so that will need to happen before we get to December 31 of 2024. So I would think we would want to wait at least until December 31 of 2024 before we would reduce the number. If we want to extend that out for some period of time, just to make sure that whatever changes, if any, council imposes in 2024, that property owners have an opportunity to adjust to that.
So while my initial was sort of the 2 years, I think one of the benefits in thinking about it of more of a step down is if the council at the end of 2024 decides to go down, people already have rented for the next year or two, right? People rent a couple years out. So I think maybe a slightly slower step down, if it's not too much of an administrative problem, may make more sense. Because if you're going to decide at the end of 24 that it's going to end, that would be hard for 25. Sure. But I think you have to give it at least probably 3 years or step down somewhat in 3 years. So I'm open on that, but that's the only concern, right? Unless, if you're going to revisit it at that point, it might be challenging then, if that makes sense, or maybe it doesn't, because it's late.
Trying to keep this simple, perhaps that we extend the current rules out to December 31 of 2025.
Yeah, and then at the end of 24, council can decide if they want to extend that further. Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Councilmember Woods, did you catch that or did you miss it when the video went down? You're on mute.
Sorry. No, I'm fine with it. Sounds great.
I'm looking at this list and I'm not seeing that we have here the question of what the total number of contracts should be. And that's a really critical issue. Shall we jump to that question of what's the appropriate number of contracts? So again, just for the to remind everyone, we have made a decision, whatever change we make in number of contracts, that change will not take place before December 31st of 2025 to anyone who currently has a vacation rental permit or to anyone who is in line as of October 17 of this year.
I can jump in if you want, just to start. Although I'm comfortable with 24, I mean, I think when you get over 26, given rentals are virtually always going to include a weekend, and sometimes 2 weekends, you start getting more than half of all the weekends, which is an impact, obviously, to neighbors, and makes it harder to say it's really a secondary use of the property, which is what the law says. So that's sort of where I land, but happy to have that conversation. But I think you let people rent it whenever they want, as opposed to having a third quarter change, because there are people who are gone in the summer who will rent. And if you see that it's having a real negative impact in the summer, not having some extra rentals there, council can review that. But I know for me, I'm not going to turn my house into vacation rental, but if I did, it would be in the summer, right? If you're on council, that's when you get to leave town. So, you know, I think it's different for different people, and I think we should let people make the decision when they want to use the contracts, rather than dictating some in a certain period.
Anyone else want to jump in on what's the appropriate number, maximum number of contracts to be effective January 1 of 2026?
So 3 years on that as well is what we're saying, yeah. Okay.
Except for those who are new.
Yeah. This would be this.
So one of the questions that has emerged is what the economic impact of this would be and what kind of reduction. So one, we're not reducing anything for 3 years. Two, you can decide where you want to measure from, but we will, by the time they finish completing all of the applications that are in process right now, be over 2,900 vacation rentals. At the lowest number, we got just below 1,800, but we were at 2260, I think it was 2266 a year ago. That's almost 600-700 more during the course of the last 12 months. We're not reducing the number of vacation rentals in any significant fashion for a very long time, and so I think Councilmember Coors makes a good point. In 26, and people who are not in the market already are going to have a full 36 months in order to respond to this change.
Can you repeat where we're landing? Just so I'm clear.
We've agreed not to implement changes in the number of contracts until December 31st of 2025 for anyone who currently has a contract or anyone who was in line as of October 17 of 2022. And the suggestion has been that we land at a maximum of 26 contracts to be effective beginning January 1 of 2026.
And for new people.
And for new people. Thank you.
And is that a flat 26, or are we still doing the third quarter?
The recommendation is flat.
Okay.
Let people pick when they want to rent it.
Considering the increase in the number of vacation rentals in the city, I think 26 makes sense.
Councilmember Woods?
Sorry, I just am so processing. I thought I had processed it all before I got here, but that's, you listen to things and you can change your mind, right? On the whole thing. I think Councilmember Coors is correct that some people have probably rented, Thanksgiving or the holidays for a year or two in advance. And we want to, honor them and not give up other opportunities if they've run their pro forma on what it returns on it. And that is a bit of a problem, because even running pro formas on this means that you're running a business versus living there and just using it as an ancillary use, excuse me. So, I can go with that. I can agree. It sounds like the direction that we're going. My vote will make a difference, and it's really fine. I just, Yeah, I'm always worried about, yeah, no, that's fine. I won't even go anymore. That's great.
Very good.
Thanks.
All right. So the next issue is the interplay of vacation rentals and event houses. Councilmember Corrs.
Sure. I'll go first on this one. I think we only have one event house that gets to about 30 currently. I think prohibiting them, which I think we believe we did 5 years ago, but didn't actually happen for understandable reasons, doesn't make sense. I think when people, especially weddings, often want to stay at the house, understandably. So I think allowing the number of contracts, and you could use them for a vacation rental, for an event, or both at the same time, seems like a fair way to do this.
So, okay.
Moving forward.
So if I understand what you're
And these
saying.
these are paid contracts, right? Not the owner having a party or being donated or things along those lines.
So if someone is, as example, hosting a wedding, and part of the wedding party wants to stay at the home, that would be permitted.
Correct.
And would it be one contract, counted as one contract?
Even if it's both.
If it's both?
Yes.
Even if it's both? Okay.
On a personal level, I understand people wanting to do that. I couldn't wait to leave my house after our wedding and let other people take care of getting everything out, but to each their own.
I think that's appropriate. I don't want to get too deep into event houses at this point. I want to clarify that individuals can stay when an event is being held. It's also been brought to my attention. We have homes such as the Frank Sinatra home, the Leonardo DiCaprio home, and some others that are extremely high-profile properties that are very important to the brand of Palm Springs. Rather than try this evening to dig into all of that, I would welcome future conversation with those who manage those properties to make sure that council, in working through our event house ordinance, gets all of it correct. Any other comments from, okay. Councilmember Woods, are you good with that?
Yeah, I think, Mayor, you said it right, that, you know, some of the homes that are rented as event homes are part of our brand. They do cause neighborhood disruptions. I can tell you, just dealing with event houses in my neighborhood, that the planning department has been great at it. And they have responded to neighbors in a very positive way. Whether people stay overnight or not is a different story, but that process seems to work. It's just, as I brought up earlier, what we probably need to work through with staff at some point is when somebody calls, how do you deal with it? And how do they get a ticket? Or how do they, whatever happens on that. But I understand some people wanting to stay at the house as well. They have a cap already through their vacation rental permit on how many people can stay there. So I'm fine with it. I'm fine with that.
All right. So the next issue we have is clarification of the consequences of a failure to pay transit occupancy tax. Councilmember Corrs?
Yeah, I mean, don't we have rules currently if someone's late, right? Like they get a second notice. I just want to figure out what the thought is on that. I mean, obviously we want people to pay their TOT, and people who deliberately don't pay it, there needs to be a pretty severe consequence, sort of like not submitting, a contract summary, et cetera. But what do we do now if someone doesn't get in within the 30 days, whatever that, and everyone gets a notice, a reminder?
No, they don't.
They used to.
Thanks. From my understanding from the finance department, if they don't timely turn in their transient occupancy tax, there'll be a fee or a penalty associated with that. I don't know the exact numbers to that. But the current vacation rental ordinance does have in the violation section that, if they don't timely tender their transient occupancy tax payments, that, they could be penalized $2,500 and a 6-month suspension. And that's currently under the vacation rental ordinance. I think the difficulty from us is what's timely from our enforcement part.
Does anyone know what finance does? I mean, if someone doesn't make it within 30 days and things happen, a 6-month suspension seems severe if they get it done after getting a notice, right? So I'm just trying to figure out, I mean, the goal is, people need to pay their TOT, but if someone, misses a 30-day requirement and they get a warning and pay it, there could be interest in a penalty of some kind, but not a 6-month suspension seems.
Yeah, there may be some steps in between going to suspension.
Right.
We can check on that.
Is the language vague enough that we can check on that and correct it in the second reading, or do we need to make it a little clearer?
I think it would be good to get some direction from council tonight in terms of what specific types of violations the council is interested in imposing this penalty on, if any.
Let me
mean,
try
often-
to.
Of course, is correct. Currently, if you don't pay, you get I think a $50 fine or something and a percentage that you owe as a penalty. The question really comes is if you don't pay that, right? If you don't pay the penalty and the $50, whatever it is, what happens next? Is that correct, Councilmember Kors?
Yeah, then I'm good with that if people get a notice and then they don't respond in the time allowed. I think then that kind of fine's appropriate because they've collected the money, right? They get it from the guest, right? They're charging the guest for that. So I think if they're getting a notice with a time period and don't then get it done in time, then this is appropriate. But it shouldn't be if they haven't gotten a notice. It's after notice and the time I'd be comfortable with that.
I'm good with that. I'm a believer in that these kinds of measures should be progressive. You start with a fine and then you build up from there. All right.
I would just offer that there are a couple problems with not problems, but things to consider, is that the payment of the TOT can be done online currently. It never used to be, it can be. But currently we have this screwy schedule based on work days and not on month. And I think and that probably was because you had to pay before we had the automated system in place, which we currently have. So I almost think that it should be based on the last day of the month, not the last work day, especially since we're only on a 4-day work week. And that could be changed very easily now. The other issue we have is if somebody has no rentals at all, they can't file electronically, which is a little bit problematic. And that could probably be tweaked too with the new systems we're bringing on. So those are two things I bring up. One is to change the date to make it monthly versus based on our work week. And two is to try and get it so that you can file a 0 return electronically.
I think how do we do hotels? Is it monthly? That's how we get reports, is monthly. So what is the current process?
I'm not sure, but I think that's going to be in our TOT ordinance, not necessarily in our vacation rental ordinance. So staff can look at that and bring back some recommendations at the second reading.
Okay.
It's a little bit outside the scope of this ordinance.
Right. It used to be postmarked, I thought monthly, but it's been over a decade, so for me on that.
Are we good there? Next item is further defining of incidental use of residences.
So I sort of did a red line of some other changes, which I ran by the city attorney, which when we get there, I'll read in so people can hear them. But there is a little further defining of that, just to clarify if anyone's confused in that. So I can just go through all of these at once instead of right now, if that's okay. And if people have other ideas, I can do them one at a time. There aren't that many, and some of them we've already addressed. So. that everything?
Then we will move on to regular review of vacation rental ordinances, and what I would suggest is that we identify that City Council will review the existing changes that we are making and the entire ordinance, not less than 24 months from today. Any, Councilmember Woods, you good with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the new city council wants to move it up, they certainly can, but they have to do it within 24 months of today. Okay. That's the list as Councilmember Coors?
One more thing, which we, I think is in here, which is, and just so a couple of folks said otherwise, the moratorium, which is 24 days at the moment, as of today, was not to stop people in queue from getting their permits. It was to give staff time to pull this together without having to focus on permits. So with passage of first reading, I would suggest the moratorium is lifted effective tomorrow.
I'm good with that.
The staff has done their work.
And again, permits should be processed in order of when they were received. And we can move forward. Any objection? Councilmember Woods?
I questioned for staff if they were ready. You know, we have percentage by neighborhood established in some of the previous material we have. I don't know if that's online for people that are applying, or if any of the new permits are put in, but I'd hate for somebody to apply for a permit, pay, go through the process, and realize that neighborhood is already capped out. So I don't know how quickly staff can actually get that up and online so people don't run into kind of, you know, false expectations because they don't have the data right when they apply.
We've got a lot of data out already regarding how close certain neighborhoods are to the cap, but can staff, how soon can you post on the website what the neighborhood numbers are for each neighborhood?
Yeah, certainly. So I definitely reach out to our IT or GIS team Monday. We already currently have a vacation rental web app built in our GIS system to help. We were testing out to see at any time we can have a web map on display where we can look at a vacation rental property, understand who the owner is and CID. So that's kind of built. We just have to kind of build in like the density policies for that. So, but I know a web map can be built. Just working with our GIS team to do it.
I think one thing that's going to be really important is to identify the neighborhoods for all of the folks who are in line and were in line by October 17, so that those numbers of when it comes to the cap are reflective of the approximately 300 that we have, which could have for a few neighborhoods immediate impact. Staff, is there any clarifications you need of the direction that we have given so far?
Did I hear Councilmember Corr say he was going to read into the record those other minor changes dealing with incidental? Okay. It's late and I didn't know if I was hearing things.
You have those, but I want for council. So on findings on section A, the last sentence says the ordinance concerns vacation rentals and home shares as ancillary and secondary uses. After home sharing, I added the words are only allowed. Although it says that, let's make it really clear for people who are reading this right up front that that is the case. If anyone disagrees with any of these, jump in. Otherwise, I'll just keep going. In finding number D, added a sentence that says a vacation rental registration certificate is a privilege, not a right. Furthermore, vacation rental registration certificates may be revoked or not renewed based on non-compliance with the requirements of this chapter. In definitions, under business entity, after the word trust, it says or, in addition, there's a period, and it says, in addition, the following shall not be considered a business entity under this chapter: any partnership, limited liability partnership, or limited liability company consisting solely of natural persons, the number of whom does not exceed 4. So, because some of those really aren't business entities, and we call them that. Go on in definitions. Owner, the same thing, halfway through, after it says trustees of such trust or, strike out a limited liability company and then add any partnership, limited liability partnership, or limited liability company consisting solely of natural persons, the number of whom does not exceed 4, so long as its disclosure are satisfied. So it's just sort of cleaning up language over there. Under registration certificate required, it's the same thing. Under B, a natural person, partnership, limited liability partnership, or limited liability company that does not qualify as a business entity. So making it clear that those are the ones that are allowed, because some people own the houses in those for various reasons, and we want to give people, make sure that opportunity is clear. Under 5.25045 on caps on certificates based on neighborhoods, the city shall not issue any new vacation rental certificate, and I wrote to add, other than junior vacation rental registration certificates. So it's clear those can be issued in neighborhoods that have reached the cap, which was our intent. So just making the language clear. On 525, vacation rental registration requirements, I struck number 6, which again is about the business, what's a business entity. A lot of that was cleaning that up. Under 5.25070, operational requirements for and standard conditions. The owner shall use reasonably prudent property ownership management practices. Under A, under B, it's that's totally been changed by our discussion here, right? So I think you can address that to fit with what we said as far as number of contracts, extending to 26 from 25. Under Roman numeral 4, just reminding people about the requirement to submit the contract summary at a time, because some people, I think the agencies all know it, but some of the individual owners who are newer don't seem to know that. We've had to educate them, and since there are penalties for that, we want to make sure it's as clear as we can. In the ordinance, under F, again, using prudent property ownership management practices. I think, is that it? Yep. We have that again. Under K, the same language. And that's it. So just to sort of clean up some things from the last time that we got comments on, because we were more flexible on trusts and LLCs owning them than originally what we did, right? As we heard from people who had different ownership models for them and their families. So, thank you. Anyone really paid attention?
I believe we've gotten through this issue. Is there any additional comments that anyone on council would like to make? Councilmember Course?
Just want to really thank Veronica, Patrick, and Jeff for all the work on this over the last year from when this first got raised in our strategic planning in December. And it's a lot of work, and we really appreciate it, and we appreciate all the meetings, we've had and people have had with people in vacation rentals, with realtors, with people who don't want any vacation rentals. Really tried to outreach to all those groups so everyone, could give input, and really appreciate all the input we received. That's all I have.
I think we've demonstrated why we prefer to do this about once every 5 years. But we're going to come back and revisit it 2 years from now. Hopefully, we will need to do very modest changes at that time. And with that, again, I want to thank everyone who is involved across the spectrum on this issue. If anyone can raise their hand and say they got everything they wanted, I do not know who that person could possibly be. All of us have had to give in on something we felt strongly about. That is the nature of compromise. That's the nature of trying to get the balance right. Councilmember Coors?
I think we have one more thing we need to do, which is move the item.
Yes, we do.
So I will move the item.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Roll call?
Councilmember Coors,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner,
Yes.
Councilmember Woods,
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
4 ayes, 0 noes. Motion carries.
Madam Mayor, if I could make a comment, since I didn't get a chance to do that. I would just highly encourage staff and the future council to continue to garner better information about our housing stock and about particularly, condominiums that rent or don't rent, number of apartment units. I think it will behoove us not only in something like this, but just in directing the city in the future on a variety of issues. When we don't have statistics on the number of apartments or the statistics on the number of condominiums that allow or don't allow vacation rentals, it puts us a little bit in the dark on some of this. And I think that kind of information can be gathered before the next review.
Thank you.
So whether that's influential or not sure, but this is a suggestion.
So the next issue that we need to get to is non-agenda public comment.
I need to read the title.
Oh,
The
you need to
title
read
for
the
it.
title.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's what I was saying. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Palm Springs, California, amending and restating Chapter 5.25 regarding vacation rentals. Thank you.
All right. You finished the?
Yes.
All right. We have gotten to the point where we need to make contact with our non-agenda public comments. I know it's much later than we usually do, but.
Okay. Our first non-agenda item commenter is Carl Chrisman. You have 2 minutes.
More about short-term rentals than I ever needed to know. So I'm here to talk to you about the Desert Comprehensive Treatment Center, which is the local methadone clinic. And in my opinion, it just operates as nothing more than a drug dealer here that's preying on those with addiction problems. And they don't do anything to help people step down their dosage, anything for actual real counseling, or anything to help people with their actual addiction problems. I would love to see the city do something to address, I don't know the technicality, revoke their business permit, business license, do something about that, because a lot of these things we see with this issue is very complicated. People are on all sides, and it will take years to address. Just shutting down that one location, which is a for-profit location where their employees and the company are motivated to make money by keeping people addicted, and they just prey on addicts in the area. Simply shutting that down and either replacing it with nonprofit or any other organization that's really there to help people and not just make money off of addicts would make lives better. That is a very simple thing that can be done that would save lives and just make the city a better place. Thank you.
Next speaker, Randy Epstein. Next speaker, Michael Joseph Pitkin. 2 minutes.
Michael Joseph Pitkin. I am a political prisoner of religious conscience. According to the U.S. and UN laws, the Geneva Conventions, the Hague Conventions of 1899 and 1907, and the Geneva Protocol. My late brother-in-law, Big Jim Filkins, was assistant sheriff of LA County. His sons, Tom and Andy, are California Highway Patrol. My sister was an ex-policewoman. For over 45 years, they trained me on police tactics. Today, I come to you with a personal frame of reference with law enforcement most do not have. I have been under Los Angeles to their nuke emergency center, and there is nothing that the FBI does not know about every one of us. When you talk to me about law enforcement, you're preaching to the choir. My experience in Palm Springs, the attitude is any unhoused is automatically a drug addict. I asked the city of Palm Springs for an emergency homeless declaration for those homeless within the city limits. I asked for a city of Palm Springs harm reduction program and a needle exchange program without shame and stigma. Every drug addict has a constitutional right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness or property. I asked for a pilot program to enable drug addicts. If anyone needs extra help, it is anyone actively living addictions. I ask for a safe place for tents for those with drug addictions and who are homeless who actively use street drugs. I ask responsibility required for addicts to keep their trash picked up in exchange for a stigma-free place where they can use street drugs and be safe. Most shelters will not allow those who actively use drugs. I ask for a reality-based medical, addiction, or harm reduction program available to addicts versus faith-based 100% abstinence, 12-step ABC prison program that
Time is
has
up.
anticipated an antiquated high recidivism history rate.
Your time is expired. Thank you. The last speaker is Kara Van Dyke.
Hello, I'm Kara Van Dyke, Honorable Mayor and Council. It's great to be here tonight, so late. I'm representing the Palm Canyon Theater, which leases the Francis Stevens School from the city of Palm Springs. I want to update you about an exciting show that we have getting ready to open at PCT, and we'd love for each of you to see it. You might have remember hearing from me last season. This is a new original musical production that we call Palm Springs Getaway. We describe it as a nostalgic romp through the popular oasis featuring glimpses of history, icons, and the celebrities who made the city famous. With a collection of well-known and original songs, the show transports audiences from the early desert landscape to the vibrant and inclusive community people know and love today, and every decade in between. This production includes about 30 actors from elementary age to residents over 80. We opened Palm Springs Getaway in preview last February, and we are happy to say that the show was so well received that we are bringing it back. Palm Springs Getaway opens December 2nd. It runs 3 weeks in December and then again for 2 weeks at the end of January. We hope that you would check out more about the show, everyone in the audience, as well as anyone watching TV still, because we'd just love for everyone to come see it. We think it's a fun show, which will not only be loved by the locals, but will surely become a known tourist draw for our city. So please visit palmcanyontheater.org, and for you all, I will follow up with an email as well. Thank you.
That's our last speaker.
All right, thank you. We have 3 agenda items left, but it is 11:45 in the evening. Is there an urgency to act on any of these 3 remaining items this evening?
There are 2 items, I believe, that we have people that have been waiting for. The other 2 can be continued.
Okay, if you would identify the ones that we need to get to.
That would be B and C.
D and C?
B as in boy.
And C.
C.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it is pleasure of the council to proceed. All right. Then we will move on to the next item, which is 3B, request by GLA Design Group on behalf of SPS Manuf LLC for an administrative minor modification for relief from the minimum separation distance requirement for a cannabis dispensary at 823 South Williams. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of council. I will try to be quick. It is late. As you said, the application that is before you is for a proposed distance waiver for a cannabis dispensary and lounge located on South Williams Road. The applicant is proposing to operate a roughly 5,000 square foot dispensary and lounge within an existing 9,200 square foot building that has remained vacant for a number of years. The balance of the space would be used for storage and administrative purposes. Oh, I'm sorry. A distance waiver is required because there are 2 dispensary facilities existing within 500 feet of the location, which I will show in just one moment. The applicant has applied for an adult use cannabis permit with the Office of Special Program Compliance. However, the waiver would be necessary before the application can be processed and granted. In terms of the proximity to the other 2 facilities that I mentioned that are within 500 feet, the first is Off the Charts, which is a dispensary and lounge located just over 250 feet to the north at 757 South Williams Road. The other is High Rollers Cannabis Company, which is a dispensary located 340 feet to the north and west at 740 South Bella Road. The applicant has submitted proposed floor plans showing how the existing building would accommodate the proposed uses. The other building on the site, which is to the north, is not proposed to be changed, although I think that they are in the process of considering a distribution and manufacturing facility in that site. They're working through the permitting for that outside of this process. The findings that are necessary to grant the administrative minor modification for the distance separation are listed here. First is that the request is consistent with the general plan and the zoning code, and we do find that it is generally consistent. However, we flag that it may create a concentration of cannabis businesses, which is the reason that the separation distances exist in the zoning code. The second relates to the effect the use may have on surrounding uses, and we find that it is generally consistent with the existing businesses in the area. Third, that the proposed use will not be detrimental to health and safety, and while there is no immediate effect on health and safety, as we've discussed on other applications such as this, there may be secondary impacts related to cannabis facilities, around impaired individuals, for example, that I believe the council will take into consideration. And finally, the last relates to whether there are any unique features of the site or other conditions that might justify the proposed use, and we do not find that there are any environmental features that would justify the waiver. In addition to those criteria from Chapter 94 of the Zoning Code, the City Council did also adopt additional criteria that can be considered when evaluating a request for a distance waiver as follows. The first 2 relate to the business being located in an existing blighted building or within a space that has been vacant for several years. While this is an existing building, we don't determine that it is blighted necessarily. However, it has been vacant since 2016, so for a number of years. The third criterion is that the proposed use will not result in the same type of cannabis use along the same block frontage as the existing use. As I mentioned, there is an existing dispensary and lounge about 250 feet to the north, so there would be 2 similar uses along the same frontage. The next relates to ensuring the proposed facility is generally consistent with adjacent uses, and staff has indicated that we believe it is. And the final optional criterion is whether the applicant is a participant in the city's cannabis social equity program, and we report that the applicant is not a participant in the program. That concludes my presentation. The applicant is also here to take any questions from the
Are there questions? Councilmember Kors?
When this applicant filed for a permit, were the other businesses already approved?
That is a good question that I don't have the answer to. I do know that they began their process in 2019, so a number of years ago. They've been working through the process for a few years now. I think the applicant can probably answer that question more directly if you want to come up and join me. But they've been going through the process for a few years.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. As far as we know, when we started back in 2019, they were not in business. But this process has been going for quite a while. The license was sold to my client. They used to be partners. One of them walked away from it, so we had to go back to licensing and do the change of ownership. I have an email from Veronica that states that back in 2019, when we got our license, the distance waiver was not required. But because of the fact that it's taking this long and for some reason this project keeps going back, they keep sending us back, and then we get back up and then they send us back. So as far as we know, we got the license first before the other people.
Thank you.
Other comments? Questions? How long has this building been vacant?
Since 2016.
All right. It's getting late, and I'm probably softening up a bit.
Wow, that's shocking.
But given the nature of given the industrial nature of this, I'm inclined to approve the waiver. I will pass on rhetorically the comment I've consistently made. I think the city is over-concentrated with these facilities, and I hope all of you succeed, but everything I've learned about economics over the course of a fairly long life convinces me we've got more than we can sustain. But you're making the business decision to invest your funds. I'm not going to get in your way.
Well, we've been investing since 2019, and Mr. Kors knows a little bit about this project. Rick was working with us, and we lost our cultivation license. There was a letter that was supposed to be sent to us. We never received it. We didn't make our submittal. So this project has been, I don't know what's wrong with this project, but we're just trying to ask for help and say, get us to the finish line. We've already lost some licenses. I want my client to at least be able to get into business. That's why the building has been empty since 2016, because they've been preparing it for cultivation.
Other comments, questions? Councilmember Woods. You're on mute.
I apologize. A question for staff. I take it they have they or have they not gone through the design review process?
It's an existing building, so they're not subject to, there's a building, a TI process, but there's no architectural review required.
It's a change of use.
But
so every cannabis thing that we've looked at, and part of putting the cannabis and allowing cannabis in our industrial areas was to upgrade our industrial areas. So even the cannabis facilities that are around this have done some major upgrades to their buildings and their facades and their parking lots to put trees and things of that nature in. So I would say that if we do approve this waiver, that we want that to occur. And you can double check on what's required, but Flynn, are you still available or is he left?
Yes, I am. I'm here and ready. We do have the requirement that facade treatment and signage does need to be reviewed by the Architectural Review Committee. That requirement is still in our zoning code, and so that will be required of the applicant if the waiver is approved.
My apologies.
Okay. So they'll still go through that process. Great. Thank you.
All right.
That's it.
Motion?
I'm almost on the other side of you on this, which has never happened before this way. But I'm inclined to support this. The consistency with other businesses is what we don't want too many in one place. So But did we get any comments from the other businesses opposing this?
None were received. No.
Okay. With that, I will make the motion to grant the waiver.
I'll second it. Roll call?
Councilmember Coors?
Yes.
Mayor Middleton?
Aye.
Councilmember Woods?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Gardner?
Yes.
4 ayes, 0 noes, motion carries.
Next item on our agenda is item 3C, request by TPE Enterprise LLC for administrative minor modification for relief from the minimum separation distance requirements for a dispensary at 1233 South Gene Autry Trail. Staff report, please.
Yes, I will try to be brief and not repetitive. This application is a proposed distance waiver for a cannabis dispensary lounge proposed for 1233 South Gene Autry Trail. The applicant is proposing to operate an almost 5,900 square foot dispensary that would operate for delivery only within an existing building that has been vacant also for many years. The building is located in the Gene Autry Trail Business Park, which contains a number of cannabis-related activities and other commercial industrial-related uses. The distance waiver is required because there are 2 dispensary facilities located within 500 feet of this location, which I will show in a moment. The applicant has applied for an adult use cannabis permit with the Department of Special Program Compliance. However, the waiver would be necessary before that permit can be processed and granted. In terms of proximity to the existing facilities I mentioned, both are located within the same industrial park. The first is X-Trax, which is a dispensary and distribution facility that is located in the unit to the east. To the west, no, the east. It's getting late. And the other is the Morgue, which is a dispensary with a lounge, cultivation, distribution, and Class 6 manufacturing facility, which is located in a unit to the south. In addition to the 2 dispensaries that are located within the industrial park, there are 3 other cannabis-related businesses that also exist. Premier Edibles, which manufactures and distributes, Flagship Distribution, which distributes, and Prime DNA, which is also distribution. The manufacturing and distribution uses are not subject to the separation distance that we're discussing tonight, which applies specifically to dispensaries and lounges, but I wanted to flag that they are also in the same industrial park. The applicant has submitted plans showing the location of the unit within the industrial park, as well as a floor plan showing how they would utilize the space. As I mentioned, the applicant indicated that the dispensary would not be publicly accessible and would be for delivery only. Once again, here are the findings that need to be met. I'll try to be brief here. We believe that it is generally consistent with the general plan and zoning code, but flag the same concentration of uses that would exist if this is approved. Regarding effect on surrounding uses, we believe that it is generally consistent with the existing businesses in the area and the industrial park, which, as I mentioned, contain a number of cannabis-related uses. We have determined that there's no immediate effect on health, but as I mentioned previously, there may be secondary impacts, that we have discussed already. And finally, the site does not have any unique characteristics or environmental features that justify the waiver. These are the additional optional considerations that the council may make in granting the distance waiver. On the first 2, this is not a blighted building, but it is an existing building, and it has also been vacant for a number of years. In this case, it has been vacant since 2006, so a bit longer. The third criterion is that the proposed use will not result in the same type of cannabis use along the same frontage. As I mentioned, there are 2 existing dispensaries within the same industrial park, one immediately adjacent and one sort of across the parking aisle. We've determined that the proposed facility is generally consistent with adjacent uses, and given the other uses within the industrial park, we believe that it is consistent with adjacent uses. And finally, the applicant is not a participant in the city's cannabis social equity program, so that condition is not met. That concludes my presentation, and I believe, if he's still with us, the applicant, Rick Pantel, is available on Zoom to answer any questions. Thank you.
Chris, just quickly, this is a facility that will only be used for distribution outside of this, so there'll be no retail, no customers coming.
That's correct. That's what the applicant has indicated, delivery
And
only.
has there been any objections filed by any of the neighbors?
We received one letter on this one that was not an objection, but it was saying that they supported the business locating in this area as long as it's properly managed.
Okay. So we've got a number of cannabis-related facilities there already. All right. Councilmember Coors.
So just to clarify, you said they said they're going to do that. Is that going to be a condition of this, that it will only be delivery and distribution, and there'll be no in-person dispensary, lounge, retail, and if they want one, they'd have to come back again for a waiver for that? And if not, can we do that?
We don't have a condition. Yes. I will look to Flynn or the city attorney to see if we can condition.
Yes. Yeah, we can condition this, that this is for non-public access only, a dispensary with no public access.
I would support it with that condition. Councilmember Woods?
Same question. This will go through the design process.
Yes, correct.
Okay, then I could support it because, that's about the doors opening, smell coming out, all of that type of thing, as well as, landscaping and the facade and all that. So yes, then I can support it.
All right, motion?
I'll move this with that condition that we discussed.
Okay. Second? I'll second it. Roll call, please.
Councilman Coors.
Yes.
Mayor Middleton.
Aye.
Councilman Woods.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Garner.
Yes.
3 yes, 1 no. Motion passes. Did he say no?
Oh, yes.
Did you say yes, Councilman Woods? Okay. 4-0, motion passes.
All right, thank you. So with that, I would ask for items 3D and 3E, is there any urgency that they be addressed this evening?
No, there isn't.
Okay. Is it the will of... Very good. Then we will defer action on items 3D and 3E for a later date. That does bring us to my notes here. City Council, City Manager requests for upcoming agenda development.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. If we could get the upcoming agendas shared. We have at our next meeting, we'd have the 2 items can be continued. They don't have to be at the next meeting, but we can continue them to a future date. We have quite a few items on the next agenda. Some of them, I think, were items that, in particular, Councilmember Holstage was particularly interested in. And we may need to move a couple of those because it does look like a pretty full.
So I was city attorney. I think you were on those. It's unclear if Councilmember Holstage will be able to make that meeting now, correct?
That's my understanding.
Yes. So that may impact that. I would like to see the 2 items we did come to the next meeting.
Okay.
If we need to move some other stuff around, I think that's fine. I think for what it's worth, sidewalk vending food trucks is a long discussion that we haven't talked about, so maybe that should move for the next council, given, I think it's not just a 1-meeting issue, right? So I would move that. I think if we're going to talk about boards and commissions, diversity, whether we want to wait on that, I'm fine trying to do that if we can, because we've started those discussions, but I'm open on that. One thing I would like us to discuss, or maybe I'm fine if it's the next council, is whether for the Administrative Appeals Board, there should be a hearing officer instead of a board who could just sort of follow and just apply the law. But I did have one question, which is, for our quasi-judicial entities who have final decision-making, there are a couple of those groups. For planning, we require notice to us and the public for 15 days in case we want to pull something up. I think that should probably apply to all of the quasi-judicial ones. So if the public reaches out to us and they, which has happened, to do the same thing on those, if that would make sense, to bring that back for a discussion. Because if we have a board that's appointed making final decisions, ultimately, there should be the ability to bring it to council if we want.
Appeals.
Only on the final decision ones for people who are acting in that judicial role.
Okay.
But I'm open to moving most, some of these as well, because we can't do all of this.
We can't. I do want to give great respect to our colleague who's going to be moving to Sacramento, and if there's any issues that she is going to be able to be here on November 28th, that she would like to have us address at that meeting. I think she's more than earned that respect.
Agreed. So maybe check with Councilmember Holstage, and then depending on that, maybe reorganize the agenda accordingly, and maybe work with the mayor and mayor pro tem on that.
And
Certainly
if
we
she's
can-
not able to be here, then let's open up some time.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I heard was that food trucks are something that, depending on whether she is here or not, we could move to the future council, as well as diversity, policy, and potentially appeals.
Sounds good.
Appeals.
Yeah. And the same probably can happen with climate action plan. I mean, just, look at the timing, right?
Certainly.
Because things like, these are very substantive issues, that if we get to at 11 at night, we're not really at we're getting a little tired, so.
Any others?
No, I just want to reiterate, diversity on boards and commissions, obviously, we have a new city clerk to pull some statistics together on that. I think the new council that's coming in seems to be very versed on it. It's probably going to be more than us making a decision, but probably some implementation from here on out. So if we punt that, I'm fine with that.
So just a couple of comments, and I will definitely keep them short. We, Riverside County Transportation Commission, staff, along with Supervisor Manny Perez and myself, met with the California Secretary of Transportation last week, again reiterating the importance of rail service to the Coachella Valley. It was a positive meeting. We still got a long way to go to get those trains out here on a daily basis, but with it seems each week we find ourselves having new opportunities to advance that cause. So I'm very pleased. I want to thank at this point everyone who was involved in the election over the last many, many months. Whether one was successful or not successful, I know how much heart and soul goes into these kinds of campaigns, and thank you for putting yourself through what is an incredible ordeal, and most importantly, our thanks to your families for allowing you to do that. Lastly, this past weekend we celebrated Pride in our community. It was an incredible event. It was wonderful to see over 75,000 people on Palm Canyon and everyone celebrating, smiling, having a fabulous time. We know how to throw a party, and our hats are off to the Palm Springs Police Department for the planning and execution that went into that event, inviting tens of thousands of people to your community is something that no one does lightly in this country today. And because of the thoughtful planning of our police department, we got through this event with absolutely not a single incident. And as reported to me, not a single arrest was necessary during the course of the weekend. So thank you. Councilmember Woods.
Fabulous weekend for Pride, and seeing not just the gay and extended community come out, but the entire community. That is really what's wonderful about the whole thing. Last year, for the first time in the city's history, I got gay flags flown at all the city facilities. Somehow that slipped through the cracks this year. I'd like to see that become a tradition during our Gay Pride, or during June, which is traditional Gay Pride, that we fly those flags at the city facilities. When we did it last year, there was nothing but accolades to have it done. So I hope that continues in the future.
We were able to fly them. We did get them posted.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't see them. Great.
Last year, they weren't actually able to post them, but this year we did.
Good, thank you. Great. So I think that's important, just to tell people we're welcoming when they come into town. Great.
Any other comments? And at 12:12 on November 11, we stand adjourned. Please be safe out there. We're now in Veterans Day. Everyone have a very honorable Veterans Day.